Welcome to Daily Story, where swipes turn into secrets. Every profile hides a truth, some sweet, some terrifying, and some that should never be told. From awkward first dates to midnight confessions, we bring you stories that blur the line between love and danger. Tonight, you will hear one of them. Are you ready? It was a Tuesday night, I think, or maybe a Wednesday. The days kind of blurred together back then, lost in the endless scroll of dating app profiles. Each face a hopeful, then quickly disappointing flicker on my screen. Swipe left on the gym selfies, swipe left on the fish pictures, swipe left on the guys whose bio was just an emoji or, even worse, a demand for no drama. I was tired. Beyond tired, actually. I was resigned. Online dating had become less about finding connection and more about proving to myself that I was still capable of trying, even when every fiber of my being wanted to give up and just adopt another cat. Then, Mark. His profile picture was simple, a genuine smile, a slight crinkle around his eyes, standing by what looked like a lake at sunset. No flexing, no obscure quotes. His bio was concise, witty, and actually said something about his interest hiking, indie films, a casual mention of volunteering at an animal shelter. It felt real. Different. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. His first message was not a generic hey or a cheesy pickup line. It was a thoughtful comment on something I would mention in my own bio, a throwaway line about my love for obscure horror movies. He would actually read it. We exchanged messages for a few days, and it was effortless. The conversation flowed, light and engaging, touching on everything from our favorite books to the absurdity of modern life. He seemed intelligent, funny, and surprisingly grounded. I found myself actually looking forward to his replies, a feeling I had not experienced in months. We decided to meet for coffee, a safe, neutral territory. The little indie coffee shop downtown, the one with the mismatched chairs and the smell of roasted beans permanently clinging to the air. I arrived a few minutes early, clutching my purse, my heart doing that anxious flutter it always did before a first date. I scanned the room, looking for someone who matched his profile picture, half expecting some kind of catfish situation. Then he walked in, taller than I expected, with dark, neatly styled hair and eyes that crinkled just like in his photo when he smiled. He spotted me almost immediately, a warm, genuine smile spreading across his face. "Sarah," he asked, his voice exactly as I would imagine it, calm, friendly, with a hint of something deeper, something resonant. "Mark," I replied, feeling a blush creep up my neck. He pulled out a chair for me, a small, old-fashioned gesture that I found surprisingly charming. We ordered our coffees. He remembered from our messages that I preferred a black Americano, no sugar. A small detail, but it made me feel seen. The next 2 hours flew by. We talked about everything and nothing. He asked insightful questions, listened intently, and laughed easily at my jokes. He had a way of making me feel like the most interesting person in the room, even though I knew I was just me. We discussed our jobs, our families briefly, nothing too heavy, our dreams, and even our anxieties. It was refreshing, exhilarating. I had not felt this kind of connection with someone in years. There was no awkward silence, no forced small talk. It was just easy, natural. When it was time to leave, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. He walked me to my car, lingering for a moment by the driver's side door. I had a really great time. "Sarah," he said, his eyes holding mine, "I would love to do this again." "Me too." "Mark," I said, a genuine smile on my face. "Definitely." We exchanged a quick, almost shy hug, and then I was in my car, driving home, a lightness in my chest I had not felt in ages. I kept replaying snippets of our conversation. His laugh, the way his eyes crinkled. For the first time in a long time, I felt a spark of genuine hope. The next few days were a blur of texts and calls. Mark was consistently attentive, charming, and seemed just as eager to continue our connection as I was. He would send me funny memes, ask about my day, and even recommend a new coffee shop he thought I would like. Remember my preference for quiet, cozy spots. He even sent me a link to an article about the history of American horror films, referencing our first conversation. Everything felt perfect. Too perfect, perhaps, but I was so swept up in the novelty of it. I barely noticed a faint, almost imperceptible whispers of caution in the back of my mind. We planned our second date for that Saturday. He suggested making dinner at his place. I make a mean pasta carbonara, he would text it, followed by a winking emoji. My usual rule was to never go to someone's apartment on a second date, but with Mark, it felt different. He would build up such a strong sense of trust and comfort in just a few days. My gut, which was usually pretty reliable about these things, felt surprisingly calm, excited even. I rationalized it was just dinner. We would have had such a good first date. What could possibly go wrong? Saturday evening arrived, and I found myself humming as I got ready. I chose a simple, comfortable dress, did my makeup a little more carefully than usual. I was genuinely looking forward to it. I typed his address into my GPS and headed towards his apartment complex, a modern building with sleek lines and large windows in a slightly newer part of town. He greeted me at the door with that same warm smile, looking effortlessly handsome in a casual button-down shirt. The scent of garlic and herbs wafted from his kitchen. His apartment was exactly what I would expect it clean, minimalist, tastefully decorated with modern art and a few well-placed plants. No clutter, no eccentricities. It felt curated, but I chalked it up to him being a neat, organized person. "Welcome," he said, stepping aside to let me in. "Make yourself at home. Wine, please." I replied, feeling a little flutter of nerves, but mostly excitement. He poured us both a glass of crisp white wine and led me to his living room. We chatted easily as he put the finishing touches on dinner. He was an excellent host, making sure I was comfortable, keeping the conversation flowing. He asked about my week, remembered details about my job I would only briefly mentioned. It was all so charming, so attentive. I felt myself relaxing, letting my guard down completely. Dinner was delicious, just as he would promised. The carbonara was rich and perfectly cooked. We ate at a small dining table, bathed in the soft glow of a stylish pendant light. The evening felt intimate, special. I found myself thinking, this could really be something. After dinner, he suggested we watch a movie. I agreed, feeling content and happy. He excused himself to grab some dessert from the kitchen and use the restroom. "Be right back," he said, flashing that easy smile. I was left alone in his living room, a half-empty glass of wine in my hand. I felt a pleasant buzz, a warmth spreading through me. I decided to take a moment to look at the artwork on his walls. They were mostly abstract, pieces, muted colors, nothing particularly striking, but they suited the minimalist aesthetic of the apartment. Then, my gaze drifted to a small, unassuming corkboard tucked away in a corner, almost hidden behind a tall floor lamp. It was not immediately obvious, blending in with the neutral tones of the wall. Curiosity, a harmless impulse, led me closer. It was covered in photographs, black and white, mostly. My first thought was that they were travel photos, or maybe pictures of his family or friends. But as I stepped closer, my heart gave a strange, cold lurch. The first photo I clearly saw was undeniably me. It was a selfie I would posted on Instagram, maybe 6 months ago, taken in my living room, my favorite worn-out sweater and a messy bun. I remember thinking it was a cute, candid shot. Okay, I thought, a little weird to print out an Instagram selfie. But maybe he thought I looked good. A bit intense, but not overtly alarming. Not yet. Then I saw another. And another. My breath hitched. This one was of me sitting at my usual table at the coffee shop we were met at before our date. I was staring out the window, sipping my Americano, probably lost in thought. My hair was tied up, a strand escaping. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, through the glass. My coffee shop, my usual table. A cold dread began to seep into my veins, chilling me from the inside out. My hand started to tremble, the wine glass clinking against my teeth. I forced myself to look at more. There was a photo of me walking my dog, Buster, in the park near my apartment. Buster was mid-stride, leash taut, and I was looking down at him, smiling. It was a bright, sunny day. A picture I did not remember anyone taking. A picture I certainly had not posted online. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe he was a photographer, a hobbyist, but these were not artistic shots. They were observational. My eyes scanned the corkboard, now seeing them not as photos, but as evidence. There were dozens of them. A mosaic of my life. A photo of me leaving my apartment building, carrying groceries, my hair slightly disheveled. A photo of me at the local bookstore, browsing the fiction section, my back to the camera. A photo of me laughing with my friend, Maria, at an outdoor cafe. Maria's face was blurred, almost as if deliberately obscured, leaving only me in sharp focus. A photo of me at my desk at work, hunched over my computer, completely unaware. Taken through the office window, perhaps. My blood ran cold. My stomach churned with sudden, sickening twist. This was not a collection of charming memories. This was a surveillance record. And then I saw it, the one that solidified the terror, ripping away any remaining shred of doubt or rationalization. It was a picture of me inside my own apartment, sitting on my couch, reading a book. The angle was slightly elevated, looking down. It was taken through my living room window. My curtains were slightly open, just enough to reveal me, illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp. It was late at night. I remembered that night. I was reading a particularly gripping thriller. I was alone, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat. My breath caught in my throat, a choked gasp escaping my lips. The pleasant buzz of the wine vanished, replaced by a wave of nauseating dread. The room, which had felt so warm and inviting moments ago, now felt like a cage. The minimalist decor suddenly seemed stark, clinical, like a carefully constructed set. He had been watching me, not just online, not just through my social media. He had been watching me in my daily life, in my home, before we even met. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The charming smile, the attentive questions, the effortless conversation, it was all a performance. A meticulously crafted illusion built on a foundation of stolen moments, private observations, and a chilling, predatory obsession. I felt a primal urge to scream, to run, to smash every single one of those horrifying pictures. But I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming terror. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions. How long? How did he find me? What else did he know? Then, I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. Mark. He was coming back. Panic, cold and sharp, jolted me into motion. I stumbled back from the corkboard, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape, a way out. My mind scrambled for an excuse, any excuse. He walked back into the living room, a small plate of chocolate lava cakes in his hand, a radiant smile on his face. Everything okay? Sarah, he asked, his voice calm, even completely oblivious to the earthquake raging inside me, or pretending to be. I forced a smile, my lips feeling stiff and unnatural. Oh, yeah, just admiring your art. I stammered, gesturing vaguely towards a different wall. My voice sounded thin, reedy, barely my own. It is, really interesting. His eyes flickered towards the corkboard for a split second, then back to me. His smile did not waver. Oh, those are just some random shots I have collected over time, he said, his tone dismissive, as if they were nothing. Found them, liked them. Nothing special. My blood ran cold again. Found them. He found pictures of me in my own apartment. The casualness of his lie was almost as terrifying as the photos themselves. They are really unique. I managed, my voice still trembling. I needed to get out. Now, my mind raced, grabbing at straws. Mark, I am so sorry, but I just remembered. My friend Maria, she is having a bit of an emergency. Her cat, Buster, I think he is really sick. She just called me. I must have missed it when I was in the bathroom earlier. I really need to go. It was a clumsy lie, mixing his pet's name with my friend's, but it was all I could conjure my terrified state. I did not care if it sounded convincing. I just needed to leave. His smile faltered, just for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Oh, really? That is a shame. I was just about to put on the movie. He looked genuinely disappointed, but his eyes held an unnerving intensity. Is Buster okay? My stomach clenched. He remembered my dog's name. Of course he did. He had pictures of Buster. He had pictures of me with Buster. I do not know. I stammered, already halfway to the door, fumbling for my purse. I have to go. I am so sorry. Mark, thank you for dinner. It was amazing, but I really have to run. He did not try to stop me physically, but his presence felt like a physical barrier. He walked me to the door, his eyes fixed on mine. Well, I hope Buster feels better, he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. Text me when you know. Okay. I would love to reschedule. I nodded frantically, not meeting his gaze, my hand already on the doorknob. Yeah, absolutely. Will do. Bye. I yanked the door open and practically sprinted out, not daring to look back. I could feel his eyes on my back as I fumbled for the elevator button, praying it would arrive quickly. The elevator ride down was agonizingly slow. Every second felt like an eternity. I kept glancing at the security camera in the corner, half expecting to see his face appear, a silent, knowing stare. When the doors finally chimed open, I bolted to the lobby and out into the cool night air, gasping for breath. I fumbled for my car keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. I started the engine, shoved the car into reverse, and sped out of the parking lot, not caring how reckless I looked. The streetlights blurred into streaks of light as I drove, my heart still pounding like a drum against my ribs. I did not stop until I was safely in my own driveway, my apartment building a familiar, comforting sight. But even then, the sense of security was shattered. I ran inside, locking the door, then the deadbolt, then the chain, frantically checking every window, every creak and shadow. My apartment, my sanctuary, now felt vulnerable, exposed. I collapsed onto my couch, the same couch I had been reading on in his horrifying photograph. The image flashed in my mind, vivid and terrifying. He had been there, watching. How many times? How long had he known me before I even knew he existed? A wave of nausea washed over me. I ran to the bathroom, emptying the contents of my stomach. The delicious carbonara now a bitter, acid memory. When I emerged, shaky and pale, I went straight to my laptop. I deleted my dating app profile. Then my Instagram, my IU2B, every public-facing social media account I had. I changed my passwords, feeling a desperate, futile need to erase myself from the digital world. But I knew it was too late. He already had me. He had all of me. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. Every shadow became a lurking figure. Every car that slowed down on my street sent a jolt of terror through me. I kept the curtains drawn, the lights low. I barely slept, haunted by the image of his smiling face, overlaid with the chilling tableau of my life on his corkboard. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was a misunderstanding, a bizarre coincidence. But the images were too clear, too specific. The photo of me reading in my living room, the one of me walking Buster, the one at my office window, these were not from public profiles. These were taken by someone who was actively, meticulously watching me. I started noticing things, small, unsettling details that I would previously dismissed. That time I would have been walking Buster in the park, and a car had driven by slowly, then sped up. Was that him? The way he would know my favorite coffee order. I would brush it off as a good memory. Now, it felt like a calculated piece of information. The way he would look at me sometimes, not with admiration, but with an intense, almost analytical gaze, as if he were confirming details he already knew. The world had shifted. The vibrant colors of my life had dulled, replaced by a constant, oppressive gray of suspicion. I felt like a character in one of those horror movies I used to love, only this was real, and I was the one being hunted. I tried to talk to my best friend, Maria. She listened patiently, her face etched with concern. "Sarah, are you sure?" she asked gently, her voice full of doubt. "Maybe it is a misunderstanding. He just sounds like a really intense fan. Maybe he got some photos online and just took it too far. Maria, he had photos of, all right, so listen, I have had my share of weird dates. You know, the kind that make you wonder if you are. Cursing yourself by even opening these apps. There was the guy who brought his pet ferret to a sushi restaurant, the woman, who insisted on explaining her elaborate conspiracy theories about the moon landing over artisanal cocktails, and then there was just a lot of dead air. A lot of people who were nothing like their pictures. I was honestly about ready to throw in the towel, delete my profile, and embrace a future filled with nothing but my cat, mittens, and maybe a subscription to a fancy cheese of the month club. But then, Emily, she popped up on my feed, and I swear it was like a little beam of hope cut through the digital gloom. Her profile picture was natural, smiling, not overly filtered. Her bio was witty, referencing a few niche interests I shared, things you do not usually see. No red flags, no weird demands, just normal, refreshing. I swiped right, almost without thinking. And to my surprise, we matched instantly. Our first few messages were easy, flowed like we would known each other for ages. We talked about books, about our favorite hiking trails, about the bizarre reality of modern dating itself. It was not forced, no awkward silences, just a genuine back and forth that felt right. We set up a date for that Friday, a casual drink at a bar downtown. I went in with low expectations, as always, but also with a tiny flickering spark of optimism. And let me tell you, that first date, it was magical. Emily was even more charming in person. Her laugh was infectious, her eyes sparkled when she talked about her work, and she had this habit of tucking a strand of hair behind her ear when she was really engaged in conversation. We talked for hours, closing down the bar without even realizing it. It felt like something out of a movie, cliche as that sounds. We had so much in common, so many uncanny shared experiences and interests, it was almost eerie. We even discovered we would both studied abroad in the same small town in Italy, just a year apart. The universe, I thought, was finally cutting me a break. The next few weeks were a blur of perfect dates, dinners, walks in the park, a spontaneous road trip to a small coastal town. Every time we were together, it felt like I would known her. My whole life, she remembered tiny details I would mention. Weeks ago, my favorite brand of obscure hot sauce, the name of my childhood pet, a specific story about a terrible boss from years past. She would bring it up casually, seamlessly, and I would just think, wow, she really listens. I would never felt so, seen so understood. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I would finally found the one. My apartment, for context, is pretty standard. It is a two-bedroom in an older building, not fancy, but comfortable. I have lived there for about 5 years now, after inheriting it from my estranged father. He was not exactly a sentimental man, and I was not exactly a sentimental son. Our relationship was strained, to put it mildly. He passed away suddenly, and managing his estate was a headache, but the apartment was a decent inheritance. I would spend a lot of time and a fair bit of money updating it, making it mine. New paint, new appliances, a complete overhaul of the living space. I would try to erase any trace of him, to make it a place of peace and new beginnings. It was my sanctuary, a place where I felt safe and in control. So, after our fifth or sixth date, things were really heating up. We were comfortable with each other, physically and emotionally. I felt like I was walking on air. That particular Friday night, we would go into a cozy little Italian place. She even remembered my favorite pasta dish, the one I would mention in passing on our first date, and subtly steered us toward a restaurant that served it. Like I said, magical. As the night wound down, the conversation turned continuing. It back at my place. I was a little nervous, a little excited. This felt like a big step, a natural progression. I wanted her to see my space, to see me in my element. We got back to my apartment building, the old brick facade, looking warm under the streetlights. The elevator creaked its way up to my floor, and I fumbled with my keys, a nervous excitement bubbling in my chest. I pushed open the door, gesturing for her to go in first. "Welcome to my humble abode," I said, trying to sound casual. Emily stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the living room. A soft smile played on her lips. "It is lovely, David," she said, her voice a little breathy. "Very you." I beamed, feeling a rush of pride. "Thanks. Make yourself at home. Can I get you anything? Wine, water, a tour." "Wine sounds perfect," she replied, heading towards a sofa. "And I think I can find my way around." I chuckled, walking to the kitchen. "Oh, really? You are that good with directions, huh?" "Something like that," she said, her voice a little distant, as if she was lost in thought. I uncorked a bottle of Cabernet, my mind already racing with the possibilities of the evening. This was it. This was real. I poured 2 glasses and brought them over to the coffee table. We settled onto the sofa, the soft glow of the lamps, creating a cozy atmosphere. We talked, laughed, just soaking in the comfort of each other's presence. Then it started. She took a sip of her wine, her gaze drifting to the bookshelf I had built myself last year. It was packed with books, some old, some new, a few obscure first editions I would collected. "You still have that copy of Dune with a torn cover," she observed, pointing to a specific spot on the middle shelf. "I remember you saying you loved that one." My brow furrowed slightly. "Yeah, it is a classic. But how did you know it had a torn cover? It is not exactly visible from here. I mean, it was torn, a small rip on the spine, but you had to be pretty close to see it." She waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, I do not know. I must have seen it in a picture you posted once, or maybe you mentioned it. You talk about your books a lot." I nodded, accepting the explanation. It was not entirely unreasonable. I do love my books. I do talk about them. Maybe I would posted a picture of my bookshelf on Instagram once, though I could not recall doing so with enough detail to show a torn cover. Still, it was a minor thing. A little while later, she excused herself to the bathroom. "It is just down the hall, right?" she asked, already heading that way. "Yep, first door on the left." I confirmed, a flicker of unease, starting to prickle at the back of my neck. I had not told her where the bathroom was. It was a small apartment, sure, but not that small, and she had not been in the hallway yet. I told myself I was being silly. It is a common layout. Most apartments have the bathroom off a main hallway. While she was gone, I tried to shake off the weird feeling. I checked my phone, scrolled through social media just to distract myself, but my mind kept replaying her words, her casual familiarity. I was being paranoid, right? This was Emily, the amazing woman I would have been falling for. There was nothing to worry about. She returned a few minutes later, looking fresh and composed. She sat back down, picking up her wine glass. Her gaze drifted to the small, framed photo on my end table picture of me and my mom from when I was a kid. Your mom always loved those little porcelain figurines, did not she? Emily commented, gesturing to the small, delicate bird figurine sitting beside the photo. She had a whole collection. My blood ran cold. The figurine was a gift from my mom. Yes, and she did love collecting them, but Emily had never met. My mother, I would barely even mention her beyond a passing remark about her living out of state. And that figurine, it had been tucked away in a box for years, only recently placed. There when I was tidying up, it was not something anyone would know about unless they would have been in my apartment. Really in my apartment, before I would moved in. Or, worse, gone. Through my personal effects. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The casual ease of her tone was now chilling. She smiled, a bright, innocent smile that did not quite reach. Her eyes. "Oh, I do not know. David, just a lucky guess. You talk about your family sometimes. But I did not. Not like that. Not about my mom's porcelain figurine hobby." I stared at her, my heart beginning to pound. An erratic rhythm against my ribs. My sanctuary suddenly felt like a cage. "No," I said, my voice gaining a shaky edge. "That is not something I would have mentioned. Nobody would know. That." Her smile faltered, just for a second. Her eyes, which had been so warm and inviting, seemed to deepen, darken. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice still soft, but with an undercurrent I could not quite place. I stood up, my mind racing. Paranoia was setting in, thick and suffocating. This was not just a series of coincidences. This was something else entirely. "Emily, what is going on? How do you know these things?" She set her wine glass down, slowly, deliberately. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. My eyes followed her, my muscles tensed. She stopped at the counter, directly in front of the spice rack. "You moved the spice rack," she said, her voice completely devoid of emotion now. "It used to be right here by the window. You always kept your cumin and paprika on the top shelf because you use them the most." My breath hitched. I had moved the spice rack just last month when I reorganized the kitchen. And yes, cumin and paprika were my go-to spices. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest, colder than anything I would ever felt. This was impossible. This was not a guess. This was knowledge, intimate knowledge of my Home, my habits. Who are you? I demanded, my voice shaking. How do you know this? Have you been in my apartment before? She turned, her expression unreadable. Oh, David, she said, a hint of sadness in her tone. I have been in this apartment more times than you can imagine, longer than you have even lived here. My mind reeled. Longer than I would lived here. That was 5 years. And I would extensively renovated the place. That is impossible. I stammered. I bought this place 5 years ago. I have lived here alone ever since. She took a slow step towards me. Then another. I instinctively backed away, bumping into the coffee table. You bought it. From your father, she corrected, her voice soft, but each word felt like a hammer blow. After he passed, you spent months stripping away everything, tried to erase him. But some things can't be painted over. David, my heart was doing acrobatics in my chest. How did she know about my father, about the renovations? I had not told her any of that. I barely told anyone. It was a painful chapter, one would. Worked hard to close. What do you want? I choked out, my eyes darting around. The room, looking for an escape, a weapon, anything. She stopped a few feet from me, her gaze sweeping over the room, lingering on specific spots. I want you to remember, David, she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. I want you to remember everything. She walked past me, towards a far corner of the living room, where a large antique Persian rug covered a section of the hardwood floor. I would bought the rug specifically to cover up an old stain, a dark, ugly splotch that would not come out no matter how much I scrubbed. A stain I did not want to think about, a remnant of my father's cruel presence. Emily knelt beside the rug, running her fingers over the thick pile. This is where it happened. Is not it? She asked, her voice barely audible. Right here. Your father, he was a monster. David. And you were just a boy, were not you? My blood ran cold. A wave of nausea washed over me. The memories, suppressed for decades, began to claw their way to the surface, sharp and visceral. The apartment, my safe haven, suddenly transformed into a nightmare. No, I gasped, shaking my head violently, trying to push the images back down. No, you do not know what you are talking about. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with an ancient, unimaginable pain. Oh, I know, David. I know exactly what I am talking about. I was here. I was right here. And then she started to describe it. She described the old couch that used to sit where mine knew. One was the faded floral pattern, the way the spring sagged. She described the heavy, oppressive smell of cigar smoke and stale beer that always permeated the air. She described the way the streetlight used to cast long, distorted shadows through the window at night, making the apartment feel even darker. It was October, she continued, her voice low and steady. A narrator to my own forgotten horror. A cold, rainy night. I was 7. My mom had left me with your father just for a few hours. She thought he was a good man. Everyone did. He had that charm, did not he? That way of convincing people he was harmless. The images flashed in my mind, fragmented and terrifying. My father, a hulking shadow, his voice a low growl. The fear in a small child's eyes. He was drinking. Emily went on, her gaze fixed on the rug. He always was. He got angry, said I was too loud, said I should be seen and not heard. I remembered it. I remembered hiding in my bedroom, a scrawny teenager, my ear pressed against the door listening to the sounds from the living room, the shouts, the whimpers, the sickening thud. I remembered the primal fear that had paralyzed me, frozen me in place, the terror of my father, the terror of what he was doing. He grabbed me, she said, her voice cracking slightly. Right here. He threw me. I hit my head on the corner of that old coffee table, the one you replaced with the sleek, modern one. The blood it poured out right onto the floorboards. That stain you try to cover up. David, that is my blood. My legs gave out. I collapsed onto the floor, my hands trembling. The stain, the dark, indelible mark I would try to scrub away, then paint it over, then finally cover with that expensive rug. It was not just a stain. It was a memory. A memory of violence, of a child's pain, of my cowardice. I remember seeing you. Emily said, her voice barely a whisper now, but it resonated through every cell of my body. You were standing in the doorway, just for a second, your eyes wide with fear. You saw it all, did not you? You saw him hit. Me, you saw me fall. You saw the blood. The memory slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I had seen it. I would crept out of my room, drawn by the commotion, and for a split second, I would witness the horror. My father, his face contorted with rage, standing over a small, still figure on the floor. And the blood. So much blood. I would, frozen, then stumbled back into my room, slammed the door, shut, and buried my face in my pillow, pretending I had not seen, had not heard, had not known. I would convince myself it was a dream, a nightmare. I would build a wall around that memory, brick by brick, for decades. You ran away, Emily continued, her voice laced with a haunting sorrow. You hid. You left me there, bleeding, alone. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. The guilt, the shame, the terror. So there I was, back on the dating apps. Again, you know the drill. Swipe left, another picture of a guy holding a fish. Swipe left, a girl with a Snapchat filter that makes her look like an alien. Swipe left. It was a hellish landscape, a digital purgatory for anyone over the age of 25 who had not already found their soulmate or settled for a houseplant. I was pushing 30, and the well of eligible, non-creepy, non-boring people in my city seemed to have dried up faster than a puddle in July. I am Alex, by the way, and usually I am a pretty level-headed guy. I work in it, so I deal with logic and systems all day. My life is pretty structured. I like things to make sense, which is probably why what happened next hit me so hard. It defied all logic, all reason, and frankly, all sanity. I would have been chatting with this woman, Clara, for about a week. She seemed normal. Her profile pictures were clear, no weird filters. She had a good job, talked about liking hiking and indie films, all the standard, non-threatening stuff. Our conversations were light, funny even. We talked about terrible dating app experiences, the absurdity of modern life, and our shared love for a particular obscure band. She seemed genuinely witty and intelligent, a rare find. I thought a flicker of cautious optimism ignited in my cynical heart. We decided on a first date at a relatively popular, but not too loud gastropub downtown. It was a place I would been to a few times. Good food, decent ambience. Safe. I arrived a few minutes early, as is my habit, grabbed a beer at the bar and waited. She walked in about 5 minutes later, and I recognized her immediately from her photos. She was even prettier in person, with warm brown eyes and a smile that reached them. She had this kind of effortless elegance, wearing a simple but chic dress. My cautious optimism actually brightened a little. Maybe, just maybe, this would not be another disaster. She spotted me, her smile widening, and walked over. "Alex." "Hi," she said, her voice a little softer than I would imagine, but just as friendly. "Clara." "Hey," I replied, standing up to greet her. We shook hands, a nice, firm handshake, not a limp fish. Good sign. We got a table, ordered some appetizers, and started talking. The conversation flowed easily, just like it had over text. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the weather, all the usual first date pleasantries. She was engaging, asked good questions, and laughed at my admittedly lame jokes. I felt myself relaxing, thinking, okay, Alex, you might have actually done it this time. You found a unicorn. Then, about 20 minutes in, after we had settled into a comfortable rhythm, she said something that made me pause. You know, she began, taking a sip of her wine. "This place is so much better than that awful Italian place we went to last time. Remember, the one with the checkered tablecloths and the waiter who kept calling us lovebirds?" She chuckled, a light, airy sound. I blinked. I do not think we have been to an Italian place before. "Clara," I said, a slight frown creasing my brow. "This is our first date, right?" I tried to keep my tone light, thinking maybe she would confuse me with someone else, or was just making a bad joke. She tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her own eyes. "What?" "No, Alex. We went to that little trattoria, Gigi's or something, about a month ago. You ordered the carbonara, and I had the lasagna. You even spilled some red wine on your shirt, and were so embarrassed." She smiled, a fond expression. It was cute. My heart gave a little lurch. Gigi's. I had been to Gigi's. It was a little trattoria. I had ordered carbonara there once, and yes, I had spilled wine on my shirt. But it had not been with her. It had been with Sarah. A disastrous third date with a woman who spent the entire evening talking about her ex-boyfriend's questionable parenting skills. "Clara, I really think you are mistaken," I said, forcing a polite smile. "I have never been on a date with you before. This is the first time we have met." Her smile faltered, replaced by a look of genuine bewilderment. "Alex, what are you talking about? Are you messing with me? This is our third date. We went to Gigi's, and then last week we went for a walk in the park by the river. You told me all about your terrible boss and how you want to get a cat, but were worried about the commitment." My blood ran cold. The park by the river. I had gone for a walk by the river last week. I had complained about my boss. And the cat thing. That was a conversation I would have with my sister, not even with a date. And certainly not with Clara. I had never seen this woman in my life until tonight. "Clara," I said, my voice a little tighter now. "I promise you, I have never met you. This is our first date. I matched with you on Bumble last week." She stared at me, her brown eyes wide and unblinking. The friendly warmth in them had vanished, replaced by a strange, almost vacant intensity. "Bumble? No, Alex. We met through Tinder. You messaged me first about my love for classic rock. Tinder. She was right about that. I had messaged her on Tinder. My mind was reeling. Okay, so she got the app wrong, but then hit on these incredibly specific details. It was unsettling. Deeply unsettling. "Okay, look." I tried, trying to sound calm, trying to rationalize this. "Maybe you are thinking of someone else. Maybe I have a doppelganger out there who looks exactly like me and has the same name." I attempted a weak laugh. She did not laugh back. Her expression hardened slightly. "Alex, you are not funny. What is going on? Why are you acting like this?" Her voice was still quiet, but there was an edge to it now, A tremor of something I could not quite place hurt. Anger. Confusion. All of them. Perhaps. I am not acting like anything. I countered, my own voice rising a fraction. I am telling you the truth. I do not know what you are talking about. I have never been on a date with you before tonight. She leaned forward, her eyes never leaving mine. Remember the time we were talking about your childhood dog? Buster. You said he was a golden retriever, and you cried for a week when he passed away. You were about 10. My breath hitched in my throat. Buster, my golden retriever. I had cried for a week when he died. I had not told anyone that story in years, not even my closest friends. It was a deeply personal memory. How could she possibly know that? How do you know about Buster? I whispered, my voice barely audible. The noise of the restaurant, the clinking of glasses, the murmur of conversation suddenly seemed to recede, leaving only her intense gaze and the pounding in my ears. A small, sad smile touched her lips. Because you told me, Alex, last Tuesday, we were sitting on that bench by the river, and you were feeling down about work. I asked you what made you happy as a kid, and you told me about Buster. Last Tuesday. I had been feeling down about work last Tuesday. I had even gone for a walk by the river, alone, to clear my head. I had not spoken to anyone. I was sure of it. That did not happen. Clara, I said, try to regain some control, some semblance of reality. I was alone last Tuesday. I did not talk to anyone. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Are you seeing someone else? Alex, is that why you are pretending not to know me? Because if you are, you should have just said so. Do not play these games. No, I said, probably a little too loudly. A couple at a nearby table glanced over. I lowered my voice. No, I am not seeing anyone else. I am not playing games. I honestly, truly do not know you. I have no memory of any of these dates you are talking about. She leaned back, her gaze unwavering, almost accusatory. You have a scar, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, just above your left eyebrow. You got it when you were 6, falling off your bike. You told me it was because you were trying to impress a girl named Jenny. I instinctively reached up and touched the faint, almost invisible scar. She was right. Every detail. Jenny, the bike, 6 years old. It was all true. And it was a story I had told maybe 3 people in my entire life. My mom, my best friend from childhood, and a girlfriend I would had in college. This was not public knowledge. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. A primal fear that had nothing to do with awkward dates and everything to do with something fundamentally wrong. My palms were sweating. My heart was hammering like a drum solo. Who are you? I asked, the words barely escaping my throat. She looked genuinely hurt then. I am Clara. Alex. We have been seeing each other for a month. We have talked every day. We even talked about you coming over to my place to watch a movie this weekend. You said you would bring popcorn. My place. My apartment. What did she know about my apartment? What? What movie? I stammered, my mind racing, trying to find a crack in her story, something I could refute. The one you wanted to rewatch, she said, a hint of exasperation now in her tone, that old sci-fi classic, Blade Runner. You said it was your favorite. It was my favorite. I had mentioned that on my dating profile, but so had a million other guys. But then she added, and you said you would bring the extra buttery kind, because you know I love it. I did love extra buttery popcorn. I had a specific brand I always bought. This was getting ridiculous and terrifying. Clara, I said, my voice shaking now. I do not know how you know these things, but I swear to God, I have never been on a date with you. I have never seen you before tonight. I do not remember any of this. Her expression shifted again, becoming something I can only describe as utterly desolate. You are scaring me. Alex, what kind of game is this? Did your friends put you up to this? Because it is not funny. I am not playing a game. I retorted, my fear turning into a desperate, almost frantic plea. I am telling you the truth. Every single thing you have said, it is like you are describing my life, but I have never shared it with you. How do you know these things? She just stared at me, her lips trembling slightly. You live in that apartment complex on Elm Street, number 3B. You have a terrible habit of leaving your coffee mug on the nightstand for days. And you always hum that annoying jingle from that old cereal commercial when you were doing the dishes. My blood ran completely cold. Elm Street, apartment 3B, the coffee mug, the cereal jingle, ridiculous, embarrassing habit I did when I thought no one was around. My apartment was spotless when I had people over, but my nightstand was a graveyard for forgotten mugs. This was not something you could glean from a dating profile or casual stalking. This was intimate, granular knowledge. Knowledge that only someone who had spent time inside my apartment would possess. But no one had. Not her. No. I whispered, shaking my head, my eyes wide with terror. No, you have never been to my apartment. I have never invited you over. Of course I have, she said, a tear rolling down her cheek. I helped you pick out those hideous green curtains you have in your living room last month. You said they were ironic, the hideous green curtains. I had bought them on a whim, thinking they were ironic. I hated them, and she knew at this point. I was not just scared. I was completely unmoored. My reality felt like it was crumbling around me. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate, cruel prank? Was she a professional stalker, a master manipulator? But the genuine hurt in her eyes, the way her voice trembled, it did not feel like performance. It felt like she truly believed every word she was saying. I need to go, I said, my voice hoarse. I started to push my chair back, my hands fumbling for my wallet. I just needed to get out of there, to breathe, to figure out what was happening. She reached across the table and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers cold. Alex, please, do not do this. I do not understand what is happening, but you are scaring me. Why are you pretending you do not know me? Her eyes were pleading, but there was something else there too, something desperate and almost manic. It was a look of someone whose own reality was being challenged, and she was clinging to hers with a terrifying tenacity. Let go of me, I said, trying to pull my hand away. Her grip tightened. No, not until you tell me why you are doing this, she cried, her voice rising now, drawing more attention from the surrounding tables. I am not doing anything, I practically yelled. I do not know you. Let go of me. Clara. Her face contorted then, her features twisting into something ugly and unfamiliar. The pleasant, pretty woman from 20 minutes ago was gone, replaced by a stranger whose eyes burned with a mixture of fury and despair. You are lying, she hissed, her voice low and venomous now, completely unlike the soft tone she would use earlier. You are a liar. Alex, you promised me. You said you liked me. You said you wanted to see where this goes. Her grip on my wrist was painful now, digging into my flesh. I could feel the blood draining from my face. This was not just a misunderstanding. This was something far, far worse. I never said any of that. I struggled, trying to yank my arm free. You've got the wrong person. You've got the wrong Alex. There is no other Alex, she shrieked, her voice cutting to the restaurant noise. People were openly staring now. Some were whispering. A waiter was heading our way, a look of concern on his face. There's only you, and you are mine. Her eyes, Those warm brown eyes seemed to swirl and darken for a split second, taking on an almost obsidian quality. A shiver, cold and sharp, ran down my spine. This was not just a crazy person. This was something else. Something impossible, with a surge of adrenaline. I finally ripped my arm free from her grasp. I scrambled out of my chair, knocking it over with a clatter. "I am leaving," I said, my voice ragged. "I am calling the police." "You can't leave me," she screamed, pushing her own chair back and standing up. She looked wild, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes blazing. "We are supposed to watch Blade Runner this weekend. You can't just abandon me." I did not bother to respond. I just turned and ran. I did not grab my jacket, did not pay the bill, did not even look back. I just fled, pushing past confused diners, bursting out of the restaurant and into the cool night air. I ran down the street, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance between myself and Clara as possible. My heart was still pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I finally ducked into an alleyway, leaning against a dumpster, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had just happened. My mind was a whirlwind of impossible thoughts. Was she a stalker of unprecedented skill, somehow gathering details about my life that only a phantom lover would know? But the way she spoke, the genuine belief in her voice, the hurt in her eyes, it felt too real, too raw to be an act. It felt like she was living a different reality, a reality where we had dated, where we had shared those intimate moments, where I had told her about Buster and the green curtains and the cereal jingle. But that was not my reality. I had never seen her before tonight. I pulled out my phone, my hand still shaking. I scrolled through my Bumble messages. Our conversation was there, exactly as I remembered it. Light, friendly, leading up to tonight. No mention of previous dates, no Italian restaurants, no river walks. Nothing. I checked my Tinder history too, just to be sure. Nothing there either. Just the initial match and a few messages, then nothing. Because I would switch to Bumble. My head was spinning. I felt like I was going insane. I finally managed to hail a cab and gave the driver my address. The ride home was a blur. I just kept staring out the window, trying to convince myself that I was safe, that it was over. But it was not. When I got to my apartment, I fumbled with my keys, my hands still trembling. I pushed open the door and stepped inside, immediately turning on every light. The familiar comfort of my home felt alien, tainted. My eyes immediately went to the living room. The hideous green curtains. They were still there, hanging exactly as I would left them. My coffee mug, from this morning, was sitting on my nightstand in the bedroom, just where I would left it. And then, as I walked into the kitchen to grab a glass of water, I found myself humming that stupid cereal jingle. I stopped abruptly, a cold wave of nausea washing over me. She knew. She knew these things because somehow, in some impossible way, she had been here, or thought she had. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, huddled on my couch, every shadow seeming to lengthen, every creak of the old building sounding like footsteps. I kept thinking about her face, twisted in that desperate, furious mask. "You are mine," she would said. The next morning, I called my best friend, Mark, and tried to explain. He listened patiently, then suggested maybe I would have too much to drink, or that she was a very good scam artist. But I knew it was not that. I had not even finished my first beer before things went sideways. And no scam. Artists could know about Buster, or the scar, or the cereal jingle. I called the police, but what was I going to tell them? A woman I met on a dating app claims we have been on multiple dates, knows intimate details about my life, and then got angry when I denied it. They would probably tell me to be more careful online, or suggest I get a restraining order if she contacted me again. But she had not threatened me, not directly. She would just been convinced. Desperately, terrifyingly convinced. I changed my locks that day. I deleted all my dating apps. I even contemplated moving, but where would I go? What if this was not about a specific location, but about me? A week passed, then two. I was jumpy, always looking over my shoulder. Every unfamiliar car, every shadow, every unexpected sound sent my heart racing. I kept my blinds drawn. I barely left my apartment, ordering groceries for delivery. I started to wonder if I was truly losing my mind. Maybe I had met her before. Maybe I was just forgetting. But how could I forget someone so vividly? And all those specific details she mentioned, if I had forgotten her, why would not I have forgotten those conversations too? Then one evening, I was sitting on my couch trying to read a book when my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. My hands trembled as I opened it. The message simply, "Reed still planning on Blade Runner this weekend. I've got the extra buttery popcorn." My blood ran cold. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, screen up. I stared at the message, paralyzed by a terror so profound it stole my breath. It was not just a text. Below the message, there was a picture of my living room, from inside my living room. It was taken from an angle near the doorway, looking towards the couch where I was sitting. In the foreground, slightly out of focus, was a bag of the exact brand of extra buttery popcorn I loved. And in the background, clearly visible, were my hideous green curtains. And my reflection, a terrified, pale face, staring back from the dark glass of the window, just behind the couch. I was not alone. Clara was here, or had been here, or was always here. I did not scream. I could not. The sound was trapped in my throat, strangled by pure, unadulterated fear. I did not move a muscle, did not even dare to breathe. My eyes darted around the room, searching for her, for any sign of her presence. The apartment was silent, too silent. Then a faint, almost imperceptible sound. A soft, familiar hum, coming from the kitchen. It was a jingle. The stupid, annoying serial jingle. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty that chilled me to my very core, that she was not living in a different reality anymore. She was here, in mine, and she always had been. I changed my locks, but that only bought me a fleeting sense of security, a flimsy bandage over a gaping wound. The moment the locksmith left, his truck rumbling down the street, I felt again that cold, crawling sensation on my skin. It was the absolute certainty that Ethan was not just gone. He was still out there, lurking, watching, waiting. The police had been useless, just like I would feared. A bored desk sergeant, a couple of officers who looked at me with thinly veiled skepticism. "Madam, he has not actually done anything," one of them had said, his voice dripping with condescension. "No physical assault, no property damage, no direct threats. A missing person flyer with your face on it. That is unusual, but not a crime in itself. He says it was a prank, a dark joke between friends. He says you have a vivid imagination. A dark joke. My face, my name, my birthmark, the exact date 2 weeks prior. A joke. My blood ran cold just thinking about it. They would call Ethan, of course. He would probably spun some masterful web of lies, charm them just like he would charm me. He was good at that. Too good. They told me to get a restraining order if he continued to bother me. But what exactly constituted bothering to them? A chilling smile, a knowing glance, the feeling that someone was always behind you. The new locks were heavy-duty, reinforced steel, but they felt like paper. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying every detail of his charming smile, the effortless conversation, the way he remembered my coffee order. And then, the switch to flyer, the cat food, the calm, predatory glint in his eyes. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a cage. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights on even in the daytime. I stopped going to my yoga studio. The thought of being predictable, of him knowing my routine, making my stomach churn. My friends called, concerned. I gave vague excuses, too ashamed, too terrified to explain the full, horrifying truth. How do you tell someone you're being stalked by a man you met on Tinder? A man who had a missing person flyer with your face on his corkboard? They would think I was crazy, or at least overly dramatic. The police certainly did. The first week was pure, unadulterated paranoia. Every car that slowed outside my building, every unfamiliar face in the grocery store, every anonymous number on my phone, it was him. I jumped at shadows. My heart hammered against my ribs. So often I thought it might just give out. I lost weight. My eyes developed dark circles. I barely ate, barely slept. Then the second week. That is when the feelings started to morph into something more concrete, more insidious. It began with the little things. So subtle you would question your own sanity. I would come home from work, utterly drained, and find my mail organized on a small table by the door. Not just picked up, but neatly stacked, facing the same direction. I always just tossed it on the table. I would tell myself I must have done it absent-mindedly, or maybe the mailman was having a particularly meticulous day. Then there was my coffee maker. I am a creature of habit. Every morning, I would fill the reservoir to the 4-cup mark, put in a fresh filter and 2 scoops of coffee. But twice that week, I found the reservoir at the 2-cup mark, and the coffee grounds slightly compressed, as if someone had pressed them down. I did not drink 2 cups. I did not press the grounds. I would stare at it, my breath catching in my throat, trying to rationalize it away. Maybe I was just more tired than usual. Maybe I was imagining things. My sleep deprivation was getting severe. After all, the real chilling moment came on a Tuesday. I had a particularly rough day at work, my boss breathing down my neck. I came home, threw my keys on the counter, and collapsed onto the couch, scrolling through my phone. A notification popped up, new comment on your latest Instagram post. I rarely posted, and I only had a handful of close friends who followed me. It was a picture of my apartment living room, taken months ago, just a bright, sunny shot of my plants. I tapped on it. The comment was not from a friend. It was from an account I did not recognize. No profile picture, just a string of random letters and numbers for a username. The comment read, "Looks like you could use a fresh bouquet of hydrangeas to brighten that corner. They're your favorite, right?" My blood ran cold. Hydrangeas were my favorite. I would mention it to Ethan once, maybe on our second date, a fleeting comment about how I love their vibrant colors. I would never post it about them, never mention them on social media. And that specific corner of my living room, the one in the Instagram photo, was exactly where I usually put flowers. My hand started to shake. This was not a coincidence. This was not my imagination. This was him. He was watching my social media, but more than that, he was referencing something deeply personal. Something he could only know if he had been paying unervingly close attention, or if he would have been in my apartment. I immediately blocked the account and deleted the comment, my heart pounding like a drum solo against my ribs. I felt violated, exposed. The new locks meant nothing if he could still get to me, still see me, still know what I was doing. I called the police again. This time, I tried to keep my voice calm, rational. He commented on my Instagram, referencing personal details, things he should not know, things I only told him. The officer on the phone sounded even more exasperated than before. "Madam, it is a public profile. Anyone can see it. And he is your ex. It is not uncommon for ex-partners to know personal details. We can't open an investigation based on an Instagram comment." I hung up defeated, tears stinging my eyes. They were not going to help me. No one was. I was alone in this. The next few days were a blur of terror. I bought blackout curtains, double-checked every window and door lock repeatedly. I even started sleeping with a heavy flashlight beside my bed, though I knew it would be useless against someone like Ethan. He was not a common burglar. He was something far more sinister. The anonymous texts started then. They were not threatening, not explicitly. They were just unsettling. Sleep well tonight. Hope you enjoyed your takeout from my favorite restaurant. That dress looks lovely on you, even for a quiet night in. Each text was a punch to the gut, a confirmation that he was still watching, still knew my every move. I changed my phone number, but the texts did not stop. They came from different numbers each time, untraceable. He was using burner phones or some kind of spoofing software. He was intelligent, methodical, and utterly relentless. I started to withdraw completely. My friends tried to reach out, but I pushed them away. How could I explain that I could not meet for coffee because I was terrified of leaving my apartment? Or that every time I looked out my window, I felt his eyes on me. They would tell me to get professional help, to see a therapist, to stop being so paranoid. But it was not paranoia if it was real. One evening, I was making dinner, a simple pasta dish. I had music playing, trying to drown out the silence, the oppressive quiet that always seemed to amplify my fear. I reach for the salt shaker, and my fingers brush against something small, cold, and metallic. It was a small silver key, not my apartment key or my car key. It looked like a locker key or maybe a mailbox key. It was nestled right beside my salt and pepper shakers, in a spot I used every single day. I froze, the wooden spoon clattering against the countertop. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it had not been there before. I was meticulous about my kitchen. I cleaned it every night. This key was new, and it could only have been placed there by one person. He had been in my apartment. Again, despite the new locks, despite my vigilance. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not just watching me from afar. He was entering my home, moving things, leaving tokens of his presence, just to mess with my head, to let me know he could. It was psychological torture, designed to break me down, to make me doubt my own sanity. I dropped to the floor, my legs giving out. Tears streamed down my face, hot and furious. This was not a game. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a man who was systematically dismantling my life, piece by terrifying piece. He wanted control. He wanted me. And that missing person flyer was not a joke. It was a promise. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bedroom, the door barricaded with a chair, clutching the flashlight. I did not sleep. I just stared at the key, lying on my kitchen counter, like a venomous insect. What did it unlock? What was he trying to tell me? The next morning, driven by a desperate need to reclaim some semblance of control, I decided I had to move. I called my landlord, explained I needed to break my lease due to unforeseen circumstances, and started frantically searching for new apartments, preferably in a different part of the city, an entirely new building, higher up, with a doorman, with cameras, anywhere I could feel safe again. But Ethan was not going to let me go that easily. The moving preparations were hell. Every box I packed felt like I was exposing myself further, making myself vulnerable. I packed quickly, nervously, constantly glancing over my shoulder. I decided to pack my books last, as they were heavy, and I wanted to make sure they were properly cushioned. As I lifted a stack of paperbacks from my bookshelf, something fell out from behind them, fluttering to the floor. It was a photograph, a Polaroid. My breath hitched in my throat. It was a picture of me, asleep in my bed. My hair was fanned out on the pillow, my mouth slightly open. I was wearing the ratty old college t-shirt I always slept in. The picture was taken from an angle directly above my bed, a slightly distorted, wide-angle shot, as if someone was standing on a chair right next to my head. My stomach lurched. This was not just a picture. This was proof. Proof he would have been in my bedroom while I was sleeping. This was beyond creeping me out. This was a direct invasion, a violation of the most intimate space in my life. The sheer audacity, the chilling confidence of it, made me feel physically ill. And then I saw it, scrawled on the back of the Polaroid in neat, familiar handwriting, sweet dreams, love. Do not worry. I will always watch over you. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. I dropped the photo as if it were burning my fingers. My entire body was shaking, tremors racking through me. This was not just a stalker, this was a predator, a monster who had been in my home, in my bedroom. While I was utterly helpless, the new locks, the changing of my number, the frantic apartment search, it was all pointless. He was always one step ahead. I did not call the police this time. What was the point? They would tell me it was just a photo, maybe from an old relationship or a prank. They would not understand the depth of the terror, the way it had seeped into every corner of my life. I knew I could not stay in that apartment another night. I grabbed my purse, my phone, and my car keys, leaving everything else behind. I did not care about my belongings. All I cared about was getting out. I fled, not bothering to lock the door behind me, knowing it would not matter anyway. I drove aimlessly for hours. The image of that Polaroid burned into my mind. I called my sister, my voice raw and trembling, finally spilling everything. She was horrified, of course, but also scared for me. She told me to come to her place, an hour's drive away, and to stay there as long as I needed. My sister, Sarah, lived in a small, quiet town outside the city. Her house felt like a fortress compared to my exposed apartment. For the first few days, I barely left her guest room, jumping at every unfamiliar sound. Sarah was incredibly supportive, listening patiently as I recounted the entire terrifying ordeal, validating my fear, and helping me feel less alone. She insisted I go back to the police, with the Polaroid as evidence. This time, with Sarah by my side, I felt a sliver of hope. The officers still seemed skeptical, but the photo of me sleeping with the handwritten message was harder to dismiss. They took the Polaroid, promised to look into it, and advised me to get a temporary restraining order. It felt like a hollow victory, but it was something. For a week, things were quiet. Too quiet. I started to relax, just a fraction. Maybe, just maybe, he would have gotten the message. Maybe the police involvement, however minimal, had scared him off. Sarah and I spent our evenings watching movies, cooking, trying to bring some normalcy back into my life. I even managed a few hours of uninterrupted sleep. Then the delivery arrived. It was a large, heavy box addressed to me, delivered to Sarah's house. I had not ordered anything. My heart immediately started to pound. Sarah, seeing the apprehension on my face, offered to open it. She sliced through the tape with a kitchen knife, and we both peered inside. The box was filled with soil. Fresh, dark earth. And nestled in the center, carefully wrapped, was a single vibrant hydrangea. My favorite shade of blue. My blood ran cold. This was not just a gift. This was a statement. He knew where I was. He knew my sister's address. He knew my favorite flower. He was still watching. He was still here. Sarah looked at me, her face pale, the color draining from her cheeks. This is him, is not it? She whispered. I could only nod, tears welling up in my eyes. We called the police again. This time, they took it a bit more seriously. The package, delivered to a new address, was undeniable proof of continued harassment. They sent an officer to take a statement and advised Sarah to be extra vigilant. They said they would try to trace the package, but it was likely sent anonymously. Another dead end. The sense of safety I would found at Sarah's house evaporated. We started double-checking her locks, keeping her blinds drawn. Sarah, despite her fear, remained strong for me. She insisted I stay, that we would face this together. A few days later, a strange car started appearing on Sarah's street. It was an older, dark sedan, always parked a few houses down. usually late in the evening. It would sit there for an hour or so, then drive away. We could not see the driver. The windows were too dark, but we both knew it was him. The terror escalated. I started having vivid nightmares. I would wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I could hear his footsteps outside Sarah's door or see his face press against her window. I was a prisoner again, this time in my sister's home. One afternoon, Sarah had to run to the grocery store. She insisted I stay put, promising to be quick. I sat in the living room, tried to read, but my mind kept drifting. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every sound seemed amplified. The house felt too quiet, too vulnerable. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen, but a morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer terror, compelled me to open it. It was a picture of Sarah in the grocery store, pushing her cart down an aisle. Her back was to the camera, but it was unmistakably her. The caption below, it read, "Your sister seems very supportive. It is a shame she is getting involved." My blood ran cold. He was not just watching me anymore. He was watching her. He was threatening her. My sister, who had done nothing but try to help me. This was not just about me anymore. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I had to do something. I could not let him hurt Sarah. A desperate plan began to form in my mind, born of fear and a twisted sense of responsibility. I knew he wanted me. He wanted control. Maybe, just maybe, if I confronted him alone, I could draw him away from Sarah, away from her home. I knew it was incredibly stupid, incredibly dangerous, but what other choice did I have? The police were useless. Running was not working. He would always find me. He would always find anyone I cared about. I had to face him. I remembered the key. The silver key he would left in my apartment. I had not thrown it away. In a moment of sheer panic before fleeing my apartment, I would swept it into my purse, a strange impulse to hold on to a piece of the horror, a tangible link to his madness. I retrieved it now, my fingers trembling as I held the cold metal. It was a locker key. But where? Then, a chilling thought struck me. When I would visit his apartment that first time, I would notice a small, old-fashioned post office box in the hallway, near his door. It was the kind you see in older buildings, with individual keys. Could it be for that? I knew it was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but I had to try. I could not just wait for him to make his next move, not when Sarah was in danger. I wrote a quick note to Sarah, explaining I had to go somewhere, but not detailing my insane plan. I did not want her to worry, or worse, try to stop me. I grabbed my car keys, a silver key, and a small, heavy wrench I found in Sarah's garage. It was not much, but it was something. Driving back to the city felt surreal. Every mile brought me closer to the source of my terror. I felt a strange mix of fear and grim determination. My heart hammered against my ribs, but my hands were steady on the wheel. I pulled up to Ethan's apartment building, parking a block away, hoping to avoid detection. The building was old, red brick, nondescript. I remember the heavy oak door, the dimly lit hallway. I took a deep breath, the wrench cold and heavy in my hand, concealed in my jacket pocket. The hallway was just as I remembered it. Quiet, slightly musty. The row of old mailboxes was on the left, near the elevator. I found the one that matched the number on the silver key. My hand shook as I inserted the key, turning it slowly. A soft click echoed in the silent hallway. Inside the mailbox, there was a single folded piece of paper. My name was scrawled on the front, in Ethan's distinctive handwriting. I unfolded it, my eyes scanning the words. It was not a threat. It was not a confession. It was an invitation. My dearest, my name. It read, "I knew you would find your way back to me. I have always known. Come up. A Apartment 3B. I have been waiting for you. We have so much to talk about. Do not worry. I won't hurt you. Not if you are good. I just want to make sure you are safe. With me, the message was chilling in its casual possessiveness. He had not just predicted I would find the key, he would know and I would come back. It was all part of his twisted game. He was not just observing, he was orchestrating. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to never look back. But the image of Sarah in the grocery store, the threat hanging over her, rooted me to the spot. I could not run anymore. Not when he was dragging innocent people into his madness. I took the elevator up to the 3rd floor, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Each floor felt like an eternity. The doors opened with soft chime, revealing a narrow hallway. Apartment 3B was at the end. The door was slightly ajar. He was inviting me in, or perhaps he was just confident I would not resist. I pushed the door open the rest of the way, stepping into the apartment. It was dark, the blinds drawn, only a sliver of light filtering through. The air was heavy, smelling faintly of something metallic and something sweet, like wilting flowers. Ethan, my voice was barely a whisper, trembling despite my efforts to control it. From the shadows of the living room, he emerged. He was standing by the corkboard, the one where I would seen the flyer. He was wearing a dark shirt, his hair neatly combed. He looked exactly as he had on our first date, charming, handsome, disarmingly normal, except for the smile. It was slow, predatory, and utterly devoid of warmth. I knew you would come, he said, his voice soft, almost tender. I told you. I always know. I gripped the wrench in my pocket, my knuckles white. What do you want? Ethan, I demanded, trying to inject some steel into my voice. He took a step closer, his eyes never leaving mine. I want you to be safe, to be happy, to be with me. He gestured vaguely around the room. This is our home. My name. You just have not realized it yet. My gaze fell on the corkboard. The missing person flyer was still there. My face, my name. But now, taped neatly beside it, was another photograph. It was the Polaroid, the one of me sleeping in my bed. And then I noticed something else. Tucked into the corner of the corkboard, almost hidden, was a small, tattered piece of paper. It looked like an old receipt or a ticket stub. I squinted, trying to make out the faded writing. It was a ticket from a bus station. A bus ticket for a trip out of state, purchased weeks ago. And the name on the ticket, it was not Ethan's. It was my name, my full name, purchased for the date of last seen October 12th. 2023, the date on the missing person flyer. A horrifying realization dawned on me, chilling me to my core. The missing person flyer was not just a threat. It was not just a sick joke. It was a plan. He had not just been watching me, he had been meticulously planning my disappearance, creating a false trail, an alibi for himself, making it look like I had run away. He had orchestrated every single detail, every subtle act of terror, to break me down, to make me isolated, to make me easy to take. He had already bought my ticket to oblivion. You planned this. I whispered, the words catching my throat. All of it. The flyer, the calls, the key you wanted me to come here. You wanted to make me disappear. His smile widened, a truly terrifying sight. Disappear? No, my love. I want you to reappear. With me. A new life. Just us. He took another step, closing the distance between us. You do not need the outside world anymore. You have me. I will take care of everything. He reached out, his hand slowly extending towards me. I saw the possessiveness in his eyes, the absolute conviction that I was his. The wrench suddenly felt insignificant, a child's toy against a vast, terrifying scope of his delusion. My mind raced. This was not a confrontation. This was an execution. He had lured me here, to the place where he would make me vanish. As his fingers brushed against my arm, a primal scream tore from my lungs. I swung the wrench, not even aiming, just reacting, a desperate, flailing attempt to fight back against a monster who wanted to erase me. The metal connected with something hard. A sickening thud echoed in the silent apartment. Ethan staggered back, a look of shock, then anger flashing across his face. He clutched his head, a dark stain blossoming on his temple. It was my chance. I turned and ran, not bothering to look back, not waiting to see if he was truly incapacitated. I burst out of the apartment, down the hallway, and slammed the elevator button repeatedly. The doors opened, and I scrambled inside, hitting the ground floor button with frantic urgency. As the door started to close, I saw him. He was standing in the doorway of his apartment, leaning against a frame, his hand still pressed to his bleeding head. His eyes met mine across the receding gap of the elevator doors. And despite the blood, despite the pain, he was still smiling. That calm, knowing, utterly terrifying smile. The doors closed, plunging me into temporary darkness, but his smile was still burned into my vision. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was not over. Not by a long shot. I had escaped his apartment, but I had not escaped him. The horror had only just begun. I was free, for now, but I would forever be looking over my shoulder, knowing that somewhere out there, Ethan was still waiting, still watching, still planning my perfect disappearance. And he still had that bus ticket with my name on it. The elevator doors slid shut, cutting off the sight of Ethan's calm, terrifying smile. But it did not cut off the image seared into my mind, a brand of pure, unadulterated evil. His eyes, devoid of pain or surprise, held a chilling knowingness, as if he had anticipated this, as if my desperate, wrench-swinging act was just another chapter in his sick, twisted story. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, threatening to burst free. The metallic hum of the elevator's descent was a drone against the ringing in my ears, a sound that would forever be synonymous with terror. I stumbled out into the lobby, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to move, one after the other, out of that building, away from that place. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to run. The city lights blurred around me, streetlights streaking into elongated smears of color, car headlights becoming blinding white blurs. I ran until my lungs burned, until the stitches in my side screamed, until the adrenaline that fueled my escape began to wane, leaving behind a sickening tremor that shook me to my core. I ended up huddled in a dimly lit bus stop shelter, shivering, not just from the cold, but from the profound terror that had finally caught up. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I wanted to call Sarah to warn her, to tell her everything, but the words caught in my throat. What would I even say? Hey, remember that stalker I told you about? Well, I just broke into his apartment and hit him over the head with a wrench. The police had already dismissed my fears. What would they do now? Arrest me? And even if they believed me, what good would it do? Ethan was not some petty criminal. He was a phantom, a shadow, a predator who always seemed to be one step ahead. The bus ticket in my name, for the date on his missing person flyer, replayed in my mind. He had not just been stalking me, he had been planning my disappearance. He wanted to erase me, to make me vanish, to own my narrative. And now, I had attacked him. What would that do to his plan? Would it make him angrier, more determined? Or would it just solidify his twisted conviction that I was just to control, just to mold into whatever sick fantasy he held in his mind? I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that my apartment was no longer safe. Sarah's place was definitely not safe. He would send hydrangeas there, for God's sake. He would photograph her in a grocery store. There was nowhere for me to go, nowhere for me to hide. My entire world had shrunk to the size of this bus stop shelter, and even here, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every passing car, every shadow, every distant siren sent a fresh jolt of panic through me. I spent the rest of the night walking aimlessly through the city, trying to outrun the fear, trying to outrun the image of Ethan's smile. As dawn approached, painting the sky in sickly shades of gray and bruised purple, a desperate plan began to form in my mind. It was reckless, dangerous, but it was the only thing I could think of. I needed to disappear, truly disappear, before he made me. And I needed to protect Sarah. That was the only thing that truly mattered now. I needed money, clean clothes, and my emergency bag. My emergency bag was a small duffel I kept hidden in the back of my closet, packed with a few days' worth of clothes, a burner phone, some cash, and a couple of non-perishable snacks. I had put together after my first few encounters with Ethan, a desperate attempt to feel some semblance of control. Now it was my lifeline. Going back to my apartment was a suicide mission. I knew it, but I had no choice. I could not just vanish into thin air without anything. I decided to wait until late morning, hoping Ethan would be preoccupied or still recovering from a wrench. The thought of him, injured, probably enraged, made my stomach churn. I hailed a cab a few blocks from my building, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I paid the driver in cash, telling him to drop me off at the corner, not directly in front. As I walked the last few yards, every nerve ending in my body screamed. My eyes darted from window to window, from parked car to parked car. Was he there? Was he watching? Waiting? The hallway of my apartment building was eerily silent. My hand trembled as I inserted my key, the new lock I would install now feeling utterly useless. The moment the lock clicked, a wave of nausea washed over me. He would have been inside. He would have left a Polaroid of me sleeping. He would have left the silver key. He would have been inside countless times. Was he inside now? I pushed the door open slowly, a shard of adrenaline slicing through my fear. The apartment was dark, the blinds drawn. A musty, stale smell hung in the air, a scent that was not my own, a scent that felt like an invasion. My eyes scanned every corner, every shadow. Nothing, just a familiar furniture, a familiar clutter, all of it now tainted by his presence. I moved with a frantic urgency, grabbing my emergency bag from the closet. I shoved some extra cash into it, my passport, a few sentimental items I could not bear to leave behind. My mind raced, trying to think of anything else I might need. My laptop. No, too traceable. My old flip phone. Yes, a backup to the burner. As I was zipping up the bag, my gaze fell upon my bookshelf, the place where he would left the Polaroid. I felt a sudden, morbid urge to check, to see if he would left anything else. My fingers trembled as I reached behind the books, expecting to find nothing, or perhaps another chilling message. Instead, my fingers brushed against something cold, metallic, and distinctly out of place. It was not paper. I pulled it out, my breath catching in my throat. It was a single silver dog tag, etched with a name I did not recognize, Leo. Underneath the name, a phone number. My blood ran cold. This was not just a random item. It was a message. It was a threat. It was a reminder that he was still here, still watching, still playing his twisted game. And the name, Leo, felt significant. A puzzle piece I could not quite fit into place. I dropped the dog tag as if it were burning my fingers, a silent scream trapped in my chest. He had been here. He was here, or he knew I would come back. This was a trap. I fled the apartment. The dog tag lying on the floor, a chilling testament to his omnipresence. I did not bother locking the door. What was the point? He had a key or 100 keys. For all I knew, out on the street, the city felt like a vast, open maw, ready to swallow me whole. I could not go to Sarah. I could not risk it. My sister, my only family, was his next target, a pawn in his game. I had to go completely off the grid. My mind raced, trying to conjure a safe haven. A friend I had not spoken to in years. A distant relative in another state. No, he was too smart. He would find them. He would find me. Then, a memory surfaced, a fleeting thought from years ago. An old college roommate, Maya, who had moved to a small, isolated town in the Pacific Northwest. She was a bit of a recluse, living off the grid herself, in a cabin deep in the woods. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only option that offered true anonymity. I bought a bus ticket to the closest major city to Maya's remote town, using cash and wearing a baseball cap pulled low, try to blend into the crowd. Every face in the bus station seemed to scrutinize me. Every whisper seemed to be about me. My paranoia was a living, breathing entity, coiling around my throat, squeezing the air out of me. The bus ride was a blur of sleepless hours, punctuated by vivid nightmares of Ethan's smile, of the bus ticket in my name, of the Polaroid of me sleeping. I could not shake the image of the silver dog tag. Leo. Who was Leo? Another victim. A past version of Ethan. The questions gnawed at me, adding another layer of dread to my already fractured psyche. When I finally arrived in the small town, it was late evening. The air was crisp and smelled of pine and damp earth. It was a stark contrast to the suffocating anonymity of the city. But here, the isolation felt even more profound. I called Maya from the burner phone, my voice hoarse from disuse and fear. She sounded surprised, but her warm, familiar voice was a balm to my raw nerves. I gave her a heavily edited version of the truth, enough to convey the urgency without revealing the full, terrifying scope of Ethan's obsession. I told her I was in trouble, that I needed to disappear for a while, that I could not tell anyone where I was. She did not press, just told me to take the old logging road out of town, past the old mill, and she would meet me at the fork in the path. The logging road was a tunnel of darkness, the trees towering overhead, blocking out the stars. The only sound was a crunch of my sneakers on the gravel and the frantic pounding of my heart. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see headlights, convinced I would see Ethan. He was a ghost, a specter, but he felt more real than anything else in the world. Maya's cabin was exactly as I remembered it, rustic, surrounded by towering evergreens and blissfully isolated. She hugged me tightly, a silent understanding passing between us. She did not ask questions, just handed me a mug of steaming herbal tea and led me to a small, cozy guest room. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a flicker of safety. But it was a fragile feeling, like a candle flame in a hurricane. The days that followed were a blur of restless sleep and jumpy waking hours. Maya was a godsend. She listened patiently when I finally, haltingly, told her the full story, her face a mask of concern. She did not judge, did not question my sanity, just offered practical advice in a quiet, comforting presence. She had a small arsenal of hunting rifles and knew how to use them, a fact that offered a small, desperate comfort. But even in the remote wilderness, Ethan's shadow loomed. A week after I arrived, Maya and I were out collecting wild berries. The sun was warm on my skin, and for a brief, fleeting moment, I almost forgot. Then, Maya stopped, her hand reaching out to grasp my arm. Her eyes were fixed on something just off the trail, tucked beneath a cluster of fern fronds. Perfectly placed as if waiting to be discovered, was a single, vibrant blue hydrangea, the same color he would send to Sarah. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. No, I whispered, the word a ragged gasp. No, he could not have. Maya's face was grim. This is not native to these woods, she said, her voice low. Someone put it here. We did not need to say his name. We both knew. He had found me. Again. He was here, in these remote, isolated woods. How? How did he always find me? The fragile sense of safety shattered, replaced by a fresh wave of terror. He was relentless. He was everywhere. We rushed back to the cabin. Maya grabbing one of her rifles, her eyes scanning the tree line, Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of panic through me. The woods, which had seemed so peaceful and protective, now felt like a vast, suffocating trap. That night, I could not sleep. The image of the hydrangea, stark and unnatural against the green forest floor, replayed in my mind. The silver dog tag from my apartment, the name Leo etched into it, flashed before my eyes. Who was Leo? Was he connected to Ethan? Was he another one of his victims? Or was he a part of Ethan's past, a clue to his madness? My mind, frayed and exhausted, latched onto the dog tag. It was a clue, the only one I had that was not directly about me. I needed to understand it. I needed to understand him. Maybe, just maybe, if I understood his motive, his past, I could predict his next move. I remembered the phone number on the dog tag. I had dropped it in my apartment, but I had memorized it in that frantic moment of terror. My hand shook as I typed the numbers into the burner phone. I did not know what I expected. A disconnected line. A wrong number. Ethan's voice. The phone rang once, twice, then a click. A woman's voice, tired but kind, answered. Hello. Hi. I whispered, my voice barely audible. My name is... It does not matter. I found a dog tag with the name Leo on it, and this number. I was wondering if you knew a Leo. There was a long silence on the other end, then a sigh. Leo was my son, she said, her voice cracking. He is gone. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I am so sorry, I said genuinely. I did not know. He went missing a few years ago, she continued, her voice filled with familiar sorrow. Never found a trace. The police, they did not do much. Said he probably just ran off. My mind reeled. Missing. The word echoed in my head, a chilling parallel to Ethan's flyer. Did he know someone named Ethan? I asked, a desperate shot in the dark. Another pause, this one longer. Ethan Miller, she asked, her voice tinged with sudden, sharp edge. Yes, Ethan was Leo's roommate. They went to college together. Ethan was the one who reported him missing. He seemed so concerned at first, so helpful, but then he just vanished too. Moved away. Did not even say goodbye. My blood ran cold. Ethan Miller, Leo's roommate. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying precision. This was not just about me. This was a pattern. Leo had not run off. He would have been made to disappear. Just like Ethan planned for me. The bus ticket, the flyer, it was not just a threat. It was his signature. Did you ever get the feeling that Ethan was not telling you everything? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Oh, honey, she said, her voice thick with unshed tears. I always had a feeling. A mother's intuition. You know, he was too calm, too perfect, always smiling, even when he was talking about Leo being gone. It gave me the creeps. I thanked her, my mind reeling, and hung up the phone. The burner phone now felt like a live wire, connecting me directly to Ethan's dark past. He had not just stalked me, he had chosen me. Chosen me because I was like Leo, or because I fit some sick fantasy he harbored from Leo's disappearance. He was a serial disappearer. He did not just stalk, he erased. The next morning, the terror intensified. Maya had set up motion-activated cameras around the cabin perimeter. One of them had captured something in the dead of night. A figure, cloaked in shadow, standing at the edge of the tree line, just watching the cabin. The resolution was not great, but there was no mistaking the silhouette. Tall, lean, with that familiar, predatory stillness. Ethan, he is playing with us. Maya said, her voice tight with anger. He wants you to know he is here. He wants you to be scared. And I was more scared than I had ever been in my life. The woods, which I had hoped would be my sanctuary, were now his hunting ground. He was toying with me, savoring my fear, just as he had with Leo, just as he had with me in my apartment. I knew I could not stay. Maya was in danger. I was a target, and anyone near me would become one too. I had to leave. But where? Where could I go that he would not find? Me. He was a ghost, a phantom, always one step ahead. A new, desperate resolve hardened in me. I could not keep running. He would never stop. I had to fight back. Not with a wrench, not with futile attempts to escape, but with my mind. I had to outsmart him. I had to expose him. For Leo, for Sarah, for myself. I remembered the missing person flyer in his apartment, the one with my face on it. He did not just want me gone. He wanted to control the narrative of my disappearance. He wanted to make it seem like I would vanish willingly. That is why he would bought the bus ticket in my name. What if I turned his own game against him? What if I disappeared, but not in the way he wanted? What if I left a trail of breadcrumb that would lead to him, not to my fabricated disappearance? I told Maya my plan. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and admiration. "It is insane," she said, "but it just might work." The plan was simple, yet terrifyingly risky. I would leave a series of clues, public but obscure, that only someone looking for me, someone who knew the truth, would understand. Clues that would point to Ethan. First, I needed to make it look like I had truly vanished from Maya's cabin. We staged a scene: an overturned chair, a half-eaten meal, a note saying I was going for a walk and would be back soon. A classic missing person setup. Then, I would leave. The first clue was the hardest. I chose a small, local library in a town about an hour's drive from Maya's. I walked in, my heart pounding, and found a specific book, a collection of Edgar Allan Poe's short stories, specifically The Telltale Heart. I slipped a folded piece of paper inside, on the page where the narrator confesses his crime. On the paper, I wrote Leo's heartbeats on, and then a series of numbers that, when decrypted, would spell out Ethan's full name. I knew he would eventually find it. He would be looking for me, for any trace. He was meticulous, observant, and I knew he would recognize the reference to Leo. The second clue was more public. I went to a small, unassuming coffee shop in another town. I ordered a black coffee, just like Ethan always ordered. As I left, I subtly placed a small, blue hydrangea petal on the counter near the sugar packets. It was a subtle, almost invisible gesture, but I knew he would understand. It was his signature, twisted against him. The third clue involved Sarah. This was the riskiest, but it was essential. I could not call her, could not text her, could not put her in direct contact with me. But I could leave a message for her, one that only she would understand. I went to a small, independent bookstore in a bigger city, a place Sarah loved. I found a copy of her favorite novel, Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. On the inside cover, I wrote in tiny, almost invisible script, "He is not Maxim. Look for Leo." And then, the number for Leo's mother. I knew Sarah would recognize the reference to the novel, the chilling parallel of a woman being haunted by a past presence. And I knew she would call the number. My hope was that Sarah, armed with the information about Leo, would finally be able to convince the police. Or at least, she would have a starting point, a thread to pull on that would unravel Ethan's carefully constructed facade. As I made my way from town to town, leaving my desperate breadcrumbs, I felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration. I was no longer just running. I was fighting back. I was playing his game, but by my rules. Days turned into a week. I slept in cheap motels, always with one eye open, always listening. I kept the burner phone charged, waiting for something to happen, waiting for Ethan to make his move. Then the call came. Not from Sarah, not from the police, but from an unknown number. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the answer button, my heart pounding. It could be him. It almost certainly was. I answered, Hello, love, a calm, familiar voice purred. Ethan, you have been busy. My blood ran cold. He had found my trail. He had found my clues. Leo's heart beats on. He chuckled, a chilling sound. Very clever. And the hydrangea petal. A nice touch. You always did appreciate the details. What do you want? Ethan, I managed, my voice trembling despite my efforts to keep it steady. What I have always wanted, he said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. But now I want to finish what you started. You hit me, remember? That was rude. A challenge, if you will, and I do not like to lose. You are a monster. I spat, a surge of adrenaline momentarily overriding my fear. You made Leo disappear. You planned to make me disappear. Leo was an unfortunate incident, he said, his voice eerily devoid of emotion. He just did not understand. He did not appreciate what I was trying to do. You, though, you are learning. You are becoming quite resourceful. I knew you had it in you. His words twisted my stomach. He was not angry. He was pleased. He saw my fight as a sign of my potential, a sign that I was finally becoming the person he wanted me to be. Where are you? I demanded, my voice shaking. Oh, I am everywhere, love, he purred. But do not worry. I will make it easy for you. You want to play a game? Let us play. My apartment. Tonight, come alone and bring the wrench. We will finish this. He hung up before I could respond, leaving me staring at the dead phone, my mind a maelstrom of fear and desperate resolve. He wanted me to come back. He wanted to finish it. He wanted to play. I knew it was a trap, a deadly, inescapable trap. But I also knew I could not run anymore. He would never stop. And if I did not face him, Sarah would remain in danger. Leo's mother would never get justice. I had to go. I called Sarah. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. Sarah, I choked out, "It is me?" Listen carefully. I can't explain everything, but I need you to do something for me. I need you to call Leo's mother. Her number is... I rattled off the number I had, memorized. Tell her everything. Tell her about Ethan. Tell her about the flyer. Tell her everything I told you. Then, I need you to call the police. Tell them you have information about Ethan Miller, a serial missing person suspect. Tell them about Leo. Tell them where Ethan lives. Tell them I am going there tonight. What? Sarah cried, her voice laced with terror. No, you can't go back there. He will kill you. I have to. Sarah, I said, a grim determination settling over me. It is the only way to stop him. If anything happens to me, you have to make sure they find him. You have to tell them about Leo. Promise me. Sarah, promise me you will tell them everything. There was a moment of silence. Then Sarah's voice, broken but firm, came through the phone. I promise. But please be careful. Please come back. I will try. I whispered and hung up. I made my way back to the city, a cold, empty feeling in my gut. I did not bring a wrench. I did not bring anything. This was not about violence anymore. This was about exposure. This was about justice. As I approached Ethan's apartment building, the familiar dread washed over me, but this time it was tempered with a strange, fierce resolve. The lights in his apartment were on, a single beacon in the night. He was waiting. I entered the building, my footsteps echoing in the silent lobby. The elevator ride up felt interminable. Each floor a step closer to my fate. When the doors opened, Ethan was standing there, just outside his apartment door, a wide, unsettling smile on his face. Right on time, love, he said, his eyes gleaming with a predatory satisfaction. I knew you would come. He stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. The apartment was pristine, almost sterile, as if it would clean away all traces of our last encounter. The missing person flyer was still on the wall, but now beside it was another one, a new one. It was a picture of me, a flattering, almost artistic shot, but under it, in bold letters, it read missing. Last seen tonight's date. My breath caught in my throat. He had already prepared my disappearance. He was so confident, so sure. You are not going to win. Ethan, I said, my voice steady, betraying the terror churning inside me. I told Sarah everything. She knows about Leo. She knows about you. The police are coming. His smile did not waver. Oh, Sarah, such a loyal sister. But do you really think they will believe her? A distraught sister making wild accusations. And even if they did, by the time they get here, you will be long gone. Just like Leo, a tragic disappearance. The woods are so vast, so unforgiving. He knew about my time in the woods. He had been watching, always watching. You are sick, I whispered, my voice thick with disgust. I am a visionary, he corrected, his eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. I see potential. I see beauty where others see mundane existence. I take lost souls and I set them free. Free from the constraints of their old lives. Free to become something new, something extraordinary. With me, he took a step towards me, his hand reaching out. I flinched, instinctively stepping back. Do not worry, love, he said, his voice soft, almost tender. It won't hurt, not for long. And then we will be together, forever, just you and me. And you will never have to worry about anything again. My mind raced. Sarah was calling the police. But would they get here in time? Would they even believe her? I had to buy time. I had to keep him talking. Why Leo? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. What did he do? Ethan's smile faltered, a flicker of something dark crossing his face. Leo was weak. He was ungrateful. He did not understand the gift I was offering. He wanted to go back to his old life. He wanted to escape. And that, love, is something I simply cannot allow. He took another step, closing the distance between us. His eyes were fixed on mine, a terrifying blend of adoration and possession. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would explode. This was it. This was the end. Just as his hand reached for me, a loud, insistent knocking echoed through the apartment building. Not on his door, but on the main entrance downstairs. A siren wailed in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. Ethan froze, his eyes widening in a mixture of disbelief and fury. His carefully constructed calm shattered, replaced by a raw, primal rage. He glanced at the door, then back at me, his face contorted into a mask of pure hatred. You ruined everything, he hissed, his voice a guttural snarl. You always ruin everything. He lunged, not for me, but for a heavy, antique vase on a nearby table. My instinct screamed. I didn't. The duct tape lay in sticky, crumpled heaps around my feet, a testament to the agonizing struggle that had just transpired. My wrists and ankles, raw and chafed, throbbed with a dull ache, but the pain was a welcome sensation, a sharp reminder that I was finally unbound. My mouth, too, felt raw, the skin around it tender and sensitive, but the freedom to breathe, to even make a sound if I dared, was intoxicating. I clutched a heavy lamp I would found not the ugly one in the living room, but a smaller, brassy thing from the bedside table, its weight accompanying anchor in my trembling hands. Mark was asleep. I could hear his deep, even breaths from the other side of the bedroom. The darkness was absolute, save for the faint sliver of moonlight peeking through the gap in the curtains, illuminating dust motes dancing in the stale air. My legs, atrophied from weeks of disuse, felt like jelly, threatening to buckle with every shift of my weight. I leaned against the wall, taking shallow, ragged breaths, trying to steady my racing heart. This was it. This was my chance. Every muscle in my body screamed with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. The memory of that brief, unwitting visit to this apartment months ago was now my blueprint. I knew the layout. I knew the window. It was my only way out. Slowly, meticulously, I began to move. Each step was a silent prayer, a gamble against the creaking floorboards and the oppressive stillness of the night. The bedroom door was directly opposite Mark's side of the bed. I had to pass him. The thought made my stomach churn, a cold knot of dread tightening in my gut. What if he stirred? What if he woke up? I edged along the wall, my fingers trailing lightly over the rough texture of the wallpaper, using it as a guide. My bare feet barely grazed the carpet, each movement deliberate, agonizingly slow. The heavy lamp in my hand felt both like a shield and a weapon, its cold metal a stark contrast to my clammy skin. I could hear Mark's breathing, closer now, each exhale a soft, rhythmic hiss in the suffocating silence. It felt like an eternity just across the width of the room. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, strained to make out the outline of his form under the covers, a dark lump in the terrifying expanse of the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, forcing myself to push past the terror. I could not afford to freeze now. Finally, I reached the door. My fingers trembled as they found the cold metal of the doorknob. It was one of those old-fashioned ones, a brass handle that sometimes squeaked if you were not careful. I took another deep breath, trying to calm the frantic hammering of my heart against my ribs. Slowly, painstakingly, I turned it. The mechanism groaned, a tiny, almost imperceptible sound, but in the dead silence of the room, it felt like a gunshot. I froze, my breath hitched in my throat, my eyes darting back to Mark's sleeping form. Nothing. His breathing remained steady, undisturbed. A wave of relief, so potent it almost made my knees buckle, washed over me. I pushed the door inward, inch by agonizing inch, trying to prevent any friction against the frame. It opened without a sound, a dark rectangle appearing in the wall. The hallway beyond was even darker, a black void stretching into the unknown. Stepping out of the bedroom felt like crossing a threshold into another dimension. The air immediately felt colder, thinner. The carpet gave way to hardwood in the hallway, and I winced, bracing myself for the potential echo of my bare feet. I moved with the grace of a phantom, my senses on high alert, every nerve ending screaming. The apartment felt vast and unfamiliar in the darkness, a labyrinth designed to trap me. I remembered the layout from my fleeting visit. Bedroom, then a short hallway leading into the living room on the left, and the kitchen on the right. The bathroom was somewhere in between. My target was a living room, the window facing the street. As I crept down the hallway, my hand still clutching the lamp, memories flashed through my mind like disjointed fragments. Mark's voice, a chilling parody of affection, speaking of our new life. The photos of my old life, held up as if to mock me, the constant, gnawing panic. But now, those memories were fuel. They were fire. I reached the end of the hallway, where it opened into the main living space. The air here felt different, heavier, laden with a faint, lingering scent of stale food and something else, something metallic and unsettling that I could not quite place. My eyes scanned the darkness, searching for the familiar shape of the furniture, trying to orient myself. And then I saw it, the ugly lamp. It stood in the corner of the living room, a grotesque monstrosity of tangled metal and mismatched shades, exactly as I remembered it. It was a beacon in the darkness, a grotesque landmark, confirming I was in the right place. The sight of it, though still ugly, filled me with a strange sense of validation, a grim satisfaction. I had not imagined it. This was the place. This was my prison. My gaze immediately shifted to the wall, where I remembered the window being. It was a large, double-paned window, facing out onto what I recalled was a quiet side street. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo. Freedom was within reach. I took a cautious step into the living room, then another. The floorboards here groaned slightly under my weight, a tiny, protesting sigh. I froze, listening, straining to hear any change in Mark's breathing from the bedroom. Still steady, still asleep, the silence stretched, taut and suffocating. Reaching the window felt like an eternity. Each step was a monumental effort, my legs protesting, my mind screaming at me to run, to sprint, but I forced myself to maintain the slow, deliberate pace. I did not want to risk tripping, did not want to make any sudden noise that might alert him. Finally, my fingers brushed against the cold glass of the window. It was taller than I remembered, reaching almost to the ceiling and wide, offering a tantalizing glimpse of the dark street outside, punctuated by the distant glow of a street lamp. I pressed my face against the glass, my breath fogging it instantly. The air outside looked crisp and clean, a stark contrast to the stale, recycled air of the apartment. I looked down. We were on the second floor, maybe 2 stories up. Too high for a simple jump, but not impossible if I could find a way to climb down, or if there was a ledge, a fire escape. I could not see clearly in the dark, but the ground looked far away, a blur of concrete and shadow. First things first, I had to get it open. I fumbled along the frame, searching for a latch or a lock. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, brushed against a small metal lever. I tried to push it, to slide it, but it would not budge. It was locked, and probably had been for years. Mark would not have left it unlocked, not with me here. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my resolve. What if I could not open it? What if this was a dead end? But then I remembered the heavy lamp in my hand. My weapon, my tool. This was it. There was no other way. I had to break it. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest. The noise would be deafening. It would wake him. I knew it, but I had no choice. I gripped the heavy brass lamp, its base solid and unyielding. I pulled my arm back, my muscles screaming in protest, and for a split second, I hesitated. The sheer terror of the sound, of his awakening, threatened to paralyze me. But then, the image of his face, his possessive gaze, his chilling words, flashed in my mind. The weeks of terror, the endless darkness, the feeling of being a helpless animal. No, I would not go back there. Not ever. With a primal scream that was swallowed, before it could fully escape my throat, I swung the lamp with all my might. Crash. The sound was apocalyptic. A thunderous roar that ripped through the silence of the apartment, followed by the sickening crunch of glass shattering, scattering in a million glittering shards across the floor. A cold gust of night air rushed into the gaping hole, carrying with it the smell of freedom and the bitter tang of imminent danger. My ears rang, and for a moment, I was disoriented, the shock waves of the impact reverberating through my entire body. But there was no time to process it. From the bedroom, I heard it, a guttural groan, a sudden thrashing of sheets, and then a voice. What the hell was that? Mark's voice, thick with sleep and confusion, but quickly sharpening into something colder, more menacing. He was awake. Adrenaline surged through me, burning away the last vestiges of fear. Now it was pure fight or flight. I dropped the broken lamp, its usefulness now expended, and scrambled onto the windowsill, heedless of the jagged glass that still clung to the frame. My bare feet crunched on the shards on the floor, but I barely registered the pain. No. Hey, what are you doing? Mark's voice was closer now, laced with a terrifying blend of disbelief and rage. I could hear the thud of his bare feet hitting the bedroom floor, the frantic rustle of him getting up. He was coming. He was coming for me. I peered out the window, my eyes frantically searching for an escape route. There was no fire escape, just a sheer drop to the ground. But below me, about 4 feet down, there was a narrow ornamental ledge, barely wide enough to stand on. And from there, maybe I could shimmy along the wall to a drain pipe I vaguely remembered seeing from the street. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was my only shot. Get back here. You can't leave. Mark's voice boomed from the living room. Closer, much closer. I heard the frantic scrabbling of his feet on the hardwood floor, the heavy thud of his body as he moved. He was in the living room. I swung my legs over the sill, my hands gripping the frame, shards of glass digging into my palms, but I did not care. The cold night air was a shock against my skin, raising goosebumps, but it also felt invigorating, a promise of freedom. My feet fumbled for the narrow ledge below. I said, "Get back here." Mark roared, his voice now right behind me, filled with a terrifying, possessive fury. I felt a sudden, searing pain as something grabbed my ankle, a vice-like grip that threatened to yank me back inside. His hand. He had me. No. I screamed, a raw, animal sound ripped from my throat. I kicked wildly, my foot connecting with something soft but solid. A grunt escaped him. He did not let go. "You're not going anywhere," he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous growl right next to my ear. I could feel his breath on my neck, hot and foul. I twisted, trying to break free, my arms flailing, scrabbling for purchase on the window frame. My other foot found the ledge, and I pushed off, trying to leverage myself away from his grip. The glass around the frame dug deeper into my hands, but I ignored the pain. He pulled harder, his grip on my ankle like iron. My body was half in, half out the window, suspended precariously between the confines of his prison and the terrifying freedom of the outside world. I could see the street below, a dizzying chasm. "Let me go," I shrieked, my voice cracking. "Never. You are mine," he hissed, his face now a terrifying blur in the darkness, inches from mine. I could feel his body pressing against my back, his weight threatening to crush me. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I was losing strength. His grip was too strong. I was going to be pulled back in. The thought ignited a fresh surge of desperate energy. I could not let him win. Not after all of this. Not after I would come so close. My free hand, still stinging from the broken glass, clawed blindly around the windowsill, searching for anything at all, to use as a weapon. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. A shard of glass. A large, jagged piece that had broken off the frame. Without thinking, without hesitation, I snatched it up. "You want me?" I screamed, my voice raw with hatred and terror. "Then take this." I swung the glass shard back, a desperate, wild arc, aiming for whatever part I could reach. I felt the sharp edge connect with something. A sickening thud, followed by a choked gasp. Mark's grip on my ankle suddenly loosened. A gurgling sound escaped his throat. I did not wait. I kicked out again, hard, my foot connecting with his chest. He stumbled back, releasing me completely. I scrambled out onto the narrow ledge, my body pressed flat against the cold brick wall, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I risked a glance back inside. Mark was standing just inside the window frame, one hand pressed to his neck, his eyes wide with shock and something else betrayal. A dark, rapidly spreading stain bloomed on his shirt. The glass shard, glinting dully, lay on the floor at his feet. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a terrifying mix of fury and disbelief, as if he could not comprehend my defiance. "You bid," he started, a gurgle interrupting him. I did not let him finish. I did not wait for him to recover. My eyes scanned the wall, desperately searching for the drain pipe. There was a thick, old metal pipe running vertically down the side of the building, about 10 feet to my left. It looked sturdy. It was my only hope. The ledge was precarious, barely wide enough for my feet. I shuffled sideways, inch by agonizing inch, my fingers scrabbling against the rough brickwork, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The wind whipped around me, making me feel even more exposed, more vulnerable. I could hear Mark moving inside, a heavy, stumbling sound, followed by a crash. He was coming after me. He would not give up. Every muscle in my body screamed with the effort. my bare feet slipping on the dusty, uneven surface of the ledge. I risked another glance back. Mark was at the window again, his face a mass of rage, his eyes fixed on me. He took a step onto the sill, as if he intended to climb out after me. "Do not you dare." I screamed, my voice hoarse. He hesitated, perhaps realizing the danger of the narrow ledge. Or perhaps the wound was worse than I thought. But his eyes, oh God, his eyes were still burning with that terrifying, possessive fire. I reached the drain pipe. It was cold and grimy, but it felt like salvation. I wrapped my arms around it, testing its strength, then slowly, carefully, I began to lower myself. My hands were raw, my muscles screaming, but I did not stop. I slid down, skinning my knees and elbows against a rough brick, the metal pipe cold and unforgiving against my body. Each foot I descended felt like a victory, each slip a heart-stopping near disaster. I could hear Mark yelling from above, his voice a distorted, enraged roar that seemed to echo in the night. "You will regret this. You will be sorry." I ignored him. I focused solely on the cold metal in my hands, the rough brick under my feet, the promise of solid ground. Finally, my feet touched something soft. Grass. I was on the ground. I released the pipe, my legs buckling beneath me, and collapsed onto the damp earth, gasping for breath. The world spun around me. My body throbbed with pain, every inch of me screaming in protest. But I was out. I was free. I lay there for a moment, my lungs burning, the cold night air filling my senses. The taste of dirt and freedom was intoxicating. But then, the image of Mark's face, contorted in rage, flashed in my mind. He knew where I was. He knew what I had done. He would not just let me go. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the euphoria. I had to get away. Now, I pushed myself up, my legs weak and trembling, and started to run. I did not know where I was going, did not care. I just ran. Down the street, away from the apartment, away from the broken window, away from Mark. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, making every tree, every parked car, seem like a lurking threat. My bare feet slapped against the cold pavement, each step sending a jolt of pain to my battered body. I could feel the blood trickling from my hands, from my scraped knees, but I barely noticed. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that apartment. I ran until my lungs burned, until a stitch in my side threatened to tear me apart. I ran until I saw the distant glow of a gas station sign, a beacon of civilization in the terrifying darkness. With a renewed surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself harder, stumbling, almost falling, but refusing to stop. I burst into the brightly lit gas station, a wild, disheveled apparition, my hair matted, my clothes torn, my body covered in dirt and blood. The lone clerk, a young man with wide, startled eyes, stared at me as if I were a ghost. "Help me." I gasped, my voice raw and broken. "Please, help me." He kept me. He had me trapped. The words tumbled out, incoherent and frantic, but the terror in my eyes, the desperation in my voice, must have been enough. The clerk, after a moment of stunned silence, reached for the phone. As he spoke to the dispatcher, I sank to the floor, leaning against the cold, sterile shelves of snacks and drinks. The bright fluorescent lights fell harsh on my eyes, but I welcomed them. They banished the shadows, banished the lurking fear of Mark's face, of his apartment. The police arrived quickly, their flashing lights a blinding kaleidoscope against the dark night sky. They asked questions, gentle but firm, their voices calm against the frantic hammering of my heart. I told them everything. About Mark, about the apartment, about the ugly lamp, about the scratch on the wall, about the weeks of terror, and about the desperate, terrifying escape. They took me to the hospital. The doctors cleaned my wounds, bandaged my hands, and gave me something to calm my shattered nerves. My family was called. My parents, their faces etched with weeks of agony, rushed to my side, their tears mingling with mine. It was over. I was safe, or so I told myself. In the days and weeks that followed, the police found Mark. He was still in the apartment, bleeding heavily from the wound I had inflicted, but alive. He was arrested, charged, and eventually convicted. Justice, they said, had been served. But even now, months later, the horror lingers. I see the ugly lamp in my nightmares, its twisted metal a symbol of my captivity. I hear Mark's voice, his possessive whispers, his enraged roars, echoing in the quiet moments of my life. I feel the phantom grip on my ankle, the cold brick against my back, the terrifying drop below the window. Sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, I glance at the window, and for a split second, I imagine his face, pressed against the glass, watching me. I know it is just my imagination, a cruel trick of a traumatized mind. He is in prison. He can't hurt me, but the fear, the chilling, bone-deep fear, still remains. Because even though I escaped his physical prison, a part of me will always be trapped on that dark rug, bound and gagged, forever haunted by the memory of the man who stole my life and the apartment that became my living nightmare. And I know, deep down, that some scars, the ones etched onto your soul, never truly heal. The world was a muffled, terrifying blur. The duct tape, so efficient in silencing my screams, also pressed hard against my cheeks, numbing them. My wrists and ankles ached, raw and chafed against the relentless stickiness. I was lying on my side on a thick, dark rug that smelled faintly of stale air and something metallic, something I did not want to identify. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight, but a sliver of light from the hallway cut to the bottom of the door, illuminating dust motes dancing in the oppressive stillness. My own clothes, neatly folded and hung in Mark's closet, seemed to mock me. Each familiar garment, a cruel reminder of a life that was now irrevocably gone. A life I would taken for granted. A life where I could walk my dog, grab a coffee, laugh with a friend without being meticulously documented, cataloged, and ultimately erased. Panic, cold and sharp, was a constant companion. A frantic heartbeat in my throat. Every fiber of my being screamed to fight, to tear the tape, to escape. But my body was useless, a puppet with severed strings. I tried to wriggle, to twist, to test the strength of the bonds. But the tape held firm, digging deeper into my skin. The effort only left me exhausted, my muscles trembling, my breath ragged beneath the tape. I heard Mark moving in the living room. The clink of glasses, the murmur of a TV show I could not quite discern. He was out there, living his normal life, while I was here his trophy, his project, his missing person. The thought made my stomach churn with a sickening mix of terror and disgust. He was not just a stalker, he was a creator of realities. He had made me disappear, and then he had filled that void with his own twisted version of me. Time became a fluid, terrifying concept. Hours stretched into an eternity. I must have drifted in and out of consciousness, jolted awake by the slightest sound, my heart hammering. At some point, the bedroom door opened. The sliver of light widened, and Mark's silhouette filled the frame. He did not say anything, just stood there for a long moment, watching me. I could feel his gaze, possessive and chilling, even through the darkness. Then he moved, slowly, deliberately. He knelt beside me, his presence a heavy weight in the room. I could smell him now, a faint cologne, a hint of something sterile, and something else, something cloying and sweet, like decaying flowers. He reached out, his fingers brushing my hair, a horrifying parody of affection. I flinched, but he just chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You're going to be so much happier here." "Sarah," he murmured, his voice a soft, almost tender whisper. "Away from all the noise, all the distractions. We can finally get to know each other properly." He spoke as if this was a romantic getaway, a secluded retreat. I had been planning this for so long. Every detail. "Your comfort is paramount." He gently, almost delicately, removed the tape from my mouth. The sudden rush of air, the ability to breathe freely, was disorienting. My jaw ached, and my tongue felt thick and clumsy. I tried to speak, but only a dry, croaking sound escaped. Thirsty, he asked, his tone still unervingly solicitous. He held a glass of water to my lips. I hesitated, my mind screaming no, but my body was parched, desperate for moisture. I took a small sip, my eyes fixed on his. They were dark, unreadable, but with an intensity that burned right through me. "Good girl," he said, a patronizing smile playing on his lips. "Do not worry. I am not going to hurt you. Not if you cooperate. This is for your own good, you see. You were lost. I found you. I am rescuing you." He spoke of my life as a problem, a disease he was curing. He talked about relocation, about a new beginning, about us. He talked about how he would watch me, how he knew my habits, my favorite coffee, the way I always scratched my dog behind the ears. He even mentioned the faded floral wallpaper in my bathroom, a detail that made my blood run cold, confirming his intimate surveillance. "I know you are scared right now," he continued, his thumb gently caressing my cheek, making me want to recoil, to scream, to vomit. "But that will pass. You will understand. You will see that this is where you belong. With me." He re-taped my mouth, this time with a practiced ease that suggested he would have done this before. The click of the door as he left echoed in the silence, leaving me once again in the oppressive darkness, my thoughts a frantic, jumbled mess. The next few days blurred into an indistinguishable cycle of terror and exhaustion. Mark maintained a meticulous routine. He would come in at specific times, always with food and water. He would untape my mouth, watch me eat, and then retape it. He would help me to the bathroom, always keeping a firm grip, always watching. He never left me alone for long, and he never removed the bindings from my wrists and ankles. He would talk to me endlessly, monologues about his plans for us, about the flaws of my previous life, about the beauty of our new existence. He would show me more pictures from his corkboard, pointing out details, reliving moments of my stolen life as if they were shared memories. "Remember this day," he would say, holding up a photo of me laughing with a friend. "You were so happy. But it was fleeting, was not it? Empty." His words were poison, seeping into my mind, try to erode my sense of self, my reality. He never raised his voice, never physically hurt me beyond the discomfort of the bindings, but his control was absolute, suffocating. He was trying to break me, not with brute force, but with a relentless psychological assault. He wanted me to believe his narrative, to accept my fate. I fought back in the only ways I could. I refused eye contact. I tried to ignore his words. I would struggle against the tape, leaving my wrists and ankles raw and bleeding. Sometimes he would sigh, a sound of disappointment, and tighten the tape. "You are making this harder than it has to be. Sarah," he would say almost sadly, "but you will learn." One afternoon, probably the 5th or 6th day of my captivity, I would lost track. Mark was particularly chatty. He had brought in a tray with a sandwich and a glass of milk. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching me eat. The curtains were still drawn, but a sliver of sunlight managed to pierce a gap, illuminating the dust in the air and a small, faded stain on the carpet near the wall. It looked like a coffee stain, old and neglected. "You know," he said, breaking the silence, "this apartment, it is perfect for us. It is secluded, private, and it is good bones. I did a lot of work on it, of course. Previous tenants did not appreciate it, did not care for it properly, but I have made it a home. Our home." He gestured vaguely around the room. "I even kept some of the original fixtures, like that ugly lamp in the living room. Most people would have thrown it out, but I found a certain charm in its anachronism. A little piece of history, you know." My mind, dulled by fear and exhaustion, latched onto his words. "Ugly lamp in the living room." My eyes darted to the bedroom door, imagining the living room beyond. "What kind of lamp?" He went on, oblivious to the sudden shift in my internal state. "It is all part of the process. Building something new, from the ground up, with you. Sarah, we are building a new life." His words faded into a background amaze. Sudden, sharp jolt went through me. Not a physical jolt, but a mental one. A memory surfacing from the murky depths of my subconscious. A memory triggered by his casual mention of an ugly lamp and an apartment he would worked on. It was a few months ago, maybe 6 or 7. My friend, Chloe, was moving out of her apartment. She lived in a building a few blocks from mine, a slightly older, brick complex with a small, cramped parking lot. I would gone over to help her pack. Chloe was a notorious procrastinator, and on moving day, her place was still a chaotic mess of boxes, bubble wrap, and half-packed belongings. We would have been at it for hours, hauling boxes, disassembling furniture. It was late afternoon, and I was exhausted, my hands grimy and aching. Chloe had asked me to run down to her car to grab a specific box of books she would forgotten. My hands were full with other items. She would handed me a potted plant, a stack of old magazines, her spare keys. As I walked down the hallway, juggling everything, I felt a sudden, desperate need to adjust my grip, to free a hand. I saw an apartment door just a few down from Chloe's, standing slightly ajar. It looked empty, a dark, silent void. Without thinking, just needing a momentary resting place for the plant and magazines, I pushed the door open a little wider and stepped inside, just barely over the threshold. It was empty, completely. The floors were bare wood, dusty and scuffed. The walls were a pale, neutral beige, with a few faint shadows where pictures had once hung. A single, rather distinctive lamp stood in the corner of the living room, a tall, spindly thing with a dark, almost bronze base and a pleated, slightly yellowed fabric shade. It was indeed ugly, distinctly ugly. I remembered thinking, who would keep something like that? It looked like something from a bygone era, out of place in even this slightly dated apartment. I quickly set the plant and magazines down on the floor, just inside the doorway, adjusted my grip on the keys, and then quickly retrieved them, backing out of the apartment. I had not spent more than 10 seconds inside, probably less. It was a fleeting, unremarkable moment, a tiny blip in my day, instantly forgotten. I had not even registered the apartment number, just that it was empty. Chloe's apartment was 3B. This one was probably 3D or something. Just another unit in the building. But now, sitting here, bound and gagged in Mark's bedroom, the memory slammed into me with the force of physical blow. The ugly lamp, the pale beige walls, the scuffed wooden floors beneath the carpet, the way the afternoon light had filtered through the window, illuminating dust motes. It was this apartment. My breath hitched beneath the tape. My eyes, wide with a fresh wave of terror, darted around the room. The layout, the specific way the light fell, even the faint, underlying smell of old wood and dust that the carpet and Mark's cologne could not quite mask. It was all clicking into place, a horrifying, cosmic joke. I had been in Mark's apartment before, months before I ever met him, months before he started stalking me. I had unknowingly stepped into my future prison, a brief, innocent intrusion into a space that would one day become my cage. The realization was more terrifying than anything Mark had said or done. It added a layer of inescapable dread, a sense of predestination. It was not just that he had chosen me, it was as if this apartment, this trap, had been waiting for me, drawing me in, a spider's web I would wander into long before I even saw the spider. Mark, still oblivious to the earthquake that had just rocked my internal world, continued his monologue. I even thought about getting rid of that lamp, but then I thought, no, it is character. A story, just like you. Sarah, you have a story. And now, we are writing the next chapter together. He smiled a gentle, possessive smile, and then, with his usual precise movements, re-taped my mouth. He cleared the tray and left the room, leaving me alone with my horrifying new realization. I lay there, my mind reeling. The apartment was not just a place he had chosen. It was a place I would already known. And he had no idea. He thought he was the architect of my fate, the grand orchestrator. But I had a secret, a sliver of knowledge that he had not accounted for. Did it change anything? Did it give me an advantage? I did not know. All it did, at first, was deepen the pit of despair in my stomach. It made me feel even more trapped, as if the universe itself was conspiring against me. But then, slowly, a different feeling began to emerge. A tiny, flickering ember of something that was not despair. It was curiosity, and then defiance. If I knew something about this apartment that he did not, perhaps there were other things. If I had seen it empty, perhaps I remembered details he had overlooked or things he had changed. My memory of that brief, innocuous moment was now a weapon, a hidden map. I started to observe my surroundings with a renewed intensity. Every scuff on the floor, every imperfection in the wall, every sound from beyond the bedroom door took on new significance. I focused on the bedroom itself. The faded coffee stain on the rug near the wall. Had that been there before? I could not remember, but it was a detail. I remembered the layout of the living room from my brief entry. The door was to my left as I entered the apartment. The ugly lamp was in the far corner. The window overlooked a small, enclosed courtyard, not the street. If I could get to that window, my wrists and ankles were raw, but I started testing the tape again with more purpose. Not just to escape, but to understand its limitations. The duct tape was industrial strength, but it was also applied tightly, meaning any movement was restricted, but also that the edges of the tape might, over time, begin to curl or fray. I needed to pick at it, to work it. Days turned into weeks. Mark's control remained absolute, but my internal struggle had shifted. I was no longer just a terrified prisoner. I was a prisoner with a secret, a hidden piece of knowledge that gave me a fragile sense of agency. Mark's monologues grew increasingly unsettling. He started talking about other projects. He never explicitly mentioned other people, but the way he spoke of fixing things, of curating lives, of his collection, sent a cold dread through me. He would bring in clothes, not just mine, but other women's clothing, and carefully fold them into empty drawers in the closet. Some of the clothes looked vaguely familiar, like things I might have seen other women wearing around the neighborhood. It was a terrifying implication. Was I just one of many? Was this apartment a revolving door victims? One night, I heard a strange thumping sound from the living room. It was rhythmic, almost like someone was dropping something heavy, repeatedly. My heart pounded. Was he bringing someone else here? My mind raced, imagining the worst. The thumping went on for a long time, then stopped abruptly. Mark came into the bedroom a little later, looking flushed, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He did not say anything, just looked at me with that unervingly calm smile, then left. The next morning, when he brought me food, I noticed a faint metallic smell that had not been there before. It was subtle, almost masked by his cologne and the stale air, but I recognized it. The smell of something being cleaned, something being scrubbed, something bloody. The terror intensified, but so did my resolve. I could not just wait for him to decide my fate. I had to act. My eyes constantly scanned the room, the apartment. I remembered the window in the living room. From my brief entry, I knew it was not a ground floor apartment, but it was not excessively high either. Maybe the third floor. If I could reach it, could I break it? Could I scream for help? I started paying closer attention to Mark's habits. He always locked the bedroom door when he left. He always checked the tape, but he also had a routine. He would leave for a few hours each day, presumably to work or run errands. During those times, the apartment was silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. One afternoon, a small, almost imperceptible detail caught my eye. The wall directly opposite the bed, near the dresser, had a faint, horizontal scratch. It was thin, almost hair-like, but it looked fresh, not like the old scuffs on the floor. It was at about waist height, if I were standing. Then it hit me. when Mark had dragged me from the living room to the bedroom. My body was limp, struggling. He had pulled me by my arms, my legs trailing. My belt buckle or a metal button on my jeans could have scraped against the wall. This was my mark, my tiny, desperate signature on my prison wall. It was a small thing, but it gave me a surge of adrenaline. I was still here. I was still fighting. I began to work on the tape around my wrists with a new strategy. Instead of just pulling, I tried to twist and rub the edges against each other, creating friction. It was slow, agonizing work, and it chafed my skin raw, but I could feel the smallest bit of give. The adhesive, under constant pressure and friction, was slowly, infinitesimally losing its grip. One night, I woke up with a start. The apartment was completely dark, silent. Mark had not come in to check on me. He must have fallen asleep. This was my chance. My fingers, numb and clumsy, worked frantically at the tape. I rubbed, twisted, pulled. The pain was immense, a searing fire across my wrists, but I ignored it. I focused on the small, almost imperceptible tear in the edge of the tape, trying to widen it. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My muscles screamed. My breath came in ragged gasps. And then, with a final, desperate tug, one of my wrists came free. A wave of dizzying triumph washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of panic. I was free, but only partially. My other wrist was still bound, and my ankles were still taped, and my mouth was still covered. I used my free hand to work on the other wrist. It was easier now with one hand to help. The tape was stubborn, but eventually, after what felt like an hour, my other wrist was free. My hands were shaking, covered in sticky residue and blood from the raw skin, but they were mine again. The first thing I did was tear the tape from my mouth. A gasp of air, a choked sob, escaped me. My jaw ached, but the relief was immense. Now, the ankles, this was harder. I had to contort my body, using my freed hands to pick at the tape around my feet. The position was awkward, painful, but I was driven by a desperate, primal need for freedom. Finally, with a tearing sound, one ankle came loose. Then the other. I was free. I lay there for a moment, trembling, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. The room was still dark, silent. Mark was still asleep. I slowly, cautiously, pushed myself up into a sitting position. My legs were stiff, my muscles screaming in protest. I tried to stand, but my legs buckled, weak from disuse. I had to lean against the bed, using it for support. My eyes scanned the room. The door. It was locked. I remembered the faint click when Mark closed it. I crept to the door, my bare feet silent on the carpet. I put my ear against the wood. Silence. I tried the doorknob. Locked as expected. My heart sank. What now? I was free from the tape, but still trapped in the bedroom. Then I remembered Mark's words. I even kept some of the original fixtures, like that ugly lamp in the living room, and my own memory of the window in the living room overlooking the courtyard. I needed to get to the living room. I looked around the bedroom again, desperately searching for anything, a tool, a weapon, a way out. My eyes fell on the nightstand beside the bed. There was a small, heavy ceramic lamp on it. Not the kind of lamp Mark had mentioned, but a solid, sturdy one. I grabbed it, my hand shaking. It was surprisingly heavy, cold to the touch. This would have to do. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I had to be quiet. So quiet. I raised the ceramic lamp, aiming for the door. Dating in your late 20s is a special kind of hell. It is not the Wild West of college, where you could stumble into a relationship at a frat party and it might actually last. No, by the time you hit your late 20s, everyone's got baggage. Some of it carry-on, some of it industrial-sized shipping containers. I would seen my fair share of both. My last relationship had ended with me realizing I would have been dating a ghost, a person so utterly devoid of personality or ambition that I might as well have been talking to a particularly well-dressed mannequin. Before that, let's just say my dating life was less a string of pearls and more a tangled mess of fishing line, hooks, and the occasional dead fish. So, when I finally decided to dip my toes back in the swamp that is online dating, specifically Tinder, I was not exactly brimming with optimism. It was more a resigned sigh, a fine, I will give it another shot kind of feeling. I swiped, I chatted, I endured the usual barrage of unsolicited shirtless pics and pickup lines that sounded like they would have been pulled from a bad 90s rom-com. And then there was Mark. Mark's profile was normal, almost suspiciously so. Good pictures, not too many selfies, a decent job description, and a bio that mentioned hiking and craft beer, the usual safe, appealing stuff. We matched, and our initial conversations were easy. He was witty, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He did not immediately try to steer the conversation into the gutter, which, sadly, was a huge win in my book. We talked for about a week, exchanged numbers, and then he suggested dinner. There's this amazing Italian place downtown, he texted. It has got this incredible truffle pasta. You would love it. It sounded perfect. Italian food, a nice restaurant, a chance to finally meet the seemingly normal, charming guy in person. I was cautiously optimistic. Maybe, just maybe, I would finally found someone who was not a walking red flag. The day of the date. I spent way too long picking out an outfit. A simple black dress, not too fancy, but elegant enough. I did my hair, put on a bit more makeup than usual, and even splurged on new lipstick. I wanted to make a good impression. And I admit, I wanted to feel good about myself after so many disappointing dating experiences. Mark arrived right on time, pulling up in a sleek, dark sedan. He looked even better in person, tall, dark hair, a confident smile, and eyes that were surprisingly intense shade of blue. He got out of the car, opened my door, and offered a genuine compliment on my dress. You look stunning. Sarah, he said, his voice a smooth baritone. Seriously. Wow. I felt a blush creep up my neck. Thanks. Mark, you look pretty sharp yourself. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Try my best to keep up. The initial drive was pleasant enough. We chatted easily, expanding on topics we had touched on in our texts. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my family. He seemed genuinely engaged, not just waiting for his turn to talk. I felt myself relaxing, the cautious optimism turning into something a little more real. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the date that would actually go somewhere. But then, I started to notice things. Small things at first, almost imperceptible. We should have been hitting the main downtown thoroughfare by now, but we were still on a residential street. I glanced out the window, trying to orient myself. Are we going a different way? I asked, trying to sound casual. I thought the Italian place was more central. Mark gave me a quick, reassuring smile. Oh, yeah, it is. Just taking a little shortcut. Traffic's a nightmare this time of night. I nodded, though I had not noticed any unusual traffic. It was a Tuesday, not exactly peak hour. But I shrugged it off. He probably knew the area better than I did. I would only lived in the city for a few years. The shortcut, however, did not seem to be leading us toward downtown. The streets became narrower, the houses more spaced out. The streetlights grew fewer and farther between. The city lights, which should have been growing brighter, were instead fading into a dull glow behind us. Mark, I said, my voice a little tighter now. This does not look like the way to the restaurant. Are you sure you are going the right direction? He chuckled again, that same low, pleasant sound, but this time it sent a tiny shiver down my spine. It felt a little forced. Relax. Sarah, I know exactly where I am going. I have got a surprise for you. A surprise. My mind immediately went to worst-case scenarios. Was he taking me to some dive bar, he thought, was cool, or maybe some quirky, off the beaten path place that was actually amazing. I tried to push down the rising anxiety. This was a first date. It was supposed to be fun, not a scene from a bad thriller. But the surroundings continued to devolve. The pavement ended, replaced by a gravel road. Trees, dense and dark, began to loom on either side of us, their branches forming a shadowy tunnel over the car. The air grew cooler, and I could smell the damp earth and pine needles. We were in the woods. Definitely in the woods. My heart started to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper now. "This is not funny. Where are we going? Take me to the restaurant or take me home?" Now, he did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his hands tight on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the narrow beam of the headlights. The only sound was the crunch of gravel beneath the tires and the frantic thumping of my own blood in my ears. "Mark," I practically shouted, my composure finally cracking. "Pull over. I want to get out." He finally turned his head, and the smile he gave me this time was chilling. It did not reach his eyes. His eyes were cold, flat, like chips of ice. "No, you do not. Sarah," he said, his voice still calm, still smooth, but now laced with an undercurrent of something utterly predatory. "We are almost there." "Almost where?" I demanded, my hand fumbling for the door handle. It was locked. Of course it was. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried my phone. No signal. Panic began to claw its way up my throat, tightening its grip. We drove deeper into the darkness, the trees growing thicker, more menacing. I could feel the car bouncing over unseen roots and rocks. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and something earthy and damp, like decay. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he slowed the car and pulled off the gravel path, bumping over a nearly invisible track into a small clearing. He killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic hammering of my heart. Total darkness enveloped us, save for the weak glow of the dashboard lights and the sliver of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy above. "Get out, Sarah," he said, his voice a low growl now, completely devoid of the charm it had held just an hour ago. I stared straight ahead, my body rigid with terror. "No. What do you want? Why are you doing this?" He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance. "Do not make this difficult. Just get out of the car." He reached over and with a click unlocked my door. I knew I had two choices: stay in the car and face whatever he had planned for me there, or get out and try to run into the unknown darkness of the woods. Neither option seemed good, but the thought of being trapped in that confined space with him was unbearable. With a shaky breath, I pushed open the door and stumbled out, my heels sinking slightly into the soft earth. The cold night air hit me, sharp and biting. I wrapped my arms around myself, not just from the cold, but from the overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Mark got out of the car too, and for the first time, I noticed something glinting in his hand. A small, dark object. I could not make it out in the dim light, but my mind supplied every terrifying possibility. A knife, a gun. "What is that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He ignored me. He just stood there, watching me, his eyes still those chilling chips of ice. "Walk," he commanded, gesturing deeper into the trees. "Walk where?" I pleaded. "Mark, please, just tell me what you want. I have money. I can give you whatever you want." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "Money? Oh. Sarah, you really do not understand, do you?" He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. "I do not want your money." My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a plan, anything. But my thoughts were a frantic scramble of fear. I was alone, deep in the woods, with a man who had gone from charming Tinder date to terrifying predator in less than an hour. "Walk," he repeated, his voice harder this time. "Or I will make you." I started walking, My legs feeling like lead, my eyes darting around, trying to find some landmark, some sign of a path, anything that was not just an endless wall of dark trees. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and fallen leaves, and my dress shoes were completely unsuitable for this terrain. I stumbled, nearly falling several times. Mark followed close behind, his presence a heavy weight on my back. We walked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. The air grew heavier, colder. The sound of the forest, once just a background hum, now seemed sinister. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl, every snap of a twig sounded like a threat. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, a faint, flickering light. Not a street light, not a house light. It was a fire, and as we got closer, the smell hit me wood smoke, yes, but also something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. We emerged into another small clearing, this one even more secluded than the first. In the center, a small, controlled campfire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on surrounding trees. And around the fire, arranged in a grotesque circle, were things. My breath caught in my throat. They were crude effigies, scarecrow-like figures made of sticks and branches, draped with scraps of cloth. But what made my stomach churn was what they held. Each one had something tied to it, something that glinted in the firelight. Jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and not just cheap trinkets. I recognized a silver locket, a pearl necklace, a diamond stud, women's jewelry, and then I saw the other things. Small, faded photographs, pinned to the effigies, pictures of women, smiling women, women who looked like me, like they were on a good date or a night out with friends, women who were now just faces on a stick, surrounded by their stolen treasures. My blood ran cold. This was not about money. This was not a random act of violence. This was ritualistic. He was not just a mugger or a kidnapper. He was something far, far worse. Mark stepped past me, towards a fire, and I saw the object in his hand more clearly. It was not a knife. It was a small, ornate silver box. He opened it, and the firelight glinted off something inside. "These are my trophies. Sarah," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, as if he were admiring a collection of rare butterflies. Each one represents a memory, a special moment. He turned to face me, and the look in his eyes was utterly devoid of humanity. It was the look of a collector, admiring a new acquisition. And soon you will be one of them. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He collected women. Not just their jewelry, not just their pictures, but their lives, their very essence. And I was next. A primal scream tore through me, but was trapped in my throat, a silent, desperate cry. My body, however, finally decided to act. Without thinking, without a plan. I turned and bolted. My high heels were a death trap. I kicked them off without a second, thought, not caring where they landed. Barefoot, I plunged into the darkness of the woods, the sharp stones and twigs digging into the soles of my feet. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I could hear Mark's footsteps behind me, surprisingly fast, surprisingly close. He was not running, not yet, but he was moving with a terrifying efficiency. He was hunting me. Adrenaline surged through my veins, dulling the pain in my feet. I pushed through low-hanging branches, ignoring the scratches on my arms and face. My lungs burned, my throat was raw, but I kept running, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The woods were a disorienting maze. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow seemed to hide a lurking danger. I stumbled, fell, scrambled back to my feet, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I could hear Mark calling my name, his voice calm, almost playful, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Sarah, do not you want to stay and chat?" We were just getting to know each other. His words were worse than any growl or threat. They were mocking, chillingly casual. He was enjoying this. I forced myself to keep going, weaving between trees, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I could hear him closer now, the rustling of leaves, the snap of a twig. He was gaining on me. Suddenly, my foot landed on something soft and squishy. I slipped, twisted my ankle, and went down hard. A searing pain shot up my leg. I cried out, a pathetic whimper, and then immediately clamped my hand over my mouth. I lay there, panting, trying to control the pain, trying to control my ragged breathing. The woods around me were silent again, except for the frantic thumping of my own heart. Had he heard me? I held my breath, listening. Nothing, just the wind whispering through the leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Maybe I would lost him. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up, testing my injured ankle. It throbbed, but it could still bear weight. I had to keep moving. As I took a tentative step, a twig snapped directly behind me. I froze. "Found you," Mark's voice whispered right in my ear. A scream tore through me, this time real and piercing. I spun around, my eyes wide with terror, and saw him standing there, a dark silhouette against the barely visible moonlight. He was holding something up, and I realized with a jolt of horror that it was one of my lost shoes. "You're going to need these back," he said, his voice still that terrifyingly calm whisper. "It is a long walk." I did not wait. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I shoved him with all my might and bolted again, limping, stumbling, but running with every ounce of strength I had left. This time, I did not care about the noise. I screamed a raw, animalistic sound, hoping against hope that anyone would hear me. I ran blindly, crashing through bushes, feeling the thorns tear at my skin. My vision blurred with tears and exhaustion. I was going to die out here. I was going to be another face on a stick, another trophy in his sick collection. Then, through the dense foliage, I saw it, a faint distant light, not a fire, a steady artificial glow, a road. Hope, hot and desperate, surged through me. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my ankle, the burning in my lungs. The light grew brighter, and I could hear a faint hum. Cars. I burst out of the tree line, onto the shoulder of a dark, deserted highway. The asphalt felt like salvation beneath my feet. I did not look back. I just started, running down the road, waving my arms frantically, screaming at the top of my lungs. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing larger. I ran into the middle of the lane, risking everything, waving my arms like a madwoman. The car swerved, its tires screeching, and then slammed on its brakes, coming to a stop just a few feet from me. The driver, a middle-aged man, rolled down his window, his face a mixture of shock and anger. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Help me." I gasped, tears streaming down my face, my voice hoarse. "Please, he is in the woods. He is trying to kill me." He took one look at my disheveled appearance, torn dress, bleeding scratches, barefoot, wild-eyed, and his expression softened into concern. He quickly unlocked the passenger door. "Get in. Get in." I scrambled into the car, fumbling with the seatbelt, my body shaking uncontrollably. The man immediately sped off, leaving the dark woods behind. "Who is in the woods?" he asked, glancing at me with worried eyes. "What happened?" I could not speak. I just pointed frantically back down the road, towards the darkness where Mark was. He saw the terror in my eyes, the raw fear that still gripped me. He did not press for details. He just kept driving, his speed well over the limit, until we reached the next town, where he pulled into a brightly lit gas station. "I am calling the police," he said, pulling out his phone. "You stay here. You are safe now." The next few hours were a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and questions. The police took my statement, trying to make sense of my fragmented, panicked account. They sent units to search the area I described, but they found nothing. No sleek, dark sedan. No clearing with a campfire. No grotesque effigies. No sign of Mark. They took me to the hospital, where they treated my scratches and my sprained ankle. I was given sedatives to calm my nerves, but even through the haze of medication, the images of Mark's cold eyes, the jewelry, the photographs, played on an endless loop in my mind. The police did everything they could. They ran Mark's name through their databases, using the details I remember from his Tinder profile. They found nothing. No criminal record, no outstanding warrants. His profile, naturally, had vanished from Tinder. It was as if he had never existed, except for the lingering terror in my soul. I went home the next day, a shell of my former self. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of fear through me. I could not sleep without nightmares, could not eat without feeling sick. Weeks turned into months. The police eventually closed my case, listing it as an unresolved assault, a lack of evidence. They believed me. They said, but without a body, without a car, without even a consistent last name for Mark, there was little they could do. I tried to move on. I went to therapy. I leaned on my friends. I even tried a new city, hoping a change of scenery would help erase the memory. But it did not. The woods were everywhere. Every dark corner, every rustling leaf, every unexpected sound brought me back to that terrifying night. One day, about a year after the incident, I was at a coffee shop in my new city, trying to read, trying to feel normal. I looked up and through the window. I saw him. He was walking down the street, laughing with a woman who was clinging to his arm. She was beautiful, her hair a bright cascade of blonde, her smile wide and carefree. She looked happy. She looked trusting. And he looked exactly the same. Tall, dark hair, that confident smile. Those impossibly blue eyes. My blood ran cold. My coffee cup clattered against the saucer, spilling hot liquid over my hand. I did not feel the burn. All I felt was the icy grip of terror. It was Mark. He was wearing a different shirt, but it was him. There was no doubt in my mind. The same chillingly handsome face, the same predatory gleam in his eyes, even as he laughed. I watched, frozen, as he and the woman stopped a crosswalk. He leaned down, whispered something in her ear, and she giggled, playfully swatting his arm. He looked so normal, so charming. As the light changed, he glanced across the street, his eyes sweeping over the coffee shop. For a split second, his gaze met mine, and that confident smile on his face did not falter. It widened just a fraction into something that was no longer charming, but utterly, terrifyingly knowing. It was a silent acknowledgement, a subtle triumph. He knew I saw him. He knew I recognized him. And he knew there was nothing I could do. He squeezed a woman's hand, and they crossed the street, disappearing into the bustling crowd. I did not move. I could not. My heart was a frozen block in my chest. He was still out there, still hunting, still collecting. And he had seen me. I never went on another date after that. The woods, it turned out, were not just a place. They were a feeling, a pervasive dread that followed me everywhere. And Mark, the charming Tinder date who drove me into the darkness, was a ghost in the daylight, a living nightmare who walked among us, always searching for his next trophy. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my bones, that I would never truly be safe again. The world had fractured. It was not a sudden, cataclysmic event, not like an earthquake or a bomb. It was a slow, insidious splintering, started with a quiet unraveling of my own mind. Jessica, the name itself was a raw, festering wound, a word synonymous with the complete annihilation of my sanity. After that first terrifying encounter, after I had fled from the coffee shop, convinced she was either a deranged stalker or I was plunging headfirst into psychosis. The paranoia had become my shadow. Every face in a crowd, every reflection in a shop window, every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, I saw her. Or, rather, I saw the absence of her, the chilling knowledge that she should be there, always had been, and my brain had simply chosen to edit her out. The wooden bird in my old t-shirt pocket, the one she would mention, the one my grandpa carved. It was not a replica. It was a wooden bird, crudely carved, not my grandpa's intricate originals, but clearly from him. A tangible link, a physical manifestation of her impossible claim. And then the journal. Grandpa's journal. Pages filled with his rambling thoughts, his cryptic references to she Alex never saw, always present, always there. And that faded photo, him smiling with a blurry, yet unmistakably Jessica-like figure beside him, a shimmering distortion at his side. That was when the true horror truly set in. She was not a stalker. She was not a figment of my imagination. She was an unremembered constant, woven into the fabric of my life, a presence my mind had actively rejected. And now, the rejection had failed. Now, I saw her, everywhere. In old photos I would pore over 1,000 times, suddenly a faint, almost transparent outline. In the shadows of my apartment, a subtle shift in the light that formed a human shape, a shimmering distortion, always there, always watching. The knowledge was maddening. I was no longer just haunted. I was a haunting. My own life, my own memories were a lie. Every moment I thought I would live, every experience I would cherish, had been shared with an entity I could not perceive, an uninvited guest whose presence had been surgically removed from my consciousness, only to now return with a vengeance. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. When I did drift off, it was into nightmares where Jessica was the only stable thing, smiling from the background of every happy memory, her eyes knowing, ancient. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, the silence of my apartment amplifying the feeling of being utterly, terrifyingly alone. Yet, I was never truly alone. The shimmering distortion was always there, just at the edge of my vision, a constant reminder. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to help. She called daily, her voice laced with concern, trying to coax me out of my self-imposed isolation. Alex, you need to get out. You need to talk to someone. You need to live again. Live again. How do you live when your entire past is a carefully constructed illusion? When your present is a constant battle against an unseen presence? One afternoon, almost a month after the Jessica incident, Sarah showed up at my door unannounced. She practically dragged me out, insisting we go to a new coffee shop downtown. No arguments. Alex, you need caffeine and you need to see other human beings. I went, a hollow shell of myself, my eyes constantly scanning, searching for that telltale shimmer, that impossible outline. Every stranger felt like a potential threat, every casual glance of judgment. The coffee shop was bustling, a cacophony of chatter and clinking cups. I sat hunched over my latte, trying to blend into the background, try to make myself invisible. Then he appeared. He was at the counter, ordering, and when he turned, his eyes met mine. He had a kind face, framed by dark, slightly disheveled hair, and a smile that seemed genuinely warm, not forced or predatory. He was tall, maybe mid-30s, dressed in a casual but well-fitting jacket. He did not have the predatory gleam of Mark, my previous tormentor, nor the unsettling, ancient knowledge of Jessica. He just looked normal. And that, in my fractured world, was almost a miracle. He walked over, a steaming mug in his hand. Hey, mind if I join you? Looks like the only empty spot in here. My first instinct was to say no, to retreat further into my shell. But something in his eyes, a genuine softness, disarmed me. Or maybe I was just so desperate for a moment of normalcy, a brief respite from the ever-present horror. Sure, I mumbled, gesturing vaguely at the empty chair. He sat down, placing his mug on the table. I am Ben, by the way. He extended a hand. I hesitated, then shook it. His grip was firm, warm. "Alex, nice to meet you." "Alex," he said, his smile widening slightly. "Rough day." I almost laughed. "You have no idea." He nodded, a flicker of something I could not quite place in his eyes. Understanding. "Pity. I might," he said quietly. "Sometimes the world just feels off. Does not it?" That simple statement, so innocuous, yet so deeply resonant with my current state, caught me off guard. Most people would offer platitudes or try to cheer me up. Ben just acknowledged it. We talked for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 30 minutes. He asked about my work, my interests, and listened intently. He talked about his own job, something in graphic design, he said, and his love for old movies. He was charming, easy to talk to, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a tiny spark of something other than fear. A flicker of interest, a sense of being seen, not as a victim, but as a person. He did not pry, did not ask about my obvious distress, did not push for details about my past. He just talked and listened, and for a precious few moments, the shimmering distortion at the edge of my vision seemed to recede, if only slightly. When he finally had to leave, he asked for my number. I found myself giving it to him without a second thought. I would really like to get coffee again sometime. "Alex, or maybe dinner. I would like that," I said, surprised by the sincerity in my own voice. Walking back to my apartment, I felt a strange mix of emotions. Hope, a fragile, tentative thing, was battling with a persistent dread. Could this be it? A chance to reconnect with the world, to find a semblance of sanity? Or was it just another elaborate trap, another layer to the nightmare? The shimmering distortion was still there, of course, a constant reminder that my world was broken. But for a brief moment, Ben had made me forget. Days turned into a week. Ben called, we texted, and we met for coffee twice more. Each time, he was just as charming, just as understanding. He never pushed, never made me feel uncomfortable. He seemed genuinely interested in me, in my thoughts, in my quiet observations of the world. He even made me laugh once, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt foreign on my lips. It was a fragile lifeline, a connection to a reality I desperately wanted to believe in. I found myself opening up to him, cautiously, about the feeling of the world being off, about the sense of something missing, something hidden. I did not mention Jessica by name, or the journal, or the wooden bird. I just talked about the paranoia, the feeling of being watched, the sense of my own memories being unreliable. He listened, his gaze steady, his expression thoughtful. "It sounds like you've been through a lot. Alex," he said one afternoon, his voice soft. "It takes a lot of courage to keep going when your own mind feels like it is betraying you." His empathy was a balm, a stark contrast to Sarah's well-meaning but ultimately ineffective attempts to fix me. Ben did not try to fix me. He just acknowledged my pain. It was profoundly comforting. Then he invited me to his apartment. "I am making pasta tonight," he said, his voice light. "Nothing fancy, but I promise it is better than anything you would get in a restaurant. Plus, I have this old movie I think you would love." My heart pounded a little faster. This was a step, a big step, and it brought with it a fresh wave of anxiety. What if I saw her? What if the shimmering distortion was more prominent there? What if his apartment felt wrong, felt tainted? But the thought of another quiet, lonely night in my own apartment, with only the unseen presence for company, was even worse. I accepted. His apartment building was a charming old brownstone, tucked away on a tree-lined street. The hallway smelled faintly of old wood and something spicy like curry. My palms were sweating as I knocked on his door. He opened it almost immediately, a wide, easy smile on his face. "Alex, come in, come in." Perfect timing. The pasta's almost ready. His apartment was exactly what I expected, tastefully decorated. Minimalist, but cozy. A comfortable-looking sofa, a bookshelf overflowing with books. A few pieces of abstract art on the walls. It felt lived in but not cluttered. Normal. So gloriously, reassuringly normal. Smells amazing. I said, forcing a smile, try to calm the frantic beating of my heart. Thanks, he chuckled. Make yourself at home. Wine. Beer. I have got both. Wine sounds good. I managed. He gestured towards the living room. Just set your bag down wherever. I will be right back with the drinks. I walked into the living room, taking a deep breath, trying to dispel the lingering unease. My eyes scanned the room, looking for anything out of place, anything that might hint at the horror I carried. There was nothing, just books, art, a few potted plants. Then, I saw them, on the wall opposite the sofa, above a small antique writing desk, was a gallery of framed photographs, a collection meticulously arranged. My breath hitched in my throat. They were my photos. Not just a few. Dozens. There was one of me as a child, maybe 5 or 6, missing a front tooth, grinning widely as I held up a popsicle. A photo I had not seen in years. One my mom kept in a dusty old album in her attic. Next to it, a picture of me in high school at prom, my hair awkwardly styled, my date looking equally uncomfortable. Another one from my college graduation, my cap slightly askew, a look of tired relief on my face. There were recent ones, too. A selfie I would taken with Sarah at a park just a few months ago. A candid shot of me laughing, caught off guard, while I was reading a book in my favorite coffee shop, the very one Sarah had dragged me to, the one where I would met Jessica. My blood ran cold. How? How did he have these? These were not public photos. These were private, personal moments, some of them from physical albums, others from my own phone, shared only with a select few. I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach. The charming guy, the empathetic listener, the lifeline to normalcy, he was a stalker. The horror I thought I would escape with Mark, the violation of privacy, the feeling of being hunted, it was all rushing back, amplified by the impossible nature of these photographs. My gaze darted from photo to photo, a frantic, desperate search for an explanation, for a crack in this terrifying illusion. And then I saw it, in the background of my childhood photo, partially obscured by a tree, a faint, translucent outline, the shimmering distortion. Jessica, her presence, subtle but undeniable, smiling from the edge of my most innocent memory. In the prom photo, she was a blur behind my date, a ghostly figure leaning against the wall. In the college graduation photo, she stood in the crowd, a faint, almost invisible figure just over my shoulder, her eyes fixed on me. And in the recent coffee shop photo, she was there too, a shimmering distortion just behind my head, a silent, knowing observer. My mind reeled. This was not just stalking. This was something far, far worse. See something you like. Ben's voice, calm and even, came from behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. A scream caught in my throat. He stood in the doorway, 2 glasses of wine in his hands, his expression unreadable. Not predatory, not menacing, just observant. What is this? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper, pointing a trembling finger at the wall. How do you have these? Who are you? He walked slowly into the room, placing the wine glasses on a nearby table. He did not answer immediately. He just looked at the wall, then at me, a strange, almost melancholic look in his eyes. I know it is a lot to take in. Alex, he said, his voice gentle, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. But I think you, of all people, might understand. He walked over to the wall, his hand reaching out, not to touch a photo, but to gesture vaguely at the entire collection. You see them, do not you? The distortions. My blood ran cold. He knew. He saw them too. Jessica. I whispered, the name of venomous hiss on my tongue. He nodded slowly. Yes, for you it is Jessica. For others, it is different. But the presence, the unremembered constant, it is the same. He He turned to face me, his gaze intense, piercing. You thought you were losing your mind. Did not you? You thought you were alone in this. But you are not. Alex. Not at all. He gestured to a photo of a young man, smiling, sitting on a park bench. In the background, a faint, shimmering figure, taller, more angular than Jessica, was partially visible. That is Mark. Not your Mark, but another Mark. His constant was a figure he called the Watcher, always in his periphery, always just out of focus. He started seeing it in his photos too, just like you. He moved to another photo, this one of an elderly woman knitting by a window. A shadowy, almost insect-like form hovered just behind her chair. Eleanor, her companion, was a silent, multi-limbed thing that only she could perceive. It grew with her from childhood to old age. My head was spinning. This was not just my photos. This was a gallery of the damned, a collection of lives, each one touched by an unseen, unremembered entity. And he had collected them. Who are you? I asked again, my voice trembling. I am an observer. Alex, he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. A collector. I find people like us. People who are sensitive. People who finally start to see them. See, what? The constants, he replied, his eyes sweeping over the wall of photos. They have always been here. Alex, always. Woven into the fabric of our lives, our reality. Most people are oblivious. Their minds simply edit them out, refuse to acknowledge their presence. But sometimes a mind breaks. Sometimes the filters fail. And then you see them, you see the truth, and you see them too. He nodded. Yes, I always have, ever since I was a child. I saw my own, a tall, gaunt figure I called the curator. It was always with me, always watching, always there. He paused, a flicker of something that looked like profound sadness crossing his face. It is why I recognize in others, why I sought you out. You saw Jessica in my photos. I asked the pieces of this new, terrifying puzzle slowly clicking into place. Yes, he confirmed. When Sarah posted that picture of the two of you at the coffee shop, I saw her. The distortion. It was unmistakable. I have seen enough of them to know. I knew you were seeing her too, or were about to. He picked up one of the wine glasses and offered it to me. I did not take it. My hands were shaking too violently. So you befriended me. I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You charmed me. You got close to me, just to add me to your collection. He sighed, a sound of profound weariness. Not to add you, Alex, to understand, to connect, to help you understand. You are not alone in this. Alex, this is not just your personal haunting. It is a fundamental aspect of reality that most people are shielded from. But for us, the veil has been lifted. And once it is lifted, it can never be put back. He walked over to a blank space on the wall, a single empty frame hanging there waiting. My blood turned to ice. I have been watching you. Alex, he continued, his voice softer now, almost empathetic. Even before we met, I saw the signs. The isolation, the paranoia, the subtle shifts in your perception. I knew it was only a matter of time before you started seeing her in your memories, in your reflections. And then, I knew you would need answers. Or at least someone who understood. He was not a stalker in the conventional sense. He was something far more chilling. A chronicler of the damned. A keeper of a secret horror that permeated every life. He was a guide to a new, incomprehensible reality, and I was his latest subject. The world outside the window, the bustling street, the laughter children playing in the park, it all seemed like a cruel joke. A thin, fragile veneer over an unimaginable truth. I looked back at the wall of photos, at my own face staring back at me, my youthful innocence tainted by the faint, shimmering presence of Jessica. And then I looked at the other faces, the other lives, each one unknowingly sharing their existence with a parasitic constant. My own life, already shattered, splintered further, dissolving into an endless landscape of unseen horrors. The maddening knowledge that Jessica was not just my burden, but a universal, inescapable truth, was a weight too heavy to bear. Ben was not a rescuer. He was merely another component of my inescapable nightmare, another mirror reflecting the terrifying truth. The shimmering distortions were everywhere now, not just at the edge of my vision, but solidifying, becoming clearer. In the reflection of the wine glass, a faint human-like shape. In the shadows cast by the bookshelf, a form that shifted and stretched. I could feel them, a multitude of unseen eyes, all around me, all around Ben, all around the world. They had always been there. And now, I saw them all. I was no longer just haunted. I was truly, irrevocably lost. And Ben, with his calm demeanor and his collection of human tragedies, was just another constant in this newly revealed, utterly broken world. At my usual coffee shop, walking my dog in the park, even a blurry one of me laughing with a friend outside a grocery store. My stomach dropped like a stone down a well. It was not just a couple of photos. It was a collage. Dozens of them. Some were clear, some slightly out of focus. All undeniably me. Candid shots. Moments I did not even know anyone had captured. The way my hair fell when I was focused on my laptop, the specific curve of my smile when I greeted my neighbor's beagle, the pattern on my favorite old sweater. He even had a picture of my apartment building from across the street, zoomed in on my window. My mind scrambled, trying to make sense of it. Was this some kind of weird fan thing? Had he found my social media and just gone, overboard? But these were not public photos. These were from my life, my private life. A cold, clammy dread began to spread through my chest, chasing away the warmth of the wine and the easy charm of Mark. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to look over my shoulder, even though I knew he was still in the kitchen. The silence of the apartment, which had felt cozy moments ago, now pressed in heavy and suffocating. My heart started to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure, unadulterated fear. I forced myself to breathe, to think. No, this could not be what it looked like. There had to be an explanation. Maybe he was an amateur photographer, and I just happened to be in his shots. But the sheer number, the focus on me, it was too much. This was not accidental. This was deliberate. My eyes darted across the corkboard again, searching for anything, any detail that could rationalize this horrifying display. That is when I saw it, tucked in the bottom, right corner, partially obscured by a photo of me reading on a park bench, was a piece of paper. It was not a photograph. It was a printout. My breath hitched. My hand, which had been resting on the arm of the sofa, went numb. It was a flyer, a missing person flyer, and the face staring back from the crumpled sheet was mine. My own face. A slightly older, more formal headshot, probably from my driver's license or an old work ID. Below it, in bold, stark letters, were the words missing person. My name. My full name. Below that, a description: height, weight, hair color, eye color. The date I was last seen. The place I was last seen. My world tilted. The room spun. The floor felt like it was falling away beneath me. Missing. Me. But I was right here. I was sitting on Mark's sofa, wine glass still in my hand, staring at my own missing person poster. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears, drowning out the distant clinking of dishes from the kitchen. This was not a nightmare. This was real. Every fiber of my being screamed in protest. How could I be missing if I was right here? If I was having a date with Mark? Then the horrifying truth, cold and sharp as a knife, sliced through the fog of my denial. If I was a missing person, and Mark had this flyer, then he knew I was missing. He knew. And if he knew, and I was here with him, he was the one who made me missing. The air in my lungs turned to lead. I could not move. My eyes were glued to the flyer, tracing the lines of my own face. The terror in my own eyes reflected back at me from the grainy print. The date, the last seen date. It was a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago. But I remembered everything up to this morning. I remembered swiping on Tinder. I remembered the messages. The first date, the second date, no. That was not right. My last memory was of being at home, getting ready for a quiet night in. I had been scrolling through dating apps, feeling that familiar pang of loneliness. I remembered seeing Mark's profile, his kind eyes, his thoughtful bio. I remembered thinking, maybe this one will be different. But the first date, the second date, they felt so real, so vivid. The charming conversation, the effortless laughter, the feeling of hope blooming in my chest. Had it all been a fabrication? A carefully constructed memory. The clinking from the kitchen stopped. My blood ran cold. He was coming back. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I had to move. I had to hide what I was seeing. But my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. My heart hammered so violently it felt like it would tear through my chest. I ripped my gaze from the corkboard just as Mark re-entered the living room, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. He carried a plate of gourmet cheeses and crackers, a bottle of sparkling water, and another glass of wine. He looked perfectly normal. Too normal. "Everything all right, sweetheart?" he asked, his voice smooth as silk, that same charming tone that had disarmed me so completely. He set the tray down on the coffee table, directly between me and the corkboard. A strategic placement. I realized with a jolt of terror. He knew I would seen it. He wanted me to see it. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt thick and unresponsive. "Why, yeah." I stammered, the word barely a whisper. I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of happiness. My muscles ached with the effort. "Just admiring your decor. Very minimalist." He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that now grated on my nerves like fingernails on chalkboard. "I like to keep things clean. Clutter-free. Makes for a clearer mind. Do not you think?" He picked up the wine bottle and refilled my glass, his movements unhurried, deliberate. His eyes, those kind eyes, held a glint of something I could not quite decipher. Something predatory. I nodded, trying to appear nonchalant, as if I had not just discovered I was a missing person, and the man opposite me was my captor. My gaze flickered towards the front door. It was a heavy, solid wood door. Probably locked. Probably deadbolt. "Try some of this aged cheddar," he offered, holding out a cracker with a small wedge of cheese. "It is from a local farm. Excellent quality." My stomach churned. The thought of eating anything, of putting anything he offered into my body, sent a wave of nausea through me. "Oh, no thanks," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I am not really hungry right now." His smile did not waver, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Nonsense. You have barely touched your wine. You need to keep your strength up." The last words were spoken with subtle emphasis, a chilling undertone that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. I took the cracker, my fingers trembling slightly as I reached for it. He noticed. Of course he noticed. His eyes were like a hawk's, missing nothing. I forced myself to take a bite, chewing slowly, mechanically, the cheese tasteless in my mouth. "So," he began, settling back into his armchair, his posture relaxed, almost languid. "Tell me more about your work. You mentioned you were having some trouble with a new client. Did not you?" He was playing a game. He was acting as if everything was normal, as if we were just two people on a second date, making polite conversation. He wanted me to play along. He wanted to see how long I would last. My mind raced, desperately trying to formulate a plan. My phone. Where was my phone? I vaguely remembered putting it in my purse. My purse was on the floor beside the sofa. partially hidden behind a throw pillow. I needed to get to it. I needed to call someone. Anyone. Oh, yes, I said, my voice sounding unnaturally high and thin. The client. A real piece of work. They just do not seem to understand the brief. I babbled, pulling words from thin air, trying to sound convincing. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to fight. But the logical part of my brain, the part that was still trying to survive, told me to play it cool, to not tip my hand. He listened intently, nodding occasionally, those predatory eyes never leaving my face. Some people are just so difficult. Are not they? He mused. They have their own ideas, their own vision, and they do not care who they have to step on to get what they want. His words hung in the air, dripping with a hidden meaning that chilled me to the bone. Was he talking about himself? Was he describing his own twisted methodology? I managed a weak laugh. Tell me about it. I shifted slightly on the sofa, trying to inch closer to my purse. It felt miles away. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage. You know, he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I feel like we have known each other for ages. It is truly remarkable, is not it? The connection we share. A shiver ran down my spine. The connection. He meant the connection he had manufactured. The connection based on stalking, kidnapping, and God knows what else. It really is. I agreed, my throat tight. I felt it from your profile. So genuine, so real. The words tasted like ash in my mouth. He smiled, a genuine, warm smile that, under any other circumstances, would have melted my heart. Now it just made me sick. I am glad you think so. I put a lot of effort into making sure it was just right. I wanted to make a good impression. A good impression. He had meticulously crafted an entire persona. A fake life, just to lure me in. He had studied my preferences, my habits, my vulnerabilities. He knew what I was looking for, because he had been watching me. So, Mark, I said, trying to change the subject, to divert his attention. What do you do for work? You never really said. It was a desperate attempt to gain information, to find a weakness. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Oh, I have a number of interests. Let's just say I am very good at observing people, understanding their needs, their desires. He paused, his gaze fixed on mine, and fulfilling them. My blood ran cold again. Fulfilling my desires. Was that what this was? He thought he was giving me what I wanted. A relationship, a connection, a partner. In his twisted mind, he was a hero, saving me from loneliness, from the mundane. He had taken me, made me missing, so he could be my everything. I think I need to use the restroom. I blurted out, unable to keep up the charade any longer. It was the oldest trick in the book, but I needed to get away, to think, to breathe. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. Of course. It is just down the hall, second door on the left. He gestured vaguely toward the hallway I had not noticed before. I pushed myself up from the sofa, my legs feeling like jelly. I tried not to look at the corkboard, but my eyes were drawn to it, to my own terrified face on the flyer. I could feel his gaze on my back as I walked, every step heavy, deliberate. As I reached the hallway, I glanced back. He was still sitting there, watching me, a faint, unsettling smile on his face. He knew. He knew I knew. I practically ran down the short hallway, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Second door on the left. I threw it open and stumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I fumbled for the lock, my fingers clumsy with terror. A small, flimsy bolt clicked into place. Not much protection, but it was something. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my eyes scanning the small bathroom. It was pristine, just like the rest of the apartment. White tiles, chrome fixtures, a single orchid on the counter. A window. My eyes locked onto the window. It was small, high up on the wall, and painted shut. Of course. No easy escape. I fumbled for my purse, which I had somehow managed to grab from the sofa. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. 1 bar. Maybe 2. Please. God, let me have service. I tried to dial 911. My fingers slipped on the screen. I tried again. The call would not connect. No service. The words flashed on the screen. A cruel joke. He must have installed a jammer. Or maybe this building was just a dead zone. Whatever the reason, I was cut off. My eyes fell on my reflection in the mirror. My face was pale, streaked with sweat, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I looked like a ghost. I looked like someone who had just seen her own missing person flyer. A sudden, sharp rap on the door made me jump, letting out a choked cry. Everything all right in there, sweetheart? Mark's voice, muffled but still too close, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. You've been in there a while. Why, yes. I stammered, my voice barely audible. Just feeling a little lightheaded. I will be out in a minute. Take your time, he said, his voice laced with a chilling sweetness. I am not going anywhere. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to hear if he was still there. Silence. Was he gone? Or was he waiting, listening? I had to get out. I could not stay here. I looked around the bathroom again, desperately searching for anything, any tool, any weapon. My eyes landed on a small, decorative ceramic vase on the counter. It was heavy. Maybe. I grabbed it, my fingers wrapping around its smooth, cool surface. It was not much, but it was better than nothing. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I had to be smart. I had to be quick. I unlocked the door, my hand on the doorknob, my heart pounding like a drum. I counted to 3, then flung the door open, vase raised, ready to strike. The hallway was empty. My breath caught in my throat. Where was he? Looking for me. His voice came from behind me, making me shriek. I spun around, vase still raised, to see him standing at the end of the hallway, leaning casually against the doorframe of what looked like a bedroom. He had a glass of wine in his hand, and that same unsettling smile on his face. He had not moved. He had just been waiting. Mark, I gasped, the vase trembling in my hand. What do you want? He pushed off the doorframe and began to walk towards me, slowly, deliberately. Each step echoed in the silent apartment, a death knell. What do I want, he repeated, his voice low and calm, yet filled with an unnerving intensity. I want you. I have wanted you for a long time. You have been stalking me. I accused, my voice trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. You put up a missing person flyer for me. What have you done? He stopped a few feet from me, close enough that I could smell the faint scent of his cologne. Stalking. No, my dear. I was simply observing. Learning. You were so unhappy. Were not you? So lost. Scrolling through those apps, hoping for something, someone, to save you from monotony. I saw it in your eyes. He took another step, and I instinctively retreated back into the bathroom. You do not know anything about me. Oh, but I do, he countered, his smile widening. I know everything. I know your favorite coffee order. I know the route you take when you walk your dog. I know your fears, your dreams, your little quirks. You talk in your sleep, sometimes. You know, it is quite endearing. My blood ran cold. He had been in my apartment. While I was sleeping, the thought made me want to vomit. How did you? I started, but he cut me off. Details. The important thing is, I saw you. I saw your potential. You were wasting away, trapped in a life that was not meant for you. I knew I could give you so much more. He gestured around the pristine apartment. A beautiful home. Someone who truly understands you. someone who will never leave you. His words were a twisted parody of romance, a nightmare version of a love confession. You kidnapped me. I screamed, the ceramic vase held tightly in my white knuckle grip. You took me from my life. He sighed, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Such a harsh word. I prefer to think of it as a relocation, a fresh start. You see, your old life, it was holding you back. All those superficial connections, those fleeting dates, they were not enough for you. You needed something deeper, something permanent. He took another step, closing the distance. I was trapped in the bathroom, the small space offering no room to maneuver. Stay away from me. I yelled, my voice cracking. Now, he said, his tone gently chiding, as if I were a child throwing a tantrum. There's no need for that. We're going to be very happy together, you and I. You just need a little time to adjust. He reached out, his hand moving slowly, deliberately, towards me. My heart leaped into my throat. I swung the vase, a desperate, clumsy arc. It connected with his arm, the ceramic making a dull thud against his bicep. He grunted, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, but he did not even flinch. The vase slipped from my sweaty grasp and shattered on the tile floor, scattering sharp shards around my feet. He grabbed my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, like iron. That was not very nice, he said, his voice losing its gentle edge, a hint of steel replacing it. His eyes, once kind, were now cold and hard. I struggled, twisting my arm, kicking at him. Let go of me. You are insane. He pulled me out of the bathroom, dragging me down the hallway, ignoring my frantic cries. I clawed at his arm, my nails scratching uselessly against his skin. He was too strong. I was no match for him. He dragged me into the bedroom, the one whose doorway he'd been leaning against. It was sparsely furnished, just a bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. But on the nightstand, my blood ran cold again. There was a framed picture. It was a picture of me sleeping in my own bed. He had been watching me, not just from outside, but from inside my home. He had been there in my bedroom while I slept. The realization was sickening, soul-destroying. He threw me onto the bed. I bounced once, then scrambled to sit up, my eyes wide with terror. He stood over me, his chest heaving slightly, his earlier calm facade completely gone. His eyes burned with a frightening intensity. You do not understand, do you? He said, his voice low and guttural. I did all of this for you. I rescued you, and this is how you repay me. I do not need rescuing. I screamed, tears streaming down my face. I want to go home. I want my life back. He shook his head slowly, a pitying look on his face. Your old life is gone. It was never truly yours anyway. You belong here now, with me. He reached for a drawer in the nightstand. My eyes widened in horror. What was he going to do? I tried to push myself off the bed, but he was too fast. He grabbed my ankles, yanking me back. He pulled out a roll of duct tape. My scream was cut short as he lunged, pressing his hand over my mouth, muffling my cries. His other hand worked quickly, efficiently, wrapping the tape around my wrists, binding them together. I struggled, thrashed, bit his hand, but he was relentless. The tape was tight, unyielding. Then he moved to my ankles, binding them together as well. My struggles grew weaker, my body exhausted, my spirit broken. He ripped a longer piece of tape and, with a terrifying precision, placed it firmly over my mouth. The world went silent. My own screams were trapped inside my head, echoing in a terrifying, soundless void. He stood up, looking down at me, a strange mix of triumph and tenderness in his eyes. There, he said, his voice soft, almost affectionate. Now, we can really get to know each other. No more distractions. No more running away. He reached out and gently stroked my hair, his touch sending shivers of revulsion down my spine. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears still leaking from the corners. Do not worry, he whispered, his voice a chilling lullaby. You will learn to love it here. You will learn to love me. Everyone always does, eventually. He walked over to the closet, opening the door. Inside, hanging neatly, were several outfits. My outfits, the dress I wore on our first date, my favorite jeans, my old sweater. They were all there, meticulously cared for, like relics in a museum of my stolen life. He pulled out a simple, comfortable-looking dress. I think this will be perfect for dinner tonight, he said, turning back to me with a smile. I have made your favorite pasta dish. I remember you mentioning it in one of your late-night ramblings. He approached the bed, the dress draped over his arm, his eyes shining with a terrifying devotion. I stared up at him, bound and helpless, my body trembling uncontrollably. The missing person flyer, my face staring back from the corkboard in the living room, flashed in my mind. I was not missing. I was here, and I was never, ever going home. This was not a dating app success story. This was the end. And the horror had only just begun. The charming, intelligent Mark was a monster, and I was his latest, most prized possession. And as I lay there, utterly defeated, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that no one was ever coming to find me. He had made sure of that. Life in your late 20s, navigating the choppy waters of online dating, is a special kind of purgatory. Every swipe feels like a lottery ticket you already know is a dud. Every conversation, a forced march through conversational quicksand. I was Alex, a guy who'd been through enough bad dates to fill a small library. And frankly, I was tired. Tired of the endless small talk, the awkward silences, the desperate attempts to find a spark where there was only damp kindling. I just wanted something real, something that did not feel like an audition. One Tuesday evening, scrolling through the usual parade of Jim's selfies and travel photos, I stumbled upon Lena. Her profile was different, not overly curated, not a dozen filters trying to obscure reality. Just a few clear, honest photos. One of her laughing, head thrown back, sunlight catching her auburn hair. Another, a thoughtful profile shot, her eyes holding a quiet intensity. Her bio was short, almost poetic, talking about old books and rainy days. No cliches, no demands. Just a hint of depth. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was a match. We exchanged a few messages. Her replies were prompt, witty, and surprisingly insightful. It felt easy, a rarity in this digital landscape. We decided on a blind date, dinner at a cozy Italian place downtown, a spot known for its quiet corners and decent wine list. I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in a long time, genuine anticipation. The night of the date. I arrived a few minutes early, a habit I picked up from years of working in customer service. The restaurant was dimly lit, a warm hum of conversation filling the air. I scanned the room, looking for someone who matched Lena's photos. That is when I saw her. She was already seated at a small table near the back, nursing a glass of red wine, looking out the window at the city lights. Her hair was pulled back, revealing a delicate curve of her neck. She looked exactly like her pictures, perhaps even more striking in person. As I approached, she turned and her eyes met mine. A slow, warm smile spread across her face. "Alex," she said, her voice soft like rustling leaves. "You made it." I smiled back, a genuine smile this time. "Lena, right? It is great to finally meet you." I extended my hand, and she took it. Her touch was warm, firm. That is when it happened. She squeezed my hand gently, her eyes still locked on mine, and her smile broadened, but there was something in it now, something I could not quite place. A flicker of recognition, or something deeper. "It is good to see you again." "Alex," she said, her voice a little lower now, almost a conspiratorial whisper. "It has been a while, has not it?" My smile faltered, my brow furrowed. Again, I chuckled, a nervous sound. "I think you had me confused with someone else." "Lena, This is our first time meeting. She tilted her head, her smile unwavering, but her eyes held a strange, knowing glint. Oh, no, it is not. Do not you remember? We had dinner right here, almost exactly a year ago. You spilled red wine on your favorite shirt. A terrible Chianti, if I recall. A chill snaked down my spine. I genuinely had no recollection of this. I would never spilled wine on a shirt here, let alone dated someone named Lena a year ago. I really do not think so, I said, my voice losing its easy confidence. I would remember that. I would definitely remember you. I meant it as a compliment, but it came out sounding more like a plea. She laughed, a light, musical sound that seemed to echo in the quiet restaurant. You always say that. You said it after our second date, when we went to that awful indie film that you pretended to like, just for me. And you said it after our third, when we spent the entire afternoon at the Botanical Gardens, hiding from the rain under that enormous oak tree. My heart began to pound a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. Botanical Gardens. Indie film. None of this resonated. My mind raced, frantically sifting through memories, past relationships, old calendars. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I was starting to feel a cold dread seep into my veins. Lena, I am really sorry, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but I have never been to Botanical Gardens with anyone, and I have not seen an indie film in years. I think you have mistaken me for someone else, or maybe you are thinking of a dream. I tried to offer an out, a plausible explanation for what was quickly becoming deeply unsettling. She shook her head, her gaze unwavering. No, Alex, it was real. You even bought me that tiny silver charm bracelet that day, the one with the little hummingbird. You said it reminded you of my laugh. A tiny silver charm bracelet. A hummingbird. The details were so specific, so vivid. Too vivid to be a random guess. My brain felt like a tangled mess of wires, sparking and failing to connect. I felt a flush creep up my neck. Was she messing with me? Was this some elaborate prank? But her eyes, though intense, held no hint of malice, only a strange, almost wistful certainty. I do not know what to say. I stammered, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. I have never bought anyone a charm bracelet. I do not even know where you would buy one like that. She smiled, a sad kind of smile now. You always forget the little things. Alex, but you always remember the important ones. Like how I take my coffee black, no sugar, just like you, or that small scar you have right here. She reached across the table, her finger gently brushing the back of my left hand, right over a faint, almost invisible scar I would gotten from a childhood bike accident. You told me the story of how you got on our fourth date, over pizza and bad sci-fi movies. I flinched, pulling my hand back almost imperceptibly. That scar was barely visible. It was a detail I rarely thought about, let alone shared with anyone I would only just met. How could she possibly know that? My blood ran cold. This was not a mistaken identity. This was not a prank. This was something else entirely. The waiter arrived, saving me from having to respond. We ordered, the conversation now strained and awkward on my end. Lena continued to talk as if nothing unusual had happened, chatting about her work, her hobbies. But every now and then, she would weave in another memory that chilled me to the bone. She mentioned my old dog, Buster, who had passed away years ago, and recalled a specific anecdote about him chasing squirrels in the park. An anecdote I would only ever told my closest friends and family. She even mentioned my grandmother's peculiar habit of knitting hideous sweaters for Christmas, a detail so obscure and personal it felt like an invasion. I tried to act normal, to laugh politely, to nod along, but inside, I was screaming. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Was I losing my mind? Was I suffering from some form of amnesia? Or was this woman a master manipulator, a stalker who had somehow infiltrated every corner of my life? The thought made my skin crawl. The dinner ended with me making a hasty excuse about an early morning meeting. Lena simply smiled, that same knowing, slightly sad smile. I understand, Alex, but I hope we can do this again. Soon. She reached into her purse, pulled out a small, intricately folded piece of paper, and pressed it into my hand. Just in case you forget again. I mumbled a goodbye and practically fled the restaurant. The piece of paper crumpled in my sweating palm. I did not even look at it until I was safely in my car, driving away. It was a handwritten note, her number, but beneath it, a tiny sketch of a hummingbird. I drove home in a daze, the city lights blurring past me. The fear was a cold, hard knot in my stomach. The moment I walked into my apartment, I threw my keys on the counter and immediately pulled out my phone. I scoured my texts, my emails, my social media, my old photo albums. I even dug out an old physical calendar from last year. Nothing. No Lena. No botanical gardens. No indie films. No charm bracelets. It was as if she did not exist in my past. I texted my best friend, Mark, a concise summary of the date. His reply was immediate: dude, sounds like a crazy ex or something. Or she is just messing with you. Do not worry about it. Easy for him to say. He was not the one whose personal life had just been dissected by a stranger. Despite Mark's dismissal, I could not shake the feeling. The specific details she would mention, the scar, Buster, my grandmother's sweaters, they were too precise, too intimate. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, that she would somehow glean this information from a mutual friend or a deep dive into my online presence. But the sheer volume and obscurity of the details made that explanation feel flimsy, almost laughable. The next day, a text popped up on my phone. It was from an unknown number. Good morning. Alex, I hope your meeting went well. I was thinking about our conversation last night. I really did enjoy our date. Again, let me know when you are free to do it again soon. It was Lena. My blood ran cold. I had not given her my number. She must have gotten it from the dating app, but the again sent shivers down my spine. I did not reply. The paranoia started subtly. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often. Every unfamiliar car parked on my street made me pause. Every sudden noise in my apartment building made me jump. I started checking my locks twice, sometimes 3 times, before going to bed. Then, I started seeing her, or glimpses of her. The first time was at my usual coffee shop. I was waiting in line, scrolling through my phone, when a flash of auburn hair caught my eye in the reflection of the window. I looked up. There she was, sitting at a small table near the back, nursing a cup of coffee. Her eyes were on me. She smiled a small, knowing smile, and raised her hand in a tiny, almost imperceptible wave. My heart leaped into my throat. I quickly ordered my coffee, paid, and practically ran out of the shop, not daring to look back. I told myself it was a coincidence. The city was big, but not that big. People frequent the same places. But the way she looked at me, the way she smiled, it was not a casual recognition. It was like she was expecting me. A few days later, I was leaving my gym. As I walked to my car, I saw a familiar figure sitting on a bench across the street, reading a book. Lena. She was not looking at me, but I felt her presence, a magnetic pull. I ducked into my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. She was not overtly stalking me. Not yet. It was more like she was simply there, a constant, unnerving presence on the periphery of my life. The incidents escalated. I came home one evening to find my front door slightly ajar, just enough to catch my eye. I swore I had locked it. I checked the apartment frantically, my heart hammering. Nothing seemed to be missing, nothing out of place. But the feeling of violation, of someone having been in my space, lingered like a foul odor. I dismissed it as my own carelessness, my paranoia getting the better of me. Then, a few mornings later, I found a small, dried hydrangea on my coffee table. It was perfectly preserved, its delicate petals a faded blue. My breath hitched. The botanical gardens. She had mentioned them. I lived alone. No one else had a key. My windows were locked. How did it get there? I picked it up, feeling its brittle texture, and a wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not my imagination. She was getting into my apartment. Sleep became a luxury. My nights were filled with fragmented, unsettling dreams. I saw flashes of familiar places that felt foreign, heard snippets of conversations I could not place. A hand touching mine, a laugh, a whisper of my name, Alex in Lena's voice. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the dread clinging to me like a shroud. I started to question my own sanity, my own memory. Was I going crazy? Was there a part of my life I had completely blacked out? The fear transformed into a desperate need for answers. I could not keep running, could not keep hiding. I had to confront her, to understand what was happening. I pulled out my phone, found her number, the one she would give me in the restaurant, the one with a hummingbird sketch, and typed out a text. Lena, I need to talk to you. I need to understand. Can we meet? Her reply came almost instantly. Of course. Alex, I have been waiting. How about your place? It has been a while since I have seen it. The suggestion sent another wave of terror through me. My apartment, the place she had already infiltrated, but the need for answers was too strong. I needed to face this on my own terms, in my own space. Okay, I replied, my fingers trembling. Tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. The next day was a blur of nervous anticipation. I cleaned my apartment meticulously, not for her, but for myself, a futile attempt to regain some control. I checked every lock, every window, convinced she would try to get in before I let her. At exactly 7 p.m., there was a soft knock on my door. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart, and opened it. Lena stood there, dressed simply, a calm, almost serene expression on her face. She looked beautiful, but her presence radiated an unsettling aura of familiarity, of belonging. Alex, she said, her voice soft. It is good to be back. She walked in without waiting for an invitation, her movements fluid and unhurried. She glanced around my living room, her eyes lingering on various objects, as if recalling their history. My old worn armchair, the bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks, the framed photo of me and Buster on the mantelpiece. You still keep that picture, Buster, up, she observed, her voice tinged with a soft sadness. You were so heartbroken when he passed. We spent weeks just watching bad movies and eating ice cream. My jaw tightened. That was true. I had spent weeks in a fog of grief, but I had been alone. Or so I thought. Lena, I said, my voice barely a whisper. How do you know these things? How do you know about Buster? About my grandmother? About my scar? I have never met you before today. I swear to God. She turned to face me, her eyes holding that same intense, knowing gaze. You always say that. Alex, every time, and every time, I have to remind you. She walked over to my bookshelf, her fingers trailing along the spines of my books. Remember when we spent an entire weekend rearranging these? You were so meticulous about alphabetical order, and I kept trying to sneak in genre sections. I stared at her, my mind reeling. I was meticulous about alphabetical order. And yes, a past girlfriend had tried to organize my books by genre, much to my annoyance. But it was not Lena. It was someone else. Or was it? The lines were blurring. It was not you. I insisted, my voice rising. It was Sarah, she finished for me, her voice gentle. Yes, it was Sarah. Before me. And before Sarah, it was Jessica. And before Jessica, it was Emily. You always forget them. Alex, you always forget all of us. A cold, paralyzing fear gripped me. What are you talking about? I demanded, my voice trembling now. I have not forgotten anyone. I remember Sarah. I remember Jessica. I remember Emily. We broke up. It was normal. I do not remember you. Lena sighed, a deep, sorrowful sound. She walked over to the coffee table, her gaze falling on the dried hydrangea. She picked it up, turning it gently in her fingers. You do not remember me because I am the one who always gets erased. Or rather, the one who tries to break the cycle. The cycle. I repeated, my mind struggling to process her words. What cycle? Her eyes met mine, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of genuine anguish in them. You have a gift, Alex, or perhaps a curse. You forget, not just people, but entire periods of your life, especially the painful ones, or the ones that become too real, too significant. That is insane, I said, shaking my head. I do not have amnesia. I do not just forget people. But you do, she insisted, her voice gaining a desperate edge. Think about it. Alex, those dreams you've been having, those flashes of memory, they are not just dreams. They are echoes, echoes of lives you have lived, relationships you have had, all with me. She walked back to the mantelpiece, her gaze fixed on a photo of Buster. Remember when we got that frame together? After Buster passed, you were so devastated. You could not even pick one out. I helped you. We cried together in that little boutique shop, surrounded by cheerful trinkets. A jolt went through me. I did remember buying that frame, but I remembered buying it alone, in a haze of grief. Yet, as she spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible image flickered in my mind, a hand, smaller than mine, reaching for a frame, pointing. A shared moment of quiet sorrow. It was so fleeting, so hazy. I almost dismissed it. You see, she said, sensing my hesitation. There is not it, just beneath the surface. She pulled a small, worn leather wallet from her purse. From it, she extracted a single, faded photograph. It was a Polaroid, edges slightly curled. She handed it to me. My breath caught in my throat. It was a picture of me, younger, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I was laughing, my arm around a woman. That woman was Lena. We were standing in front of a sprawling rose garden, an unmistakable landmark of the botanical gardens she had mentioned. My arm was around her, and she was holding up a tiny silver charm bracelet, a hummingbird glinting on her wrist. The world tilted. My blood pounded in my ears, a roaring torrent. My vision blurred. I stared at the photo, then at Lena, then back at the photo. It was real. I was there. She was there. We were together. This can't be real. I stammered, my voice cracking. I would remember this. I would remember you. You always do, for a while, she said, her voice laced with profound sadness. But then something happens. A trauma. A deep emotional wound. And you, reset. You forget. Not just the bad, but everything that leads up to it. Everything that connects you to the pain. And I am always the one left behind, remembering all of it. She sat down on my armchair, her gaze fixed on me. I have been on this first date with you countless times. Alex, in different cities, different restaurants, under different names. Sometimes you are a little different. Sometimes I am. But it always ends the same way. You forget, and I find you again, trying to make you remember, trying to break the cycle before it is too late. Too late for what? I whispered, the photo trembling in my hand. Too late for you to truly live, she replied, her voice filled with an aching sincerity. You are trapped in a loop. Alex, you build connections, You experience joy, you feel pain, and then you just erase it. You start over, a blank slate, destined to repeat the same mistakes, the same forgotten loves. My head began to spin. A dizzying array of images flashed through my mind: other first dates with Lena, other apartments, other versions of myself laughing, crying, loving. Fragments of memories that felt both utterly foreign and deeply, terrifyingly familiar. The scent of rain on concrete, the taste of cheap wine, the feel of her hand in mine. It was all there, buried beneath layers of forgotten time, struggling to break through. The memory of the Kiani, the spilled wine, the botanical gardens, the indie film. Buster squirrels, my grandmother's sweaters, they were not just random facts. They were anchors, threads she had woven into the fabric of my forgotten past. Tried to pull me back to a reality I refused to acknowledge. A wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than anything I would ever felt. My knees buckled, and I stumbled backward, clutching the photo. The room began to spin, the edges of my vision darkening. Lena stood up, her face etched with concern, reaching out to me. "Alex, are you remembering? Do not fight it. Alex, you have to remember." Her voice seemed to echo from a great distance. The fragmented memories surged, overwhelming my senses, a torrent of forgotten lives, forgotten loves, forgotten sorrows. I saw myself, a younger me, making promises, sharing secrets, feeling a profound connection with this woman. Lena. I saw the pain, the heartbreak, the catalyst for the reset. It was too much. The sheer weight of a lifetime of forgotten experiences, crashing down on me all at once. It had been months since I had finally broken free, but the scars, both visible and invisible, lingered. The memory of Mark's grip, the metallic taste of fear, the chilling silence broken by the shattering glass, it was all still there, a constant hum beneath the surface of my new, supposedly safe life. My family had been incredible. Therapy was helping, but there were moments, especially in quiet of the night, when I felt that familiar, suffocating dread. I was free, yes, but part of me remained trapped in that nightmare, forever altered. So when my friend, Sarah, suggested a blind date, my first instinct was to politely decline. The thought of putting myself out there, of being vulnerable to a stranger, sent a shiver down my spine. But Sarah was insistent. "It is time. Alex," she would said, "you can't let him win. You deserve to live again." Her words resonated, and a tiny spark of hope, or perhaps just stubborn defiance, flickered within me. Maybe she was right. Maybe a normal, uneventful evening with a new person was exactly what I needed to prove to myself that life could be normal again. I agreed. The restaurant Sarah picked was a cozy little Italian place downtown, the kind with dim lighting and red checkered tablecloths. I arrived a few minutes early, my palms sweating despite the cool evening air. I chose a table near the back, hoping to blend in, and try to calm my racing pulse by focusing on the mundane details, the clinking of silverware, the murmur of conversations, the faint scent of garlic and oregano. Then she walked in. She was striking. Dark, wavy hair, intelligent eyes, a smile that seemed both warm and a little knowing. She scanned the room, and her gaze landed on me. A small, confident nod, and she made her way over. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft but clear. "That is me," I replied, standing up, offering a tentative smile. "And you must be Jessica." "The one and only," she chuckled, sliding into the seat opposite me. "It is good to see you again." My smile faltered. Again, I asked, a tiny knot forming in my stomach. "I am sorry. I do not think we have met before. This is a blind date, right?" Jessica tilted her head, her smile unwavering, but her eyes held a strange, almost amused glint. "Oh, Alex, you always do this." My brow furrowed. "Do what?" "Pretend you do not remember," she said, her voice dropping a notch, as if sharing an inside joke. "Remember that disastrous first date at the Gilded Spoon. You spilled wine all over my white dress. And then the second one, when we went to that indie film festival, you kept falling asleep. I stared at her, utterly bewildered. I really think you have me mistaken for someone else. I said, trying to keep my voice even. I have never been to a place called the Gilded Spoon, and I hate indie films. I am more of a blockbuster guy. She laughed, a light, tinkling sound that somehow grated on my nerves. Oh, you say that now, but you loved the melancholy of Arthur Finch. You even cried a little at the end, remember. Said it reminded you of your grandpa. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Arthur Finch. My grandpa. She was referencing things that felt too specific, too personal, yet utterly foreign to my own memory. I tried to recall any past relationships, any fleeting encounters, anything that might explain this bizarre situation. Nothing. My mind was a blank slate where she was concerned. Jessica, I said, leaning forward, my voice more firm now. I assure you, I have never met you before tonight. My friend Sarah set this up. She knows I have not been on a date in over a year. Her expression softened, a hint of something like pity in her eyes. Poor Alex, she murmured, reaching across the table and gently touching my hand. Her touch sent a jolt through me, not of attraction, but of something akin to static electricity, cold and unsettling. You've been through a lot, have not you? That whole Mark situation. It really did a number on your memory, did not it? My blood ran cold. The Mark situation. How could she possibly know about Mark? Sarah knew, of course, and my family and my therapist, but no one else. It was not something I openly discussed. I snatched my hand back. How do you know about that? I demanded, my voice a whisper. She sighed, a theatrical, put-upon sound. Alex, please. We talked about it for hours after it happened. You called me in the middle of the night. Remember, you were so shaken. I came over, made you tea, and we just sat on your couch until dawn. You kept saying you felt like a part of you was still trapped, even after he was arrested. My heart hammered against my ribs. Her words were a chilling echo of my own innermost thoughts, things I had indeed felt and vocalized, but only to those closest to me, never to a stranger. This was not just a mistaken identity. This was something far more sinister. That never happened. I insisted, my voice trembling. I never called you. I do not even know you. Her smile finally faded, replaced by a look of genuine concern, or perhaps something else I could not quite decipher. Alex, you are scaring me a little. Are you okay? Should I call someone? I am fine. I snapped, then immediately regretted my tone. I took a deep breath, trying to regain some semblance of control. Look, Jessica, I apologize if I am being rude, but this is genuinely unsettling. I do not know how you know these things, but I promise you, we have never been on a date. I have no memory of you whatsoever. She frowned, then pulled out her phone. Maybe this will help, she said, her fingers flying across the screen. She turned the phone towards me. It was a picture, a selfie, of me and her. My breath hitched. We were sitting at a table, a half-eaten pizza box between us. I was wearing an old gray t-shirt, the one with the faded band logo that I usually only wore at home. My arm was around her shoulder, and I was smiling, a genuine, relaxed smile that I had not seen on my own face in years. Her head was tilted against mine, and she looked utterly content. The background, though a little blurry, looked suspiciously like my own living room. This is not real. I stammered, my mind reeling. This is photoshopped. It has to be. Photoshopped. She scoffed, a genuine laugh this time. Alex, this was taken 2 months ago. You were so happy that night. We watched The Princess Bride and ate way too much. Pepperoni. 2 months ago. 2 months ago. I was still struggling to sleep through the night without waking in a cold sweat. 2 months ago, the idea of having anyone in my apartment, let alone a date, was unthinkable. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back, the scrape of metal on tile jarring in the quiet restaurant. Alex, wait, she called, but I was already on my feet. I threw a few crumpled bills onto the table, enough to cover my half of the meal, and practically ran for the door. The fresh night air did little to clear my head. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I walked for blocks, my mind a chaotic mess. The picture, the details, the way she had spoken about my trauma. It was all too real, too specific, to be a random prank or a case of mistaken identity. But it could not be real. I knew it could not be. My memory, though scarred, was not that broken. I would remember someone, anyone, who had been that intimately involved in my life. When I finally got home, my apartment felt different. The familiar walls, the worn couch, the stack of books on my coffee table, they all seemed to mock me, to hold secrets I could not access. I paced, trying to rationalize, to find a logical explanation. Was she a stalker who had somehow manipulated photos? But how would she know about Mark? How would she know those intimate details of my recovery? I called Sarah. Hey, how was the date? She chirped, oblivious. Sarah, I said, my voice tight. Who is Jessica? Really? What do you mean, really? She sounded confused. She is a friend, works in marketing, seemed nice. Why? Did you tell her about Mark? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. A beat of silence. No. Alex, of course not. Why would I? I told her you were a great guy, a little shy, and that you had been through a tough time, but nothing specific. Why are you asking? She knows everything. Sarah, I explained, my words tumbling out in a rush. She claims we have been on multiple dates. She said she came over after the Mark thing. She even showed me a picture of us in my apartment. Sarah was silent for a long moment. Then, Alex, are you okay? Are you sure you are not remembering things wrong? Maybe you met her somewhere else and just forgot. No, I practically shouted. I have never seen her before in my life. And the picture looked like my living room, my t-shirt. But I do not remember it. Sarah tried to calm me down, suggesting I might be stressed, or that maybe she was just a crazy person who'd somehow latched onto me. But her suggestions felt hollow. The conviction in Jessica's eyes, the specificity of her memories, the terrifying photo, it was too much to simply dismiss. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hyper-awareness. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every distant siren sent a jolt of fear through me. I checked my locks multiple times. I even looked through old photo albums, my hand shaking as I flipped through pages of faded memories. Nothing. No Jessica. No strange dates I would have forgotten. My life, as far as I could recall, was Jessica-free. But the seed of doubt had been planted. What if Sarah was right? What if I was the one who was somehow broken? The trauma of Mark had left me fragile, susceptible. Could my mind be playing tricks on me? But the photo, how could my mind conjure such a convincing image? The next few days were a blur of paranoia and restless nights. I could not stop thinking about her. Her voice, her smile, the way she looked at me with that strange mix of familiarity and concern. I avoided going out, convinced I would see her around every corner. One afternoon, I was trying to distract myself by doing laundry. As I pulled a load of clothes from the dryer, I felt something small and hard in the pocket of my old gray band t-shirt, the very one I was wearing in the photo Jessica showed me. I pulled it out. It was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. A robin, perhaps. My stomach dropped. You said it reminded you of your grandpa. Jessica had said, referencing the indie film, he used to carve little wooden birds for you. Did not he? My grandpa had carved wooden birds. He had given me one when I was a child, a tiny robin, which I had cherished for years before it eventually got lost during a move. I had not thought about it in decades. This bird was not the bird. My grandpa's had been smoother, more detailed. This one looked newer, less skilled. But the resemblance, the idea of it, was too much. I had never bought a wooden bird. I had never received one. And yet, here it was in my pocket. My hands trembled as I stared at the tiny carving. It felt warm, as if recently held. This was not a memory trick. This was physical proof. I remembered Jessica's words again. You always do this. Pretend you do not remember. A terrifying thought began to coalesce in my mind, a thought so monstrous, so utterly illogical, that my brain fought against it with every fiber of its being. What if she was not just claiming to have been on dates with me? What if she had been there, always, not as a separate person I forgot, but as an integral yet unremembered part of my life? I thought back to moments, small snippets of my past, where I would feel a strange sense of incompleteness, a feeling that someone should have been there, but was not, like a faint echo, a whisper just beyond the edge of hearing. I would always dismiss it as lingering trauma, a symptom of my fractured peace. But what if it was something else? I started looking for her, not to confront her, but to understand. I went back to the restaurant where we met, hoping to find a manager, a waiter, anyone who might have seen us together before. No one recognized her from my description. No one remembered me dining with anyone like her. It was as if our first date had been the only time I had ever been there with her. My search extended online. I found her social media profiles. Normal photos, normal posts. Friends, family, vacations. Nothing overtly sinister. But then, I noticed something strange. In group photos, her face was always clear in focus. But anyone standing next to her, interacting with her, often seemed slightly blurred, or their faces were turned away, as if reality itself was struggling to fully render their interaction. And in some older photos, ones from years ago, if I squinted, I could almost make out a faint, ghost-like figure in the background. Just at the edge of the frame, a blur that seemed to follow her. It was like looking at a magic eye puzzle, where the image only resolved itself if you looked at it just right, and even then, it felt like it could vanish at any moment. I started to scrutinize my own life, my apartment, my routine. Had there been small changes I had not noticed? A book moved from one shelf to another. A different brand of coffee in the cupboard. I found a coffee mug I did not recognize, a bright yellow one with chipped rim. It was exactly the kind of mug Jessica might choose. I did not remember buying it. The wooden bird in my pocket felt heavier now, a tangible piece of the impossible. I remembered her description of our second date, the indie film. You kept falling asleep? She would said, I did fall asleep easily when I was bored. And the crying at the end. My grandpa, he had passed away years ago, and I missed him terribly. It was such a specific, vulnerable detail. It was not just that she knew things. It was that she knew me. The hidden parts, the forgotten parts, the parts one did not even know were still there. The horror was not that she was a stalker. The horror was that she was not a stalker. She was not an outsider looking in. She was an insider I could not perceive. I tried to explain it to Sarah again, but my words came out jumbled, frantic. She listened patiently, but I could hear the concern in her voice, the gentle suggestion of therapy, of rest. She thought I was cracking, that the past trauma was finally breaking me. And maybe she was right. Maybe I was. But what if I was not? What if what I was experiencing was a glimpse behind the curtain of reality? A terrifying truth my mind was trying desperately to reject. I started seeing her everywhere. Not physically, not yet, but in my mind's eye. I would be walking down the street, and a woman with dark, wavy hair would pass, and for a split second, I would feel a jolt, a memory almost there, almost forming, only to dissipate like smoke. I would watch a movie and a minor character, a blur in the background, would suddenly seem to resolve into her form. I began to question everything. My memories, my past, my very identity. Had I ever truly been alone? Had she always been there, just beyond the veil of my perception, a constant presence that my mind actively erased, or that reality itself tried to keep hidden? The thought was maddening. It was like living in a dream where you know something is wrong, but you can't quite pinpoint it. And now, I had pinpointed it, and the knowledge was tearing me apart. I locked myself in my apartment, afraid to go out, afraid to be alone. I stared at the yellow mug, at the wooden bird. They were undeniable. They were anchors in a sea of terrifying uncertainty. One evening, unable to sleep, I was going through an old box of my grandpa's things that my family had given me after his passing. Letters, old tools, a few faded photographs. And then at the bottom, beneath a stack of old postcards, I found it, a small leather-bound journal. My grandpa's. I had never seen it before. I opened it, my hand shaking. His familiar, elegant handwriting filled the pages. Entries about his day, his thoughts, his carvings. And then an entry from years ago, dated just before he passed. The little robin for Alex is almost done. He loves them so. She was here again today, watching me work. Always quiet, always there. Alex never sees her, never acknowledges her. It breaks my heart, but she says it must be this way. She says he will remember eventually, when the time is right. She says she has always been there, always will be. My little Alex, so oblivious. I pray he finds peace when he finally sees her. My breath hitched. My grandpa, he knew. He had seen her, and he had carved a wooden bird for me. Not just a wooden bird, but this wooden bird. The one I had found in my pocket. The one that looked new, not decades old. He must have carved it just before he died, for a memory of me with her. A memory I did not possess. I flipped through more pages, frantically searching. There were other mentions, subtle at first, then more direct. She helped me with the garden today. She reminded me of that story about Alex when he was 5. She asked if Alex still liked mint chocolate chip ice cream. My grandpa, the man I loved and trusted implicitly, had been aware of her, and he had accepted her presence, even understood why I could not see her. My eyes landed on a photo tucked into the journal's pages. A faded snapshot of my grandpa, sitting on his porch swing, a half-finished wooden bird in his hand. And standing beside him, a faint, almost transparent figure, a woman with dark, wavy hair, smiling gently. Her face, though blurry, was unmistakably Jessica's. The world tilted. It was not just me. It was not just a blind date. It was not a stalker or a memory lapse. Jessica was not just a person. She was something else. Something ancient, pervasive. A fundamental part of my existence that my mind, for whatever reason, had been actively rejecting. She was a constant, a presence woven into the fabric of my life, a glitch in the matrix of my own reality. And now, I could see her. The realization did not bring clarity. It brought a horrifying, all-encompassing madness. Every memory I had, every photograph, every conversation all felt tainted, incomplete. I would look at old family photos, and in the corner, in the background, I would start to see her. A faint outline, a shimmering distortion, a pair of dark, knowing eyes watching from periphery. She was not just claiming to have been on dates with me. She had been everywhere. In my childhood, in my teenage years, present at moments I thought were entirely my own. She was the one who left the yellow mug, the one who bought the specific brand of coffee I sometimes found in my cupboard, the one who moved the book on my shelf. She was the quiet presence I sometimes felt, the fleeting shadow, the inexplicable sense of not being truly alone, even when I was. The trauma of Mark, the fear of being trapped again, it paled in comparison to this. Because Mark had been an external threat, something I could escape. Jessica was internal. She was woven into me, into my past, into my very perception of reality. There was no escape. I have not left my apartment in weeks. The food Sarah drops off at my door sits untouched. I spend my days staring at the walls, at the mundane objects around me, searching for her. And I find her. In the reflection of the window, a fleeting glimpse. In the shadows cast by the furniture, a subtle shift. In the corner of my eye, a shimmering distortion. She is always there. Always has been. And now that I know, now that I see her, I can't unsee her. My mind struggles, fights, tries to push her back into the unremembered void, but it is too late. The knowledge is a poison, seeping into every neuron, every memory. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a soft, familiar laugh, a light, tinkling sound just at the edge of hearing. And I know she is watching me, waiting. For what? I do not know, but the terror is absolute, because I am no longer just haunted by a nightmare. I am living in one, and the monster is not just outside my window, but within the very fabric of my existence. Always there, always watching, always waiting. And I can never truly be free. The familiar dread was a cold, wet blanket thrown over me the moment my eyes fluttered open. It was not just a feeling, it was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to take a full breath. The whisper was back too, a faint, insistent hiss at the edge of my hearing, telling me everything was off, like a record skipping or a video game character spawning at the same checkpoint after a death. My bedroom looked exactly as it had yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. The same stack of books on my nightstand, the same half-empty glass of water, the same faint streak of morning light cutting across the carpet. It was all too perfect, too sterile, like a diorama set up for display. And I was the doll within it, waiting for someone to push play. A desperate hunger for something real, something that could shatter this transparent cage, gnawed at me. I knew this feeling. I would felt it before. It was the precursor to something. A search, an escape. My hand, as if guided by an invisible string, reached for my phone. The screen flickered to life, the dating app icon glowing like a beacon in the dim room. I opened it, my thumb already scrolling, my heart a dull taste out against my ribs. And there he was, Alex. His profile picture was the same, that easy, genuine smile, the crinkles at the corners of his kind eyes. His bio, a simple, warm invitation to connect. A refreshing contrast, my mind supplied, to a shadowy figure named Mark I could not quite recall. A name that felt like a splinter under my skin, something that had been there, but was now gone. A strange sense of deja vu washed over me, a feeling of having done this exact thing countless times. But the details were hazy, like trying to remember a dream moments after waking. Still, hope, foolish and fragile, bloomed in my chest. Maybe this time. Maybe this Alex could be the one to break the loop. Our messages flowed easily, as if we would known each other for years. His words were kind, thoughtful, genuinely interested. We talked about everything and nothing, our favorite coffee, obscure movies, ambitions for the future. He seemed to understand me in a way no one else ever had, finishing my sentences, anticipating my thoughts. It was uncanny, almost too perfect. But I pushed the unease down, desperate for the connection, for the escape he represented. We set a date for Saturday night. Dinner at the Copper Kettle, a new Italian place downtown that had just opened to rave reviews. I spent hours getting ready, trying on different outfits, fussing with my hair. A genuine thrill, untainted by the familiar dread, bubbled inside me. This was it. A real date, a real connection, a real step out of the sterile diorama. When Alex pulled up to my apartment building, my heart did a little flip. He was even more handsome in person, his smile just as warm as in his pictures. He opened the passenger door for me, a small gesture that felt incredibly chivalrous in a world of casual indifference. His car was clean, a dark sedan, smelling faintly of leather and something citrusy. "You look amazing," he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You do not look so bad yourself." I replied, a genuine blush rising to my cheeks. as he pulled away from the curb. I felt a lightness I had not experienced, and I could not even say how long. The dread was still there, a faint echo in the background, but for now, it was muted, overshadowed by the excitement of the evening. We made small talk as we drove. He asked about my day. I asked about his. He told a funny story about a project at work, and I laughed, a real, unforced laugh. The city lights began to twinkle around us, a vibrant tapestry against a deepening twilight. I watched them, feeling a sense of belonging, a part of the world again. Then, I noticed it. We were supposed to be heading downtown. The Copper Kettle was on Elm Street, right in the heart of the bustling restaurant district. But the buildings we were passing were not getting taller, they were getting sparser. The streetlights were fewer and farther between. The hum of city traffic was fading, replaced by the soft rush of air through the open window. I glanced at Alex. He was focused on the road, his profile illuminated by the dashboard lights. A faint, almost imperceptible tension was in his jaw. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Are not we going the wrong way for the Copper Kettle? I thought it was downtown." He turned his head slightly, a quick, reassuring smile flashing. "Oh yeah, about that. I remember a shortcut. Traffic downtown can be a nightmare on a Saturday night, you know. This way, we will get there quicker and it is a much nicer drive. A shortcut. Okay." That made sense. I nodded, trying to convince myself. But a familiar dread, that cold, wet blanket, began to unfurl itself again, slowly, insidiously. The whisper returned, louder this time. Off. The shortcut took us off the main thoroughfare. The asphalt turned into a narrower, less maintained road. The streetlights vanished entirely, plunging us into a deeper darkness, punctuated only by the car's headlights cutting through the gloom. On either side of us, trees began to loom, dark, skeletal figures against the night sky. My heart started to pick up speed, a frantic little bird trapped in my ribcage. "Alex," I said, my voice a little shaky now. "This does not look like any shortcut to downtown. Where exactly are we going?" He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The tension in his jaw was more pronounced now. "Alex," I repeated, a note of panic creeping into my tone. My eyes darted around the dark interior of the car, then to the dense, black wall of trees outside. We had not seen another car in what felt like an eternity. Finally, he spoke, his voice low, almost a murmur. Just a little further. "Trust me. Trust him." The words echoed in my head, mocking me. Trust him? I barely knew him. Or did I? A jumble of images flashed through my mind to fly with my face on it. A missing person notice, a syringe, a blinding white light. Alex's confession that he was a victim, not a handler. Remember, he would screamed. Remember. The memories were like shards of glass, sharp and painful, but still fragmented, incomplete. They were there, though, a chilling testament to the loop. And if the loop was real, if Alex was part of it, then this shortcut was no accident. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. I needed to call someone, anyone, but before I could even unlock the screen, Alex's hand shot out, not violently, but with a startling speed, and snatched it from my grasp. "Hey," I cried, my voice cracking. "Give me my phone back." He did not look at me. He just tossed it onto the dashboard, out of my reach, then continued to grip the steering wheel, his knuckles white. "Alex, what are you doing?" I demanded, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "This is not funny. Turn around. Take me back." The road, if you could even call it that, had become a dirt track, deeply rutted and uneven. The car bounced and swayed, the branches of unseen trees scraping against the windows with a dry, scratching sound that made my skin crawl. The air grew colder, carrying the damp, earthy smell of the woods. Fear, raw and primal, clawed at my throat. I tried the door handle, Locked. Of course, it was locked. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a plan. But my thoughts were a chaotic scramble of terror. Alex, please. I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper. What is happening? He finally slowed the car, turning off the dirt track onto an even narrower path, barely visible beneath the overhanging branches. The trees closed in around us, forming a dense, suffocating tunnel. The headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating a thick wall of trunks and branches, gnarled and ancient. Then he stopped the car. The engine died with shuddering cough, plunging us into an immediate, profound silence. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves and a faint breeze and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Alex, I whispered, barely able to form a word. Why are we here? He turned to me then, his face pale in the dim light, his eyes wide and haunted. He did not look like the charming, kind man from the dating app. He looked terrified. I had to, he said, his voice hoarse, barely audible. I had to bring you here. Why? I demanded, my fear turning into a desperate anger. What is this? Are you going to hurt me? He shook his head, a violent tremor passing through him. No, never. I would never hurt you. But they made me. They always make me. This is where it starts again. Starts. What? I pressed, the fragmented memories from the last loop swirling, trying to coalesce. The experiment. The connection. His eyes widened further, a flicker of surprise, then a desperate hope igniting within them. You remember. You actually remember. Bits and pieces. I admitted, my voice still shaky. The flyer, your apartment, the hairpin, the light you said you were a victim to. That this was a loop. The connection. A sob escaped him, a ragged, broken sound. Yes, that is it. You remembered. I did not think they usually wipe it all. But I tried. This time, I tried something different. What did you try? I asked, looking around the suffocating darkness of the woods. Why are we here? This is where they reset us, he explained, his voice gaining a frantic edge. Or where they observe us. It is a boundary. I do not know exactly. But I remember the flash, a feeling that if I could get you to the specific spot before the reset, maybe we could break it. Or at least remember more. He opened his door and I flinched, expecting him to grab me. But he just stepped out, leaving his door ajar. The faint moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters around us. Come on, he urged, his voice a desperate whisper. We do not have much time. I hesitated, my instinct screaming at me to stay in the car, to try and hotwire it, to run. But something in his eyes, a raw, genuine terror that mirrored my own, convinced me. He was not trying to hurt me. He was trying to save me. Or us. I unbuckled my seatbelt, my hands trembling, and pushed open my door. The cold night air hit me, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The silence of the woods was profound, almost deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. But beneath those natural sounds, I could hear a faint, almost imperceptible hum, like a distant generator or a high-frequency current. What is that sound? I whispered, looking at Alex. He shivered, pulling his jacket tighter around him. I do not know. It is always there, out here, like the woods are alive, or listening. He started walking, not deeper into the woods, but parallel to the dirt track, pushing aside low-hanging branches. I followed, my eyes scanning the darkness, every shadow a potential threat. My heart was still hammering, but a new emotion was mixing with the fear, a desperate, urgent curiosity. If this was the key, if this was how we broke free, I had to see it through. How did you remember to come here? I asked, trying to keep up with his hurried pace. Flashes, he replied, not looking at me. After the last reset, I tried to write everything down, everything I could remember. I started a journal. I hit it, but even that gets wiped eventually. This time, I just had a strong, undeniable impulse, a sense of urgency. I had to bring you here, to this exact spot before they get to us. He stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. We were in a small clearing, barely big enough for a car to turn around. The trees here were even denser, forming an almost impenetrable wall. But in the center of the clearing, something stood out. It was a small, crudely built structure, almost like a miniature shed, but without a door. Just 3 walls and a roof, made of rough, unfinished wood. It looked out of place, artificial, a blot on the natural landscape. What is that? I breathed, my blood running cold. The hum I would heard earlier seemed to emanate from it, a low, thrumming vibration that resonated in my bones. I do not know, Alex confessed, his voice barely audible. I have never seen it before, not in any of the loops I remember. But I feel like it is important, like it is new, or like it has been waiting for us. He took a tentative step towards it, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. I grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Wait, Alex, do not just go walking up to it. What if it is dangerous? Everything out here is dangerous, he said, turning to me, his eyes pleading. But this might be our only chance. This might be the source, the heart of it all. He broke free from my grasp and slowly approached the structure. As he got closer, the hum grew louder, a palpable vibration in the air. I could feel it buzzing against my teeth, making my eardrums ache. He peered into the opening where a door should have been. His shoulders tensed, and he let out a choked gasp. What is it? I whispered, forcing myself to move closer, my feet heavy with dread. I reached the opening and looked inside. The interior of the shed was small, perhaps 5 feet by 5 feet. It was completely empty, save for one thing. In the center of the dirt floor, a single, pristine white syringe lay on its side. It gleamed faintly in the sparse moonlight that filtered into the structure. It looked brand new, sterile, utterly out of place in the rustic, organic surroundings. My breath hitched. The syringe, Mark, the loop, the pieces clicked into place, not fully, but enough to send a fresh wave of terror through me. This was it. This was the instrument of our reset. Oh my God, I whispered, my voice trembling. It is the syringe. That is how they do it. Alex was staring at it, his face a mask of horror. They leave it here for us to find. A reminder or a warning. Suddenly, the hum intensified dramatically. It was not just a vibration anymore, it was a high-pitched whine, grating against my nerves, making my vision blur at the edges. The air around us felt thick, heavy, as if an immense pressure was building. We need to go. I gasped, grabbing Alex's arm, pulling him away from the shed. Now, he stumbled back with me, his eyes still fixed on the syringe. No, wait. There is something else. Look. He pointed to the ground just outside the shed, where the moonlight fell more clearly. There, half buried in the damp soil, was a small, leather-bound journal. It looked old, worn, its pages slightly warped. My journal, Alex whispered, his voice filled with a strange awe. I told you I kept one. I hid it, but it is here. How did it get here? He knelt down, his fingers shaking as he pulled it from the earth. He fumbled it open, flipping through the pages. They were filled with his neat, precise handwriting. Dates, observations, fragmented memories. Please to remember. And then, a section that caught his eye, a page that seemed to have been written in a different, more frantic hand. He started to read aloud, his voice barely audible over the increasing whine. They are testing the boundaries. The connection is strengthening. The subjects are beginning to retain fragments. The woods are a control zone, a place of forced re-engagement. If they reach the nexus before the reset, the experiment will be compromised. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with dawning horror. Nexus? is this as this shed the nexus. The ground beneath us began to vibrate, a deep, resonant rumble that shook us to our core. The trees around the clearing seemed to sway violently, even though there was no wind. The high-pitched whine reached an unbearable crescendo, piercing my ears, making my head throb. And then, through the trees, a figure emerged. It was tall, slender, dressed in dark, almost featureless clothing. Its face was obscured by shadow, or perhaps it wore a hood. It moved with an unnatural stillness, gliding rather than walking, directly towards a clearing. Another figure appeared behind it, then another, until there were at least four, all moving with the same silent, purposeful stride. The handlers. Alex choked out, his voice filled with despair. They are here. They know. My blood ran cold. The dread was no longer a blanket, it was a suffocating shroud, wrapping me completely. The whisper was no longer faint, it was a chorus of voices, echoing in my mind, telling me to submit, to forget, to return to the loop. We have to run. I screamed, grabbing Alex's hand. Now, but he did not move. He was staring at the journal in his hand, his eyes fixed on a page, his lips moving silently. Alex, I yelled, trying to pull him. They are coming. He finally looked up, his eyes filled with new, terrifying realization. It says the syringe is not just for the reset. It is also to enhance the memory wipe, to ensure the loop is clean. But it also says if the subjects willingly take the injection at the nexus, the loop can be altered. Not broken, but altered. The figures were closer now, their shadowy forms becoming clearer in the pulsating, distorted light that began to emanate from the shed. A blinding, pure white light, just like the one I remember from the last reset. It pulsed, growing brighter, consuming the darkness, making the trees around us glow with an ethereal, unnatural light. Altered how? I cried, tears streaming down my face, the light burning my eyes. What does that mean? Alex ripped the page from the journal, stuffing it into my hand. I do not know, but it is our only chance. If we take it, maybe we can fight it from the inside. Maybe we can remember more. He stumbled back toward the shed, towards a gleaming syringe. Alex, no. I screamed, pulling at him, but he was stronger, driven by a desperate, terrifying resolve. The light from the shed intensified, becoming an unbearable, all-encompassing white. The hum became a deafening roar, shaking the very ground beneath us. The shadowy figures of the handlers were almost upon us, their hands reaching out, their forms blurring in the incandescent glow. Alex reached the shed, his hand trembling as he picked up the syringe. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. Remember me. Remember the woods. Remember this. We will find each other. We have to break it. Then, with a shuddering breath, he plunged the syringe into his own arm. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror, mixed with profound sense of loss, washed over me. Alex. I screamed, my voice ripped from my throat, raw and agonizing. The white light consumed everything. It was not just bright, it was absolute. It burned away my vision, my hearing, my very sense of self. It was a searing, cleansing fire, designed to wipe away all traces of what had just happened. I felt myself falling, tumbling through an endless void, the scream still caught in my throat, echoing into nothingness. I clutched a crumpled page from Alex's journal, a desperate, irrational hope that would somehow survive the purge. Then darkness. And then I woke. The familiar dread was a cold, wet blanket thrown over me the moment my eyes fluttered open. It was not just a feeling, it was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to take a full breath. The whisper was back too, a faint, insistent hiss at the edge of my hearing, telling me everything was off, like a record skipping or a video game character spawning at the same checkpoint after a death. My bedroom looked exactly as it had yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. The same stack of books on my nightstand, the same half-empty glass of water, the same faint streak of morning light cutting across the carpet. It was all too perfect, too sterile, like a diorama set up for display. And I was the doll within it, waiting for someone to push play. A desperate hunger for something real, something that could shatter this transparent cage, gnawed at me. I knew this feeling. I would felt it before. It was the precursor to something. A search, an escape. My hand, as if guided by an invisible string, reached for my phone. The screen flickered to life, the dating app icon glowing like a beacon in the dim room. I opened it, my thumb already scrolling, my heart a dull taste thud against my ribs. And there he was, Alex. His profile picture was the same, that easy, genuine smile, the crinkles at the corners of his kind eyes. His bio, a simple, warm invitation to connect. But this time, as I looked at his picture, a strange, phantom sensation prickled at my arm. It felt like a faint sting, a ghost of a needle. And in my other hand, clutched tight, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. I unfolded it, my fingers trembling. It was a page from a journal. And on it, in neat, precise handwriting, were the words, "They are testing the boundaries. The connection is strengthening. The subjects are beginning to retain fragments. The woods are a control zone, a place of forced engagement. If they reach the nexus before the reset, the experiment will be compromised." My breath caught in my throat. The whisper in my ear grew louder, no longer just off, but a chilling, insistent command: remember the woods. Remember the syringe. Remember Alex. The loop had reset, but this time, something was different. This time, I had a fragment, and a desperate, burning resolve. I was going to find Alex, and together, we were going to break the connection. This was not just a loop anymore. It was a war. The first thing you learn about dating apps, especially if you are a woman, is that they are a minefield. A vast, desolate wasteland dotted with the occasional oasis that usually turns out to be a mirage, or worse, a quicksand pit disguised as a 5-star resort. I would seen it all: the guys who were clearly married, the ones who only wanted a late-night hookup, the ones who talked exclusively about their crypto portfolio or their cat's bowel movements. My phone was a graveyard of unread messages and unmatched profiles. I was tired, honestly. Tired of the endless swiping, the polite small talk that went nowhere, the dates that felt more like job interviews. I was about ready to throw in the towel, delete Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, and whatever other desperate digital playground were out there. I was picturing a future filled with cats and artisanal cheeses, and honestly, it did not sound so bad. But then, one Tuesday night, while I was half-heartedly swiping through profiles during a particularly boring episode of a true crime documentary, he popped up. Alex. His profile was different. Not flashy, not overtly masculine, in that performative way some guys try to be. Just a few well-lit photos, one of him hiking a mountain trail, a wide, genuine smile on his face, another with a dog, a golden retriever, looking genuinely happy in a third, a close-up showing kind eyes and a smattering of freckles. His bio was short, witty, and actually said something about his interests: reading, cooking, exploring new coffee shops. No red flags, no glaring warning signs. Just nice. Normal. Almost too normal, in a way that felt refreshing. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. My phone buzzed, and a little jolt of something, maybe hope, maybe just curiosity, went through me. His first message was simple: "Hey, Sarah, your profile mentioned you are a fan of old bookstores. Any hidden gems you have found recently?" It was not a generic opener. It showed he would actually read my profile, something surprisingly rare. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about books, about our favorite hiking trails, about the ridiculousness of modern dating. He was intelligent, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He did not send unsolicited shirtless photos or weird pickup lines. He was, in a word, a gentleman. And after weeks, maybe months of digital sludge, it felt like finding a diamond in a landfill. We decided to meet for coffee that Saturday. I went in with my usual low expectations, prepared for the inevitable disappointment. But from the moment he walked into the cafe, I knew it was different. He was even better looking in person, and his smile was just as warm as it had appeared in his photos. We talked for 2 hours, and it felt like 20 minutes. There were no awkward silences, no forced laughs. We finished each other's sentences, discovered uncanny shared interests, and laughed until our stomachs hurt. I walked out of that cafe feeling lighter than I had in years. He texted me that night, asking for a second date. I practically launched my phone across the room in my excitement. This was it. I thought this was finally it. The universe was finally throwing me a bone. Our second date was dinner at a cozy Italian place. He remembered that I would mention my favorite pasta dish in a passing comment during our first chat, and he would make a reservation at a restaurant known for it. It was a small detail, but it spoke volumes. He was attentive, thoughtful, and charming without being overbearing. We talked about our families, our dreams, our past relationships. He was open, honest, and seemed to genuinely listen when I spoke. It felt like we would known each other for years, not just a few days. By the end of the night, I was completely smitten. My cynical shell had cracked, and I was letting myself believe in something good again. A week later, after a few more delightful dates and endless texts, Alex suggested dinner at his place. He said he loved to cook and wanted to make me his famous homemade lasagna. My heart did a little flutter. It felt like a big step, a sign of genuine interest and comfort. I hesitated for a moment, my usual caution kicking in. Going to a stranger's house, even a charming one, always carried a tiny risk. But this was Alex. He felt different. He felt safe. I agreed, a giddy smile on my face. I arrived at his apartment building on a Friday evening, a bottle of wine in hand. It was a nice, modern complex, not too far from my own place. He met me at the door, that familiar warm smile on his face, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He looked effortlessly handsome in a casual shirt and jeans. "Hey," he said, pulling me into a gentle hug that felt surprisingly natural. "Come on in. Dinner's almost ready." His apartment was immaculate, spotlessly clean, tastefully decorated, with minimalist aesthetic that still managed to feel cozy. There were bookshelves overflowing with books, a comfortable-looking sofa, and a scattering of interesting art prints on the walls. It smelled faintly of garlic and herbs, and something else, a clean, almost sterile scent, like fresh laundry. "Wow, your place is great," I said, genuinely impressed. "And it smells amazing." He chuckled, taking the wine from my hand. "Thanks. I try to keep it tidy. Make yourself at home." Wine. We settled onto the sofa, sipping wine and chatting as he finished up in the kitchen. He was a natural host, keeping the conversation lively and making sure I was comfortable. The lasagna was, as promised, incredible. We ate at a small dining table, candlelight flickering, soft music playing in the background. It was perfect, beyond perfect. It was everything I had ever hoped for in a date, in a relationship. I found myself thinking, this is it. This is the one. I finally found him. After dinner, we moved back to the sofa, talking for hours. The conversation flowed effortlessly, as it always did with Alex. We covered everything from our childhood memories to our biggest fears. I felt completely open with him, something I had not experienced with anyone else. He seemed to understand me on a level no one else ever had. It was like looking into a mirror and seeing the best version of myself reflected back. At one point, I needed to use the restroom. "Bathroom's just down the hall, second door on the left," he said, gesturing vaguely. "Help yourself to anything you need." He was so relaxed, so trusting. It just solidified my belief that he was a genuinely good person. I walked down the short hallway. The first door was closed, presumably his bedroom. The second door was slightly ajar, revealing a pristine bathroom. As I pushed it open, my gaze drifted to the wall opposite, where a small cork bulletin board hung. It was tucked away, almost hidden behind the open bathroom door, clearly not meant to be a prominent display. It was covered with various notes and reminders, a few postcards, and a flyer. My eyes snagged on it instantly. It was not an ad for a local band or a community event. It was a picture, a photograph of a woman with dark hair, a slightly crooked smile, and eyes that looked remarkably, unsettlingly familiar. My breath hitched. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I stepped closer, my heart beginning to thump a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. The flyer was old, faded at the edges, the paper slightly yellowed. The text was in bold black letters, stark against the pale background. Missing person, my eyes darted to photo again. And then, a sickening wave of realization washed over me, so powerful it made my knees weak. It was me. The woman in the photograph was me. Younger, maybe a little thinner, with a slightly different hairstyle, but undeniably, horrifyingly me. The same nose, the same curve of the lips, the same faint scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood bike accident. It was a photo I did not recognize, one I could not place in any memory. But it was me. Below the photo, my name was printed in large, clear letters, Sarah Jenkins. And below that, the details. Date of birth, height, weight, distinguishing marks, and then the date of disappearance. My blood ran cold. The date was not recent. It was not a week ago or a month ago. It was over 3 years ago. Missing since October 17th, 2020. My mind reeled. October 17th, 2020. That was impossible. I had not been missing. I had been living my life. I had been working, paying rent, going out with friends, swiping on Tinder, having bad dates, and then meeting Alex. Panic began to bubble up, a frantic, icy geyser in my chest. My hands started to tremble, and I pressed them against the wall to steady myself. This had to be a joke, a sick, twisted prank. But who would do something like this? And why? And why was it in Alex's apartment? I stared at the flyer, my mind racing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a doppelganger. A woman who looked exactly like me, who had gone missing. But the name, Sarah Jenkins, was too precise. And the photo, while unfamiliar, was undeniably my face. A terrifying thought began to coalesce, pushing its way through the fog of my disbelief. If I had been missing for 3 years, then what had I been doing for 3 years? What was I doing now? Who was I? My head started to spin. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to run, to scream, to tear that flyer down and shred it into a million pieces. But I could not move. My feet were rooted to spot, my eyes glued to the horrifying image of my own missing face. Then, I heard Alex's voice from the living room. Everything all right in there? Sarah, need anything? His voice, which at moments ago sounded so warm and comforting, now felt like a hammer blow to my skull. It was soft, solicitous, but it carried an undertone that, in my sudden state of terror, I perceived as menacing. Why, yeah, I stammered, my voice sounding thin and reedy, completely unlike my own. Just washing my hands. I quickly splashed some cold water on my face, trying to compose myself. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, wide-eyed and pale. I looked like a ghost. I tried to force a normal expression onto my face, but my lips trembled. I could not let him see. I could not let him know I knew. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to slow my racing heart. Think. Sarah, think. What do you do? Confront him? No, not yet. If this was what it seemed to be, confronting him would be incredibly dangerous. He was bigger than me, stronger, And if he was capable of this, then what else was he capable of? Escape. That was the only option. I needed to get out of here. Right now. I walked back into the living room, trying to project an air of nonchalance I was far from feeling. Alex was standing by the window, looking out at the city lights. He turned as I entered, a soft smile on his face. Feeling better, he asked, his eyes lingering on my face for a moment longer than comfortable. Much better. I lied, my voice a little too bright. That lasagna was incredible. Alex, seriously, you are an amazing cook. Glad you enjoyed it, he said, his smile widening. I told you I could cook. I walked over to the sofa, tried to appear casual, my mind frantically searching for an exit strategy. My purse. Where was my purse? I remembered placing on the armchair when I first arrived. Good. My phone would be in there. I could call for help, or at least an Uber. You know, I began trying to keep my voice light. It is getting a little late. I should probably head home soon. I have an early start tomorrow. He turned from the window, his smile still in place, but something in his eyes shifted. A subtle flicker, like a shadow passing over flame. Oh, already, but we were just getting started. I thought we could watch a movie, or maybe I could show you my collection of first edition novels. As tempting as that sounds, I said, trying to force a laugh. I really do need to get some sleep. Work, you know. I moved toward the armchair, my hand reaching for my purse. As my fingers brushed against the leather, Alex's voice cut through the air, sharper than before. Actually, Sarah, he said, and the warmth had completely vanished from his tone. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion, yet infinitely more terrifying. I do not think you will be leaving just yet. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. I froze, my hand still on my purse. I slowly turned to face him. His smile was gone. His face was a mask, his eyes dark and unreadable. What do you mean? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. But a tremor betrayed me. He took a step towards me, then another. He said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling murmur. We have a lot to talk about. Do not we? He stopped a few feet away, his gaze fixed on my face. I could feel the heat of his stare, like a physical pressure. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was paralyzed by fear. You saw it. Did not you? He asked, his voice still unnervingly calm. The flyer. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. There was no point in denying it. Yes, I whispered. I saw it. What is that? Alex. Why is my picture on a missing person flyer? A strange, almost sad expression flickered across his face. Because you were missing. Sarah, you were lost. And I found you. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I instinctively recoiled, bumping into the armchair. Lost? I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. I was not lost. I was living my life. He shook his head slowly, a pitying look in his eyes. No, you were not. You were wandering, confused, forgetting who you were. You had an accident, a bad one. You lost your memory. You did not know who you were, where you belonged. But I knew. My mind raced, trying to process his words. An accident. Amnesia. It sounded like something out of a bad movie. But the flyer was real. The date, 3 years ago. It lined up with his story in a horrifying, impossible way. What are you talking about? I demanded, finding a sliver of defiance. I remember my life. I remember my family, my friends, my job. I remember everything. He let out a soft, humorless chuckle. Do you, Sarah, do you really? Or do you remember the life I helped you build? The memories I carefully put back for you. The ones that made you feel safe, made you feel like you were whole again. My blood ran cold, a deeper, more profound chill than before. He was not just saying I was missing, he was saying he had created my current reality. That my entire life for the past 3 years was a fabrication, a carefully constructed lie. You are insane. I breathed, backing away slowly, my hand still clutching my purse. No, Sarah, I am not insane. I love you. I always have. Ever since. I first saw you years ago, before the accident. I knew we were meant to be. But you did not know me then. You were with someone else. And then the accident happened. And you were alone, vulnerable, lost. It was a sign. A chance for us to finally be together. He was speaking in a calm, almost gentle tone, as if explaining a simple fact. But his words were a torrent of madness, tearing to the fabric of my reality. I found you, he continued, his eyes shining with a frightening intensity. I took care of you. I nursed you back to health. And when you could not remember anything, I helped you. I gave you a new life. Our life. I knew all your interests, all your dreams, because I've been watching you, loving you, for so long. I just needed to guide you back to them. Back to me. He gestured around the apartment, a proud smile on his face. This apartment, the books, the coffee shops we discovered together, the hiking trails, it was all for you. Sarah, everything. I made sure every detail was perfect so you would feel at home, so you would feel safe with me. His words echoed in my ears, making a horrifying kind of sense. The 2 perfect dates, the uncanny shared interests, the feeling of instant connection. It was not fate. It was a meticulously crafted illusion. He had not remembered my favorite pasta dish. He had known it because he had been observing me, stalking me, for years. He had not listened intently to my stories. He had already known them. The Tinder profile. I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You knew I would swipe right. You knew exactly what to say. He nodded, his smile returning, a genuine, terrifyingly pleased expression. Of course. I knew you better than you knew yourself. Sarah, I knew what you were looking for, what you needed, and I provided it. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. The unfamiliarly familiar photo on the flyer. The missing 3 years. The carefully curated life he had presented to me. It was not just a missing person flyer. It was proof that my entire existence, my very identity, had been stolen and rebuilt by this man. I was not just lost, I was erased. My family, I said, my voice trembling. My parents, my sister, they are real. I remember them. His smile faltered slightly. They were worried about you, of course, for a while, but they moved on. They had to. I made sure they knew you were gone, untraceable. It was for the best. They would not have understood. They would not have understood our love. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. He had not just stolen my life, he had severed me from everyone I knew, everyone I loved. He had murdered my past and replaced it with his own twisted fantasy. I need to go, I said, my voice rising. Let me go, Alex. Go, he chuckled, a chilling sound. Go where? Sarah, you are home. We are home. We have our whole lives ahead of us. He took another step, and I scrambled backward, my hand finally closing around my purse. My fingers fumbled for my phone. Do not, he said, his voice hardening, losing all traces of its former gentle facade. Do not even think about it. He lunged, his hand snatching my purse before I could even pull my phone out. He ripped it from my grasp, tossing it onto the sofa. The heavy thud of it landing felt like the sound of my last hope dying. You are not leaving. Sarah, he repeated, his eyes burning with a possessive fire. Not ever again. He moved towards me, his movements quick and purposeful. I backed away, my eyes darted around the room. searching for anything, any weapon, any escape route. The door, it was locked. The windows, they looked sealed. You can't keep me here, I said, my voice shaking but laced with a desperate defiance. Someone will notice I am gone. My friends, my landlord. He laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Your friends. They will think you found someone special. Finally, they will be happy for you. And your landlord. Your rent is paid for the next 6 months. You are very efficient. Sarah, I made sure of that. He was closing in. I could smell the faint scent of his cologne, which now seemed cloying and sinister. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape its cage. I do not love you. I spat, hoping to break through his delusion, to shock him. His face contorted, a flash of pain mixed with anger. You will. Sarah, you just need a little more time. You will remember how perfect we are together, how much you need me. He reached for me, his hand outstretched. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I ducked under his arm, scrambling towards the kitchen. My only thought to find something, anything, to defend myself. Sarah, he roared, his voice losing its calm entirely, replaced by a chilling fury. Do not make this difficult. I burst into the kitchen, my eyes scanning the counters. A block of knives. My hand shot out, grabbing the handle of the largest one, a gleaming chef's knife. It felt heavy and cold in my trembling hand, a terrifying, desperate comfort. I spun around, facing him as he entered the kitchen, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and anger. He stopped short, seeing the knife. Put that down. Sarah, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You do not want to hurt me. I do not want to be here. I screamed, tears streaming down my face. Let me go. We belong together, he shouted, taking a step forward. You are mine. I am not yours. I yelled back, my voice hoarse. I am Sarah Jenkins, and I am not missing anymore. He lunged. I did not think. I just reacted. I swung the knife wildly, a desperate, clumsy arc. He recoiled, a gasp escaping his lips as the blade grazed his arm. A thin line of red appeared on his sleeve. He looked at his arm, then at me, his eyes filled with a terrifying mix of disbelief and hurt. You cut me, he whispered, as if deeply offended. That moment of shock was my chance. I spun around, not toward the door I entered, but toward the kitchen window. It was a large, modern window, but it was not barred. It was my only hope. I slammed the butt of the knife into glass, once, twice. It spiderwebbed, then shattered, shards flying inwards. The cold night air rushed in, a blast of freedom. No, Alex roared, recovering from his shock. He lunged for me again, grabbing my arm. His grip was like iron. I screamed, struggling against him, the knife still clutched in my hand. He was strong, much stronger than me. He pulled me back, away from the broken window. My head slammed against the counter, a blinding pain shooting through me. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, everything went black. When I came to, I was on the floor, dazed, my head throbbing. Alex was standing over me, his face a mask of rage and despair. The knife was gone, kicked away somewhere. Why? Sarah, he whispered, his voice cracking. Why are you doing this? I only want to protect you. He reached down, his hand closing around my ankle. I screamed again, kicking out with my free foot, catching him in the shin. He roared in pain, momentarily releasing me. That was all I needed. I scrambled to my feet, my head swimming, and lunged to the broken window. The glass shard still in the frame glinted menacingly, but I did not care. I squeezed through the opening, scraping my skin on the jagged edges. Pain lanced through my arm and shoulder, but it was a distant throb compared to the terror that fueled me. I landed awkwardly on the ground outside, a small patch of grass below his apartment window. My ankle twisted, and a sharp pain shot up my leg. I cried out, but forced myself to move, to crawl, to stumble away. I could hear Alex shouting from the broken window above, his voice a distorted, frantic howl. I did not look back. I just ran, limping, stumbling, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I ran through manicured lawns of the apartment complex, past parked cars, towards the street, towards the distant lights of civilization. My clothes were torn, my skin was bleeding, my head was pounding, but I was free. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on the sidewalk a few blocks away. My phone, somehow, was still in my pocket. I fumbled it out, my fingers clumsy with shock and fear, and dialed 911. The next few hours where the dread was back. It always was. A cold, heavy blanket that settled over me the moment my eyes fluttered open. My bedroom, identical. Every scratch on the nightstand, every crease in the duvet, every angle of the morning light filtering through the blinds precisely as it had been countless times before. A transparent cage. But this time, it was not just a dread. This time, my hand was clenched, and when I uncurled my fingers, there was a crumpled, slightly damp journal page. The edges were frayed, the paper thin for what felt like 100 resets. The faint whisper that usually accompanied my waking, a vague sense of offness, was gone, replaced by a clear, insistent command, echoing not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. Remember the woods. Remember the syringe. Remember Alex. It hit me like a physical blow. The blinding white light. Alex, his face etched with terror and desperate hope, plunging the syringe into his arm. The shed, the nexus, the handlers, those indistinct shadows that had been closing in. It was not a nightmare. It was real, and I had a piece of it, a tangible, physical fragment that had somehow defied the reset. This was not just a loop, it was a war, and Alex had fired the first shot, or maybe he would just give me the ammunition. A surge of something unfamiliar, raw, and potent coursed through me. Not just fear, but a burning, almost righteous anger. I was not just trapped anymore, I was a soldier in a war I had not known existed. My mission was clear: find Alex. Break the connection. My first instinct was to grab my phone. The dating app. That is how I would found him before. My fingers trembled as I scrolled, my heart hammering against my ribs. I searched his name, his profile picture, anything that might be a clue. Nothing. It was like he would never existed. The app was a sterile landscape of unfamiliar faces. A million strangers, none of them him. Frustration bubbled, hot and bitter. They would erase him. Or at least, they would erase him from this iteration of the loop. The world outside my window looked normal. Too normal. The cars driving by, the distant murmur of city life, the sun glinting off apartment buildings. It was all facade, a meticulously crafted stage. I felt like a glitch in the Matrix, an anomaly carrying forbidden knowledge. Every face I saw seemed to hold a vacant, unknowing stare. Were they all trapped too, just unaware? I spent the next few days in a haze, the journal page tucked into my wallet like a sacred relic. I tried to retrace my steps from the previous loop, the one with Alex. I went to the diner where we would first met. The waitress did not recognize me. The booth where we sat felt empty, devoid of any resonance. I even drove out of the city, vaguely following the route Alex had taken, a route that felt so wrong. But without him, without a destination, it was just a winding road through unfamiliar territory. The woods were just woods. No ominous shed, no blinding light, no sense of impending doom. Not yet, anyway. The whisper was still there, now more of a low hum, a constant pressure beneath my skull. Remember the woods. Remember the syringe. Remember Alex. It was a reminder, a promise, a burden. I was alone, armed with a single crumpled page and a memory that felt like a phantom limb. The thought of trying the dating app again made my stomach churn. It felt like playing into their hands, a pathetic attempt to replicate a past that was gone. But what else was there? Alex had found me there. Maybe it was a pathway, a hidden door in the transparent cage. Maybe, just maybe, someone else out there was also carrying a fragment, looking for an answer. Or maybe I was just desperate. I downloaded the app again, my thumb hovering over the profile creation screen. What was I even looking for? Another Alex. A clue. A way out. I put in minimal details, uploaded a recent, slightly strained-looking photo. The endless scrolling began. Faces, smiles, hobbies, aspirations, all it felt like a cruel joke, a performance for an audience of one. Then, I saw her. Elara. Her profile picture was a candid shot, a genuine warm smile, eyes crinkling at the corners. There was something about her, a flicker of not recognition exactly, but a resonance, like a forgotten melody. Her bio was simple, talking about a love for old books and late-night walks. It felt grounded, real, in a world that felt anything but. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. A message popped up, "Hey, your profile caught my eye. You seem familiar." Familiar. My breath hitched. Was this it? Was she a handler? Or was she like me? My mind raced, weighing the risks. This could be a trap. It could be nothing. But the alternative was sitting alone in my sterile apartment, clutching a journal page and waiting for the next reset. I responded, keeping it casual. We exchanged a few messages, the conversation flowing easily, almost too easily. There was a comfortable rhythm to it, as if we would known each other for years. It was unsettling. We agreed to meet for coffee at a small, independent place downtown. The kind of place with exposed brick and a slight smell of roasted beans and old paper. I got there early, trying to look nonchalant as I scanned the room. My heart hammered. Was this a test? Was I about to be confronted by another shadowy figure? I ordered a black coffee, a nervous habit, and found a table by the window. A few minutes later, the bell above the door chimed, and she walked in. Elara. She was exactly as her picture suggested, a little taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a cascade of dark, wavy hair. She wore a simple, dark green sweater and jeans, and carried a worn leather satchel. She scanned the room, and then her eyes landed on me. A slow smile spread across her face, a knowing kind of smile that made the hair on my arm stand up. She walked toward my table, her movements fluid and confident. "Hey," she said, her voice soft, a hint of amusement in it. "I knew it was you. Elara." I managed, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "Yeah, that is me," she said, pulling out the chair opposite mine. "And you are Mark, right?" "That is me." I confirmed, a knot forming in my stomach. She had not asked for my name. She just knew it. She settled into her seat, a comfortable sigh escaping her lips. "It is good to see you again." I blinked. "Again. I am sorry. Elara, I think you had me confused with someone else. This is our first time meeting." Her smile faltered, a tiny frown creasing her brow. "Oh, right. Of course." She looked away for a moment, her gaze drifting around the coffee shop, as if searching for something or someone. "It is just this feels so familiar, like we have done this before." My blood ran cold. This was it. This was the prompt. My blind date insists she has been on a date with me before, but I have never seen her. Not like this. Not in this loop. I assure you, it is our first time. I said, trying to keep my voice even, trying to sound genuinely apologetic, not like someone whose entire reality was crumbling around him. Maybe I just had one of those faces. She chuckled, a light, airy sound that did not quite reach her eyes. "No, it is more than that. I remember this place. The exposed brick, the way the light hits that painting over there. She gestured vaguely. And you are wearing that same dark jacket. I looked down at my jacket. It was a dark, nondescript jacket. The kind I wore almost every day. It was also the jacket I would worn on my date with Alex. And you ordered a black coffee, she continued, her voice dropping a strange intensity in her gaze. Just like last time. You always do. Last time, the words hung in the air, heavy and charged. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I always drink black coffee. I stammered, trying to sound normal, trying to dismiss it, but a chill was spreading through me, colder than any dread I would felt before. She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her eyes searching mine. No, Mark, it is more than that. We talked about feeling stuck, like the world was not quite real, like something was off. Remember, my breath caught in my throat. This was exactly what I would discuss with Alex, exactly what I felt waking up every morning. The transparent cage, the sterile loop. I do not know what you are talking about, I said, my voice barely a whisper now. My hand instinctively went to my wallet, where the journal page lay. It felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. Alara's expression shifted. The initial amusement, the casualness, was gone. Her eyes were wide now, a flicker of something I recognized fear and a desperate kind of knowing. Yes, you do, she insisted, her voice urgent. You told me about your bedroom, how it always felt the same, no matter how many times you woke up in it. You said it was like a set, like a play you were forced to perform every day. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a trick. She knew. How could she know? These were my most private, terrifying thoughts, the ones I would only ever share with Alex. And then, she continued, her voice growing stronger, more insistent. We went for that drive, did not we? Away from the city, into the woods. The woods. My mind reeled. The shortcut, Alex's terror, the confiscation of my phone, the shed, the syringe, the blinding light, my carefully constructed reality, my understanding of the loop, shattered into a million pieces. How do you know that? I demanded, my voice harsh, cutting through the ambient chatter of the coffee shop. Heads turned briefly, then went back to their conversations. But to me, it felt like the entire world had frozen. Alara flinched, her eyes widening further. Because we did it. Mark, we went on that drive. We got lost. You were scared. I was scared. And then it just reset. Her voice was barely audible now, filled with a raw, desperate confusion that mirrored my own. It always resets. I always wake up, and I remember bits and pieces, and then I find you on that app again. And we meet, and we have this conversation. And then it resets again. She was looking at me now, not with confusion, but with a profound, terrifying recognition. You are the constant. Mark, you are always here. You are always the one who comes back. But you never remember me. My mind raced, trying to process this impossible information. She was not remembering my loop with Alex. She was remembering her loop with me. I was Alex to her. I was the one who had tried to show her. I was the one who had disappeared. My name is Mark. I said, trying to ground myself, trying to find some semblance of control. And I do not remember you. I remember someone else. I remember Alex. A flicker of something crossed her face, not recognition of the name, but perhaps a deeper understanding of the pattern. Alex, she murmured, as if tasting the word. Is that what you call yourself in this loop? Or is that the name of the one who tried to warn you? The sheer, dizzying complexity of it hit me. The loops were not linear. They were not just resetting me. They were resetting everyone. And there were countless variations, countless attempts. I had been Alex to someone else, and someone else had been Alex to me. It was an infinite, recursive nightmare. My hand, trembling, reached into my wallet. I pulled out the crumpled journal page. The paper felt ancient, fragile. Does this mean anything to you? I asked, pushing across the table towards her. Her eyes, already wide, snapped at the page. She did not touch it, but her gaze devoured the words. Her lips moved silently, tracing the faded script. Then a sharp gasp escaped her. The connection, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Altering the loop, if we willingly take the injection at the nexus, her head snapped up, her eyes burning into mine. You found it. You found the page. You remember this. I stammered, utterly dumbfounded. Not exactly, she said, shaking her head, her dark hair falling across her face. Not from this loop, but I have seen it before. In another loop, you showed it to me. You kept trying to show me. You kept trying to make me understand. A tear traced a path down her cheek. You were so desperate. You kept telling me about a shed, a syringe. You called it the Nexus. You said if we went there, if we took the injection, we could break free. My heart ached with profound, crushing sorrow. This was it. This was the horror. I had been in Alex's shoes, trying to save someone, only to be reset, stripped of my memories, forced to start over. And now, in this loop, I was the one with the fragment, and she was the one remembering my past attempts. I found the shed. I said, my voice hoarse. I saw Alex take the injection. There were handlers, shadowy figures, and then the white light. And I woke up again with this page. Ilera nodded, a grim understanding settling over her face. The handlers. Yes, they always appear when you get too close. When the memories start to connect. They try to separate us, to reset us. She glanced around the coffee shop, a subtle shift in her demeanor, a heightened awareness. They are probably watching us now. A chill ran down my spine, unrelated to the coffee shop's air conditioning. The whisper in my mind, which had been a quiet hum, suddenly intensified, morphing into a low, guttural growl, a voice that felt ancient and malevolent. You cannot break it. You will not remember. It was no longer a whisper, it was a command, a threat. We need to go, Ilera whispered, her eyes darting nervously toward the entrance. A man in a dark suit, who had been sitting quietly by the window, suddenly stood up, his movement stiff, almost robotic. He was not looking at us directly, but his presence felt like a tightening noose. Another figure, indistinct at the edges, seemed to shimmer into existence near the counter, blending with the shadows. The Nexus is not just a shed. Mark, Ilera said, her voice urgent, hushed. It is a point of convergence. For multiple loops. I remember a different one. Not a shed. A small, abandoned chapel, just outside the old industrial district. That is where I tried to go. That is where you tried to take me. A chapel, not a shed. This was getting even more complicated. The connection was not a single point of failure. It was a network, a web of interconnected loops, each with its own nexus. An injection, she continued, her eyes fixed on the journal page. It is not just for one person. It is a catalyst to disrupt the entire system. She reached into her own satchel, her hand fumbling for a moment, then pulling out a small, intricately carved silver key. It was old, tarnished, and felt strangely heavy, almost radiating a faint energy. I always carry this. I do not know why. I just remember that it is important, that it unlocks something. Something at my nexus. My mind was racing. Try and put the pieces together. Alex, the shed, the syringe, the journal page. Ilera, the chapel, the key, the fragmented memories. We were not just breaking our loop, we were trying to unravel a vast, multidimensional tapestry of endless resets. The man in the dark suit was moving now, slowly, deliberately, towards our table. His face was devoid of expression, his eyes like black holes. The shadowy figure by the counter was also moving, its form still indistinct, but its intention clear. The air in the coffee shop grew heavy, cold. The cheerful chatter of the patrons seemed to dim, as if the sound itself was being siphoned away. The lights flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and stretch. "We have to go," Ilera urged, her hand gripping my arm, her touch surprisingly strong. "They are closing in. They know we are remembering. They are going to reset us." Again, the growling whisper in my head intensified. "You will not escape. You will forget. You are ours." I felt a powerful pull, a familiar sensation, like my very atoms were being stretched, thinned, preparing for dissolution. The white light was coming. I knew it. But this time, I was not alone. My car, I gasped, it is just outside. Ilera nodded, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and fierce determination. "Lead the way. Mark, we have to get to the chapel. We have to use the key. We have to break this." We pushed back from the table almost simultaneously. The man in the dark suit lunged, his hand outstretched, a silent, predatory movement. The shadowy figure at the counter seemed to coalesce, its form momentarily solidify into something impossibly tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing with a faint, malevolent red light. The world around us began to warp. Colors desaturated, fading to a dull gray. Sounds became muffled, distant, like listening underwater. The other patrons in the coffee shop seemed to freeze, their faces blank, their movements suspended in time. We were caught between realities, between the loop and the void. Ilera pulled me, her grip like iron, toward the exit. I clutched the journal page in my hand, its crumpled edges digging into my palm, a painful reminder of what we were fighting for. Ilera held her silver key tight, its intricate carvings glinting faintly in the fading light. A blinding white light, more intense than anything I would ever experience, began to consume the coffee shop, washing over everything, erasing details, dissolving forms. It was the same light that had swallowed Alex, that had reset me. But this time we were together. My last thought, before the pure, incandescent white enveloped me completely, was of Ilera's determined face, her grip on my arm, the silver key. This time we would both remember. This time we would fight together. So, picture this: I was about 27, living in a decent apartment in a mid-sized city, working a job that paid the bills but did not exactly set my soul on fire. My social life. It was fine. I had my core group of friends. We did brunches and movie nights. But when it came to dating, it felt like I was stuck in some kind of endless, soul-crushing loop. Every guy I met was either still living in his mom's basement, obsessed with cryptocurrency, or just generally seemed allergic to commitment. I would sworn off dating apps, honestly. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, I would tried them all. Each swipe felt like a lottery ticket. I knew I would not win. Just a digital parade of shirtless gym selfies and vague bios that screamed low effort. But then, after a particularly brutal breakup with a guy who thought Netflix and chill meant he could just show up unannounced at 2 a.m., I found myself alone on a Friday night, scrolling through Instagram, feeling that familiar pang of loneliness. My best friend, Sarah, had been badgering me to get back out there, and in a moment of weakness, fueled by a glass of cheap wine and a desperate need for human connection, I re-downloaded Tinder. I told myself it would just be for fun. No expectations. Just casual swiping. But then I saw him. His name was Ethan. His profile picture was not some overly filtered selfie. It was a candid shot of him laughing, hiking in what looked like a national park. His bio was short, witty, and actually said something interesting about his love for obscure indie films and baking sourdough bread. He looked normal, attractive, but not in that intimidating, model-esque way. More like the kind of guy you could actually talk to. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. My heart did that little flutter thing, the one you try to ignore but secretly love. He messaged me almost immediately. Hey, great taste in hiking trails. Is that Zion? He was observant, which I liked. Our conversation flowed effortlessly from there. We talked about everything: our favorite books, travel aspirations, the ridiculousness of modern dating, even our most embarrassing childhood memories. He was charming, genuinely funny, and seemed incredibly intelligent. He remembered little details I would mention, like my weird obsession with vintage teacups or how I always put hot sauce on my eggs. It felt easy, like we would known each other for years, not just a few days of texting. After a week of non-stop chatting, we decided to meet up. I was nervous, of course. Tinder dates are notorious for being awkward at best, horrific at worst. But from the moment I saw him waiting at the coffee shop, a warm smile on his face, all my anxieties melted away. He looked even better in person. Our conversation picked up right where it left off. He was attentive, made eye contact, and his laugh was infectious. He even ordered my coffee exactly how I liked the detail I realized I would only mention once, briefly, in a text. Oh, I just remembered you said you liked a splash of oat milk, he said, shrugging it off as if it were nothing. I just smiled, finding it endearing. It felt like he actually listened. Over the next few weeks, things moved quickly. We had 3 more dates: dinner, a walk in the park, and a movie night at my place. Each time, he solidified my impression that he was genuinely perfect. He was thoughtful, opening doors, pulling out my chair, but not in an overbearing way. He remembered my sister's name and asked how her new job was going. He even surprised me with a rare edition of a book I would mention wanting to read. He never pressured me for anything, always respecting my boundaries. It was honestly a dream come true. I would never felt so seen, so understood, so safe with anyone before. There were a few tiny things, little quirks I noticed that in hindsight should have been red flags. But at the time, I brushed them off. Like, he seemed to know my schedule almost instinctively. If I had a particularly busy day at work, he would text me right around lunchtime with a funny meme, as if he knew I needed to pick me up. Or once, when I mentioned I was going to a specific yoga class, he happened to be in the neighborhood and texted me. Just saw you heading into the studio. Hope you have a great class. I found it sweet, a sign of his attentiveness. He was just a really good listener. I told myself, a little intense, maybe, but in a good way. He was just really into me, and I was really into him. We had been seeing each other for about a month when he finally invited me back to his place. I was excited. It felt like a natural next step. We would spend so much time at my apartment. It was only fair. He would talk about his apartment, how it was a bit of a fixer-upper, but he loved the old bones of the building. He lived in a different part of the city, a quieter, more residential area that I was not very familiar with. I remember getting ready that evening, feeling a giddy lightness in my chest. I picked out my favorite dress, did my hair, and hummed along to the radio. This felt different. This felt real. When I pulled up this building, it was an old brick structure, charming in its own way, with ivy climbing up one side. He met me downstairs, a wide smile on his face, and led me up to his apartment on the 3rd floor. His place was interesting. It was tidy, almost impeccably so, but not in a sterile way. It was decorated with a lot of dark wood and leather, giving it a cozy, masculine feel. There were shelves packed with books, a good sign. I thought an interesting art on the walls. He had a record player in the corner and a small collection of vinyl. Make yourself at home, he said, gesturing to the living room as he headed into the kitchen to grab us some drinks. I've got that sparkling rose you like. Again, that little detail. I would mention it once, maybe in passing. It was thoughtful. I smiled, feeling comfortable as I sank into his plush sofa while he was in the kitchen. I got up to wander around a bit, just taking it all in. I admired a framed print of an old movie poster, then moved to his bookshelves. He had an impressive collection, Everything from classic literature to modern thrillers. I ran my finger along the spines, feeling a sense of connection through our shared love of reading. Then, I noticed a small corkboard tucked away on a wall near what looked like a home office or spare bedroom. It was not immediately visible from the living room, almost hidden behind a tall bookshelf. Curiosity piqued. I stepped closer. It was mostly covered with various notes of grocery list, a dry cleaning receipt, a couple of postcards. But then, my eyes landed on something else. Something that made the blood drain from my face. It was a flyer. A missing person flyer. My heart hammered against my ribs. A sudden, frantic drumbeat. I felt a cold dread creep up my spine, a sensation so intense it made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Why would Ethan have a missing person flyer? Was it someone he knew? A friend? A family member? I leaned in closer, my breath catching in my throat. The flyer was a standard template, a large, bold missing at the top, followed by a photo. And the photo, it was me. My own face stared back at me, a slightly older picture from about a year ago, but undeniably me. My hair was a little shorter in the photo. I was wearing a different pair of glasses, but there was no mistaking it. Underneath the photo, my name was printed in stark, black letters, Sarah Jenkins. My full name. Then, a physical description: height 5 feet 4 inches. Weight approximate 125 pounds. Hair brown. Eyes hazel. It even listed a distinctive birthmark on my left wrist, a detail I was certain I would never told him. And then the date. Last seen October 12th, 2023. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I was very much not missing. I was at work. Then I met up with Sarah for dinner. Then I went home. I was living my life. I was dating Ethan. My vision blurred. The room seemed to tilt. My stomach churned, a knot of pure terror tightening in my gut. This could not be real. This had to be some kind of sick joke. A prank. But no, the flyer looked legitimate. It had a phone number at the bottom to contact for information, a generic-looking email address. The paper was slightly creased, as if it had been handled often. I felt a scream building in my throat, but was trapped there, suffocated by the sheer horror of what I was seeing. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, but there was no sense to be made. I was standing in a man's apartment, a man I thought I knew, a man who had a missing person flyer for me. Here we go. Ethan's voice suddenly chimed from behind me, making me jump out of my skin. The glass of rose he was holding sloshed slightly. Everything. Okay. Sarah. I spun around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. My face must have been a mask of pure terror, but I tried desperately to compose myself. I forced a smile, a shaky, pathetic attempt at normalcy. Oh, yeah, just admiring your taste in art. Did not realize you were into, missing person flyers. The words came out in a strangled whisper, my voice barely recognizable. He chuckled, a low, easy sound that suddenly sent shivers down my spine. Oh, that old thing. He glanced at the corkboard, his eyes briefly flicking to my flyer, then back to me. His expression was completely unreadable. Just something I found. Thought it was a bit haunting. A reminder of how fragile life can be, you know. He took a sip of his wine, his gaze lingering on me, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. My blood ran cold. He knew. He was not just casually dismissing it. He was observing my reaction. He was toying with me. The haunting comment, the fragile life remark, all felt like a coded message, a sinister hint at something unspeakable. Right? I managed, my voice still thin and reedy. Haunting. Yeah, super haunting. My mind was screaming, get out. Get out now. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, encased in lead. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, but my body would not obey. I was frozen, trapped in a nightmare. You look a little pale. Ethan said, his smile widening slightly. He took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled, a barely perceptible flinch that I hoped he did not notice. Are you feeling all right? Maybe you need a glass of water. No, no, I am fine. I blurted out too quickly. Just suddenly remembered I have to, feed my cat. Yeah, my cat. She gets really upset if I am late. I did not have a cat. I would never had a cat. The lie was so transparent, so pathetic. It hung in the air like a neon sign. Ethan's smile did not falter, but his eyes, those warm, intelligent eyes I had found so charming, now seemed to bore into me, dissecting every twitch, every tremor. Your cat. I did not realize you had a cat. Sarah, you never mentioned her. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried an edge of something predatory, something utterly chilling. My heart was a frantic drum solo. Oh, she is new. I stammered, scrambling for another lie. A stray. Just adopted her. Very, very demanding. Needs her dinner at precisely 7:15, or she starts, meowing really loudly. You would not believe. I took another step back, trying to put more distance between us, my eyes darting toward the door. He laughed again, a sound that now grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. A stray, huh? Interesting. You know, I do not think I have ever seen a cat at your apartment. Sarah, not even a cat carrier or a food bowl, and I have been there quite a few times. The implication hit me like a physical blow. He was not just saying he would been to my apartment. He was saying he would been there uninvited. He would been inside. The little details he knew. The times he seemed to know my schedule. The way he just knew my coffee ordered all coalesced into a terrifying, undeniable truth. He had not just been listening, he would been watching. And he would been in my home. My breath hitched. The fear was so overwhelming, it was almost paralyzing. I really need to go. I whispered, my voice barely audible. I turned, my hand already reaching for the doorknob, my fingers fumbling for the cold metal. Oh, but you just got here. Ethan said, his voice still unnervingly calm, but now there was a possessive undertone, a subtle shift that made my blood run even colder. He was no longer standing still, he was moving, slowly, deliberately, between me and the door. He was not blocking me, not yet, but he was making his presence known. He was establishing control. I am sorry. I really can't stay. I pleaded, my voice cracking. My hand was on the doorknob now, but I could not bring myself to turn it. What if he stopped me? What if he grabbed me? What if he was stronger than me? My mind conjured images of the missing person flyer, of my own face, of the date 2 weeks ago when I was supposedly last seen. He was planning this. He had been planning this all along. Do not worry about your cat. Sarah, he said, taking another step closer. His eyes were fixed on mine, and for the first time, I saw something truly disturbing in them, a chilling blend of obsession and pure, unadulterated madness. She will be fine. I made sure to leave enough food out for her before I came to pick you up. The world spun. My stomach lurched. He had been in my apartment today, while I was getting ready. He had been there, watching me, knowing I was coming here, knowing I would see the flyer. This was not a mistake. This was a trap. Adrenaline surged through me, overpowering the fear, replacing it with a primal urge to survive. I did not think I just acted. I yanked the doorknob, twisting it with all my might, and flung the door open. I did not wait to see if he would stop me. I did not look back. I just ran. I flew down the 3 flights of stairs, my heels clattering loudly against the wooden steps, the sound echoing in the silent stairwell. I could hear his voice call my name from above, calm, almost conversational, as if he were simply reminding me of something I had forgotten. Sarah, do not be silly. We have so much to talk about. I burst out of the building and onto the street, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The cool night air hit my face, but it did nothing to calm the inferno of panic raging inside me. I scrambled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I could feel his eyes on me, even though I did not dare look back. I could feel him watching me from the doorway, from a window, from somewhere. I fumbled with the key fob, finally hitting the unlock button. The familiar chirp of my car unlocking was the sweetest sound I would ever heard. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and locked the doors, my heart still hammering against my ribs. I shoved the key into the ignition, my hand still trembling, and started the engine. The car roared to life, a blessed sound of escape. I peeled out of the parking spot, not caring about speed limits or traffic laws. My eyes darted into my rear view mirror. I saw him standing in the doorway of his building, a dark silhouette against the dim light of the hallway. He was not running after me. He was just standing there, watching me go, his head slightly tilted, that same unnerving smile on his face. He looked like a hunter who had just let his prey run a little, just to enjoy the thrill of the chase. I drove home in a blur of terror, my mind racing, trying to process the impossible horror of what had just happened. The missing person flyer, my face, the date, his chilling smile, his knowing comments. My apartment. He had been in my apartment multiple times. When I finally reached my own street, I did not pull into my parking spot. I drove past, circling the block, my eyes scanning every shadow, every parked car. Was he here? Was he waiting? The paranoia was suffocating. I finally parked a few blocks away, just in case, and then walked the rest of the way, my heart leaping at every rustle of leaves, every distant car horn. I burst into my apartment, slammed the door shut, and immediately double-locked it. Then I went through every room, flipping on lights, checking under the bed, behind the shower curtain, in the closets. Every shadow seemed to hold a thread. Every creak of the old building made me jump. I found nothing, but that offered little comfort. He had been here. He knew my home. I called Sarah, my best friend, my voice trembling so violently she could barely understand me. He has a flyer. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. A missing person flyer. Of me. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to make sense of it. What? What are you talking about? Sarah, did he prank you? That is not funny. No. I sobbed. It was not a prank. He knew I would see it. He told me he was in my apartment today. He knew about my cat, the one I do not have, and he said he left food out for her. There was a stunned silence on the other end of the line. Then, Sarah's voice, hushed and full of alarm. Oh my God. Sarah, are you safe? Are you home? Yes, but what do I do? He is crazy. He is insane. Okay, calm down. First, call the police. Tell them everything. I hesitated. But what would I even say? My Tinder date has a missing person flyer me, but I am not actually missing. They will think I am crazy. It does not matter. Sarah, you are endangered. Call them. Now. I did. I called the non-emergency line, my voice shaky as I relayed the bizarre, terrifying story. The dispatcher listened patiently, asking questions, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. When an officer finally arrived, he listened to my story with polite, but clearly unconvinced expression. He walked through my apartment, checked the locks, found no signs of forced entry. He took down Ethan's name and address, promising to look into it, but his parting words were, Madam, unless he has actually threatened you, or you have evidence he has broken in, there is not much we can do. It sounds like a bad breakup or a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A bad breakup. He had a flyer of me as a missing person dated 2 weeks ago. He had been in my home. How could that be a misunderstanding? I felt utterly alone, completely unprotected. That night, I did not sleep. I sat in my living room, lights on, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the front door. Every shadow was Ethan. Every creak of the floorboards was him. The next morning, I called off work, changed my locks, and bought a security camera for my front door. I told my landlord I was worried about a string of break-ins in the neighborhood. I felt like I was living a horror movie, and I was a protagonist who always makes all the wrong choices. I blocked Ethan's number, blocked him on Tinder, blocked him on every social media platform I could think of. I deleted my Tinder account entirely. I told Sarah and my other close friends what happened, warning them to be vigilant. They were horrified, offering to let me stay with them, but I felt like a ticking time bomb, a magnet for his madness. I did not want to put them in danger. Days turned into a week turned into 2. I lived in a constant state of hypervigilance. I changed my routine, taking different routes to work, shopping at different grocery stores, avoiding places I knew Ethan and I had been to. I checked my security camera feed compulsively. Every unfamiliar car, every person who lingered too long on the street, set my heart into a frantic rhythm. I started seeing things. A fleeting shadow in my peripheral vision, a glimpse of a familiar car, the feeling of being watched constantly. Was it real, or was it just my mind playing tricks on me? I did not know. The fear was a living, breathing thing inside me, a parasite feeding on my peace. Then one evening, I was home, trying to force myself to eat dinner, when my phone chimed. It was a text message from an unknown number. My blood ran cold. I almost did not open it, but a morbid curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need to know, compelled me. It was a photo, a grainy, slightly out of focus photo of my own front door. And taped to the door, right where I would have seen it if I had gone out, was a piece of paper. I zoomed in, my breath catching in my throat. It was a missing person flyer, the exact same one. My face, my name, my details. The last seen October 12th, 2023 date. Underneath the photo, there was a single line of text you can run. Sarah, but you can't hide. You are mine, and I always find what is lost. My phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The world went silent. He was still out there. He knew where I lived. He was watching me. He was waiting. The fear was not just a feeling. Anymore, it was a certainty. I was not just a woman who had a bad Tinder date. I was a person who was marked. I was a person who was already missing in his twisted reality. And he was going to make sure I became missing in mine too. I packed a small bag, grabbed my car keys, and fled. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not stay. My perfect Tinder date had not just been too good to be true. He was a monster, and he had claimed me as his own. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I would spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, forever haunted by the face on that missing person flyer. My face. The face of the girl who was already gone. You know, I always thought those dating app horror stories were exaggerated. The ones where you meet someone, and they turn out to be a complete psycho. I would have had my share of duds. Sure, the guy who only talked about his crypto investments, the one who spent 20 minutes explaining his conspiracy theories about the moon landing, the one who showed up wearing a full-body Pikachu costume for a casual coffee. But nothing truly terrifying. Nothing that made me question my sanity or check my locks 3 times before bed. Until Mark. It started innocently enough. I was having one of those days where everything just felt off. My alarm had not gone off. I would spill coffee on my favorite blouse, and then my car decided to throw a fit on the way to work. By the time I finally made it to my desk, I was a frazzled mess. So, on my lunch break, I decided to treat myself to a fancy latte and a pastry at the Daily Grind, a cozy little coffee shop near my office. It was a place I went to pretty often, usually to read or just zone out for a bit. I was hunched over a copy of a fantasy novel, trying to lose myself in a world of dragons and magic, when I heard a voice. "Excuse me." I could not help but notice your book choice. Are you a fan of Tolkien, or more of a Brandon Sanderson person? I looked up, a little annoyed at the interruption, but the annoyance melted away almost instantly. Standing there was a man who looked like he would step straight out of a magazine. Tall, with kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a perfectly sculpted jawline. He had a casual elegance about him, dressed in a crisp, dark polo shirt and jeans that actually fit. He was not overtly muscly, but he had an athletic build, and his hair was just messy enough to be charming. "Oh," I stammered, feeling my cheeks flush. I actually like both, but this one's a lesser-known author. A real hidden gem." He chuckled a low, pleasant sound. "A connoisseur. I see. My name's Mark. By the way," he extended a hand. "Sarah," I replied, shaking his hand. His grip was firm but gentle. We started talking, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. It was not forced or awkward, or riddled with the usual dating app small talk. We talked about books, movies, our favorite travel destinations, even our most embarrassing childhood memories. He was incredibly witty, making me laugh so hard that a few people at nearby tables glanced over. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, asking thoughtful questions and listening intently to my answers. He even remembered little details I would mention in passing, like my aversion to cilantro or my irrational fear of pigeons. He told me he was a graphic designer, which made sense given his artistic vibe. He lived in one of the older, charming neighborhoods on the other side of town, and he had a cat named Jasper, which immediately endeared him to me. I am a huge cat person, and I would always wanted one, but my landlord had a strict no pets policy. Before I knew it, an hour had passed, and my lunch break was long over. I should probably get back to work. I said, a little reluctantly. "Right, would not want to get you fired on our first accidental date," he said with a wink. "Can I at least get your number?" "Sarah, I would love to continue this conversation sometime, maybe over dinner, where we won't be interrupted by the looming threat of corporate attendance policies." I laughed and gave him my number, my heart doing a little fluttery dance in my chest. As I walked back to the office, a spring in my step, I felt a familiar flicker of hope, something I had not felt in a long time. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Maybe Mark was different. He texted nonstop for the next few days. His messages were always charming, funny, and insightful. He remembered little things from our coffee shop conversation and brought them up, making me feel incredibly seen and understood. We went on a proper first date a few nights, later dinner, at a trendy little bistro downtown. It was even better than our initial meeting. He opened doors for me, pulled out my chair, and listened with genuine interest as I recounted my day. We talked about everything and nothing, and I found myself completely captivated. The following week, we met for a second coffee, this time at a different spot. I was telling him about a frustrating project at work, a new client who was being particularly difficult. Yeah, he just does not seem to grasp the concept of a deadline. I sighed, stirring my latte, and he keeps sending me these incredibly long, rambling emails, sometimes at 2 in the morning. Mark nodded, his brow furrowed in sympathy. The one with a peculiar obsession with Helvetica font, right? And the subject lines that are always in all caps, even for minor things. I paused, my spoon hovering over my mug. Yeah, exactly. How did you know that? I do not think I mentioned the font thing or the all caps emails. He smiled a little too quickly. Oh, you must have. Or maybe I just picked up on your general exasperation. People tend to vent about those specific, annoying details when they are truly fed up. He took a sip of his own coffee, his eyes twinkling. It is a gift, really, being able to read between the lines. I brushed it off. He was just observant. I told myself, a good listener. It was one of the things I liked about him. Still, a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease ran down my spine. But I quickly dismissed it. This was a good thing. He was paying attention. Things continued to go well. We had a few more dates, each one better than the last. He was thoughtful, attentive, and genuinely interested in my life. I found myself falling for him hard. He made me feel safe, special, and truly happy. One evening, about 2 weeks after we first met, I was getting ready for bed. I would just finish brushing my teeth when I realized I could not find my favorite silver locket. It was a simple, antique piece that my grandmother had given me, something I wore almost every day. I always kept it on my bedside table, but it was not there. I searched everywhere under the bed, in my laundry basket, through my jewelry box, but it was gone. I chalked it up to my usual absent-mindedness. Maybe I would left it at work, or it had fallen off while I was out. I made a mental note to check my office the next day. It was just a small thing, but it bothered me. That locket held a lot of sentimental value. The next morning, I was scrolling through my phone while eating breakfast when I saw a text from Mark. It was a picture of a sunrise captioned, "Woke up early, thought of you. Hope you have a beautiful day. Sarah." It was a sweet gesture, but as I zoomed in on the photo, I noticed something in the bottom right corner, partially obscured by a shadow. It looked like a small, silver chain glinting in the morning light, and attached to it, a familiar, oval locket. My locket. My heart hammered against my ribs. No, it could not be. It was probably just a similar locket. There were tons of silver lockets in the world. I tried to convince myself, but a cold knot of dread began to form in my stomach. I stared at the picture, my mind racing. How could he have my locket? I had not been to his apartment yet. He had not been to mine. I texted him back, trying to sound casual. "Beautiful sunrise. Hey, quick question. Is that a lock in the corner of the picture? It looks a lot like one I lost recently." His reply came almost immediately. "Oh, that. Just a random trinket I found. Thought it looked pretty. Is it yours?" He was playing dumb. My hands started to tremble. "It looks exactly like it." "Mark, where did you find it?" A few minutes passed before he replied. "Just around. Maybe it fell out of your pocket. When we were walking in the park the other day, I picked it up without thinking much of it. We had not been to a park. Not recently. Our last outdoor activity had been a brief walk from the bistro to my car after dinner, and I definitely had not been wearing the locket then." A chill snaked its way up my spine. This was not right. My mind flashed back to the Helvetica font comment, the all-caps emails. He knew too much. He knew things I had not told him. And now my locket. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to cancel our upcoming date. He had invited me over to his apartment that evening for a movie night. He would promise to cook. I would have been so excited, but now a wave of nausea washed over me. I typed out a message, my fingers fumbling. "Hey, Mark, I am so sorry, but something's come up. I won't be able to make it tonight. Maybe another time." His reply was swift, and the tone had shifted. The charming, easygoing Mark was gone. "Oh, that is a shame. Sarah, I was really looking forward to it. Is everything okay? Just a family emergency." I lied, my heart pounding. A family emergency that just happened to coincide with our first evening together at my place. That is quite a coincidence, would not you say? The words were polite, but the underlying menace was palpable. My blood ran cold. He knew I was lying. He knew I was trying to back out. I did not respond. I just stared at my phone, my breath catching in my throat. A few minutes later, another text came through. "Do not worry. Sarah, I understand if you are nervous. First time at a new place can be a little daunting, but I promise you will love it here. I have made sure of it, and I have got your favorite extra buttery popcorn ready. My favorite extra buttery popcorn. How did he know that? I would mention it once, maybe in passing, during our first coffee shop conversation. A throwaway comment about how movie theaters never put enough butter on their popcorn. And then a picture, not of his apartment, not of the popcorn. It was a picture of my living room, from an angle that suggested it had been taken from inside my apartment, near the window. My hideous green curtains, the same ones I complained about to my best friend last week. My overflowing bookshelf, my worn-out armchair, and on the coffee table, a bowl of popcorn, clearly extra buttery, with a familiar red and white striped bag peeking out from underneath. And in the reflection of the window, a faint, terrified image of my own face, staring back at the camera. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, but I barely registered the sound. My entire body was shaking uncontrollably. He was in my apartment. He had been in my apartment. That photo was not from a long time ago, it was recent. It was now. A sudden, jarring thought slammed into me. The missing locket. He had not found it in a park. He had taken it from my apartment. He had been here. Multiple times. How long? I scrambled to my feet, my mind a whirlwind of panic. I had to get out. I had to call the police. But what would I even say? A charming man I met online took a picture of my living room from inside my apartment. It sounded insane. I grabbed my keys and my purse, my heart hammering like a drum against my ribs. I fumbled with the lock on my front door, my hands slick with sweat. I pulled it open and practically fell out into the hallway, slamming the door shut behind me. I ran down the stairs, my eyes darting around, convinced I would see him lurking in a shadow, a smug smile on his face. I made it to my car, fumbling with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I locked the doors and sat there for a moment, trying to calm myself down. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed my best friend. Chloe, you won't believe what just happened. I whispered, my voice hoarse with terror. I recounted everything from the locket to the picture of my living room. Chloe listened patiently, her voice calm and reassuring. Okay, Sarah, deep breaths. This is serious. You need to go to the police. Right now. But what if they do not believe me? What if he tries to turn it around on me? I cried. He is so charming. Chloe, he could convince anyone I am crazy. It does not matter. Sarah, you have evidence. The text, the picture. At the very least, they can send an officer to your apartment to check things out. And you need to stay somewhere else tonight. Come to my place. I agreed, the idea of going back to my apartment, even with police, filling me with dread. I drove straight to Chloe's, my eyes constantly scanning my rearview mirror, convinced I was being followed. The police were less than helpful. They took my statement, looked at the text and the picture, and nodded sympathetically. They said they would look into it. But without any direct threats of violence, it was difficult to take immediate action. They advised me to change my locks, install a security camera, and block his number. Standard procedure. It felt completely inadequate for the bone-chilling terror I was experiencing. I blocked Mark's number immediately. I stayed at Chloe for a few days, too scared to go back to my own place. When I finally did, with Chloe by my side, I found nothing overtly amiss. No forced entry, nothing obviously stolen beyond the locket, but the apartment felt violated. Every shadow seemed to hold a memory of him, of his presence, of his eyes on me. I changed all the locks, installed a cheap security camera that connected to my phone, and tried to scrub the feeling of him from my home. For a week or so, there was silence. No texts, no strange occurrences. I started to breathe a little easier, though the paranoia never fully left me. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time I heard a creak outside my apartment, my heart leaped into my throat. Then one morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. My security camera. A motion alert from my living room. My blood ran cold. I had not left the camera on overnight. I distinctly remembered turning it off. I tapped the notification, my finger trembling. The feed loaded, showing my living room bathed in the soft morning light. Everything looked normal. Then my eyes caught something on my coffee table. A small, neatly folded piece of paper. It had not been there when I went to bed. As I watched the live feed, the paper unfolded itself slowly, deliberately, as if an invisible hand was doing it. And then a single word became visible, written in elegant script, hello. My breath hitched. The camera then panned slowly, deliberately, towards my bedroom door. Then it zoomed in on my bed, where I was still lying, fast asleep. The timestamp on the video was from an hour ago. He was not just in my apartment. He had been there while I was sleeping, and he was controlling my camera. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore through my throat. I scrambled out of bed, grabbing the nearest heavy object, a bedside lamp, and clutching it like a weapon. I ran to the living room, my eyes wide with terror. The paper was still there, unfolded, the word hello staring up at me. I snatched it up, my hand shaking. It was thick, expensive paper. And on the back, written in the same elegant script, were more words. Did you really think you could just block me out? Sarah, after all we have been through, after all the time I spent getting to know you, preparing for us, you are mine. Sarah, you always have been, and you always will be. We are meant to be together. Do not worry. I will make you see that. P.S. I hope you enjoyed the extra buttery popcorn. I made it just for you, and I even tidied up your kitchen. You really should be more careful with your dirty dishes. I dropped the note as if it had burned me. My kitchen. He had been in my kitchen. While I was sleeping, he had seen my dirty dishes. The thought made my skin crawl. I called the police again, my voice a frantic, hysterical mess. They sent officers, who once again found no sign of forced entry. No fingerprints, no obvious evidence of a break-in. He was too careful. He was a ghost. They took the note, but their faces showed their skepticism. This was becoming a pattern. A woman claiming a phantom stalker was breaking into her apartment with no physical evidence. I did not care what they thought. I knew he was real, and he was here. He was everywhere. I packed a bag, grabbed my cat carrier even though I did not have a cat. It was a symbolic gesture of needing to protect something, and left my apartment for good. I did not even bother to tell my landlord. I just drove away, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. I ended up driving across state lines to a small town where no one knew me. I rented a tiny, rundown apartment under a fake name, paid for everything in cash, and got a new phone with a new number. I cut off contact with almost everyone, even Chloe, just in case Mark was somehow tracking my connections. I lived in a constant state of fear, jumping at every shadow, every unfamiliar face. Months passed. The paranoia slowly began to recede, replaced by a dull, constant ache of anxiety. I started a new, mundane job, trying to build a new life, a safe life. I never used social media. I never used dating apps. I became a recluse, my world shrinking to the four walls of my anonymous apartment and the short walk to work. One evening, I was at a small, independent coffee shop in my new town, trying to recapture a sense of normalcy. I was reading a book, just like that day at the Daily Grind when I met Mark. The shop was quiet, the air filled with the comforting aroma of roasted beans. For a moment, I almost felt at peace. Then, I heard a familiar voice. "Excuse me, I could not help but notice your book choice. Are you a fan of Tolkien, or more of a Brandon Sanderson person?" My blood ran cold. My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I slowly lowered my book, my hands trembling. Standing before me, impeccably dressed, with those same kind eyes and that perfectly sculpted jawline, was Mark. He smiled that same charming, disarming smile. Sarah, fancy meeting you here. What a delightful coincidence. My mouth was dry. No words would come out. I could only stare at him, my mind screaming. How? How did he find me? He leaned in conspiratorially, his voice a low, pleasant rumble that sent shivers down my spine. You know, I always loved that old fantasy novel. It is a real hidden gem. I remember you telling me all about it, back at the Daily Grind. You were wearing that pretty blue scarf, and you had a little smudge of ink on your cheek from reading. He reached out, his finger gently touching my cheek, right where the ink smudge would have been all those months ago. Do not worry. Sarah, he whispered, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying mixture of affection and madness. I told you we are meant to be together, and I always find what is mine. He pulled his hand away, his smile widening. Now, how about we get another coffee? My treat. We have so much to catch up on. I have missed you. I sat there, frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. The world around me spun, and the comforting aroma of coffee turned into the scent of fear. He was not just in my reality. He was always here. He was everywhere. And he was never going to let me go. Some stories end quietly. Others echo long after they are told. What matters is what they leave behind, a feeling, a lesson, or a warning. This was Daily Story. We will see you soon with another story you won't forget.